and second largest producer of potato, tomato, onion, cabbage, cauliflower, and brinjal. Indian horticultural production has surpassed cereal production in the country. In 2021, India exported fresh fruits and vegetables worth $1,342 million. India is the fastest growing vegetable seed market, currently at $75 million in revenue. India is progressing at a quick pace in post-harvest and cold chain infrastructure. It has a large-scale cold storage capacity of 38 million metric tons. The National Horticulture Board is ensuring quality production of accreditation and rating through horticultural nurseries, National Nursery Portal for consolidation data, large-scale PEQ facilities for imported planting material. Horticulture Cluster Development Program includes address the concerns of the horticulture value chain, enhances competitiveness, reduce harvest and post-harvest losses, introduces innovative technologies and practices. 55 horticulture clusters have been identified and 12 selected for the pilot launch. Ongoing transformation in production of hybrid seeds, plant architecture and engineering, rootstock technology, drip, sprinkler and fertigation system, greenhouses technology, biopesticides and biofertilizers, micropropagation and tissue culture in plant production. IND-GAP certification standards for adoption of good agricultural practices. A traceability system, HortiNet, establishes clear linkages between the stakeholders through farm-to-fork monitoring. To ensure implementation of appropriate pre-harvest and post-harvest practices, processing and ensuring quality and food safety. India is also the world's largest producer of coconut, with over 21 billion nuts produced per year. The government is promoting activities to innovate, process, produce and pack quality certified coconut products with nutritional and health attributes. The Indian horticulture sector offers endless possibilities for sourcing quality horticulture produce, tie-ups in technology transfer and partnerships in ensuring availability of quality planting material. So come and join India in making this world safe and healthy.
जिसकी जड़ें जुड़ी हैं भारत की प्राचीन परंपराओं से। ये पेड़, पौधे और जड़ी बूटियां भारत की संस्कृति, कला और आरोग्य विज्ञान का अभिन्न हिस्सा रही हैं। समय के साथ अत्यधिक अनुकूल विविधतापूर्ण जलवायु से हमारे देश में फलों, सब्जियों, मसालों और सुगंधित पौधों के विकास से विस्तृत व समृद्ध हुई हमारी बागवानी।
कमलम हो या शाही लीची, भूत जलोकिया मिर्च हो या काला चावल या हल्दी, अनेकों उत्पाद अब दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में भेजे जा रहे हैं। आज देश को खुशी होती है जब भारत की मिट्टी में पैदा हुई चीजों की सुगंध दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों तक पहुंच रही है।
धीरे धीरे बागवानी अनाज की खेती से स्वतंत्र एक अलग पहचान के साथ विकसित हुई। और किसानों के लिए आय का एक आशाजनक स्रोत बनती गई। बागवानी के विकास को गति देते हुए अलग अलग क्षेत्रों की फसलों के आधार पर भारत सरकार ने एकीकृत बागवानी विकास मिशन की शुरुआत की। मिशन मुख्य तौर पर फलों, सब्जियों, जड़ एवं कंद वाली फसलों, मशरूम, फूल, खुशबूदार पौधों, नारियल, काजू और कोको की खेती को मजबूती प्रदान करता है।
मैंने अब चारों ओर की जो जमीन है उसके किनारे किनारे पे गुलाब का और कैमोमाइल की खेती कर रखी है। उसमें मैं आसवन से गुलाब जल निकालता हूँ, गुलाब जल टूरिस्ट ले जाते हैं। कैमोमाइल चाय के लिए कैमोमाइल लेके जाते हैं और उसके साथ मैंने यहाँ पर जो माल्टा फल पौधों से जैम बनता है वो सब लेके जाते हैं। अब मुझे लगता है मेरा परिवार, मेरा आजीविका बहुत बेहतर चल रही है पहले से।
इस अभियान के तहत छोटी जमीन वाले किसानों को फसल उगाने के साथ फसल की गुणवत्ता संवर्धन का भी प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है। साथ ही उत्तम बीज के वितरण, लघु सिंचाई, स्प्रिंकलर व खेती के लिए जरूरी उपकरणों की खरीद हेतु सब्सिडी देकर सशक्त किया जा रहा है। ऐसे किसान, उद्यमी या एफपीओ जो बागवानी को बड़े व्यावसायिक स्तर पर करना चाहते हैं, उन्हें एकीकृत बागवानी मिशन द्वारा राष्ट्रीय बागवानी बोर्ड के माध्यम से सीधे अनुदान दिया जाता है। आधुनिक व उन्नत बागवानी के लिए किसान पूंजीगत सब्सिडी फंड की मदद से अपने बागों को दे रहे हैं नए आकार और विस्तार।
ऑक्सीजन उगाने के लिए हमारे को जो है हाईटेक पॉली हाउसेज मिले हुए हैं। इसके लिए हमारे को 85% अनुदान गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा दिया गया है। इसमें कभी भी जैसा भी टेम्परेचर मेंटेन करना हो वैसा आप कर सकते हैं। ड्रिप इरिगेशन लगी हुई है, वेंचरी लगी हुई है, जीवामृत वगैरह जो भी आपने इसमें देना है ड्रिप के थ्रू आप दे सकते हैं। फॉगर लगे हुए हैं। ऑफ सीजनली कोई भी सब्जी उगानी हो, ताकि ऑफ सीजनली सब्जी जब हम उगाएंगे तो उसका रेट हमारे को एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाता है।
किसानों की आमदनी बढ़ाने के लिए MIDH उन्हें FPO जैसे समूह बनाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करता है। इसके साथ किसानों को वित्तीय संस्थाओं से जोड़कर उनके उत्पादों के लिए एक बड़ा बाजार भी तैयार किया जा रहा है। आधुनिक सोच और आपसी सहयोग से देश के किसान अब बदल रहे हैं बागवानी की दशा और दिशा, जिसका परिणाम है आज भारत दुनिया भर में केला, आम, नींबू, पपीता और भिंडी का सबसे बड़ा उत्पादक देश है और दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा फल और सब्जी उत्पादक देश बन चुका है। वर्ष 2021 में नारियल, शहद, मसाले, कोको और काजू के उत्पादन में भी बागवानी के किसानों ने उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि दर्ज की है। अब मंत्रालय द्वारा आयातित पौध सामग्रियों के लिए बड़े स्तर पर प्लांट क्वारंटाइन केंद्रों की स्थापना की जा रही है। इन प्रयासों से देश में रोग मुक्त बीज व पौधे आसानी से उपलब्ध होंगे। विश्व में प्रसिद्ध 10 विदेशी फलों की पहचान कर कृषि मंत्रालय किसानों की आमदनी और अधिक बढ़ाने के लिए विशेष प्रोत्साहन दे रहा है। विश्व स्तर पर भारतीय बागवानी सेक्टर की बड़ी पहचान बनाने के लिए मंत्रालय ने हॉर्टिकल्चर क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत की है। CDP विभिन्न भौगोलिक क्षेत्रों के किसानों को बाजार आधारित योजना द्वारा खेती, लॉजिस्टिक्स, ब्रांडिंग एवं बाजार तक पहुंचने में सहयोग दे रहा है। बागवानी आज नए लक्ष्य से आगे बढ़ रही है। देश में फलों और सब्जियों का उत्पादन कुल अनाज उत्पादन से आगे बढ़ चुका है। बागवानी के पारंपरिक ज्ञान से परिचित है देश का किसान। आज आधुनिकता से जुड़कर देश का हर किसान शुरू कर सकता है स्वास्थ्य एवं समृद्धि की बागवानी।
Agriculture is the mainstay of the Indian
Hello.
economy and a
हेलो
source
माइक
of
टेस्टिंग 1 2
livelihood
3
for
हेलो
more
हेलो
than half of
गुड
the
मॉर्निंग नमस्कार आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है इंडिया कोल्ड चेन कॉन्क्लेव 2023 में औपचारिक रूप से फॉर्मली प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत कुछ ही देर में यहाँ होगी जब ऑनरेबल चीफ गेस्ट और बाकी डिग्निटरीज हम सबके बीच यहाँ आएंगे। उसके पहले वे बाहर जो एग्जीबिशन लगी है उसका इनॉग्रेशन होगा और उसके बाद यहाँ पर हम अपनी प्रोसीडिंग्स शुरू करेंगे। एक दो छोटी छोटी रिक्वेस्ट है आप सभी से। मोबाइल फ़ोन तो उसी को लेकर सबसे पहली रिक्वेस्ट है कि मोबाइल फ़ोन अपना साइलेंट मोड पर कम से कम ज़रूर कर लीजिएगा ताकि इतनी इम्पोर्टेंट जो डिलिब्रेशंस होनी है, जो बातचीत या चर्चाएं होनी है, उसमें मैक्सिमम जो आउटपुट निकल सकता है, क्योंकि उस एक एक सोच विचार और हमारी जो एक्टिविटीज़ हैं उससे देश को लाभ मिलने वाला है। तो इसलिए एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इंडिया कोल्ड चेन कॉन्क्लेव का ये आयोजन किया गया है और इसमें गवर्नमेंट के साथ साथ प्राइवेट सेक्टर, हमारे तमाम एजेंसीज, देश के अलग अलग स्टेट से हमारे जो क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसीज और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज हैं उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स भी यहाँ आए हुए हैं और हमारे तमाम सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर भी ये सारी प्रोसीडिंग्स जो है वो लोगों के लिए अवेलेबल होंगी ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग इस कॉन्सेप्ट के साथ, इस एफर्ट के साथ, इस कोशिश के साथ जुड़ सकें ताकि हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लाभ इस देश को दे सकें और मिल सके और अंततः देश आगे बढ़ता है, राष्ट्र का निर्माण होता है, राष्ट्र की प्रगति होती है तो हम सब लाभान्वित होते हैं उससे। तो एक बार स्वागत, अभिनंदन करते हुए आप सभी का, आप सभी से मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि अपना मोबाइल फोन जो है साइलेंट मोड पर कर लें। एक रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि प्रोसीडिंग्स जब यहाँ चल रही हो, प्रोग्राम की इनॉग्रल सेशन होगा पहले और लंच के बाद हमारे टेक्निकल सेशंस हैं, बीच में कोई मोमेंट इस तरह की ना करें जहां से कैमरा और स्टेज के बीच में कहीं आप आते हों, क्योंकि ये सारी प्रोसीडिंग्स अगर लाइव जा रही हैं तो उस हिसाब से उसमें कहीं ना कहीं डिस्टर्बेंस होती है। तो फ्रेम, कैमरे का जो फ्रेम है यानी कैमरा और स्टेज के बीच में कोशिश करें कि उसको जितना मैक्सिमम अवॉइड कर सकें। इस प्रोग्राम की सक्सेस और इसकी गरिमा आप सबके हाथों में है। तो आप सबका एक बार हम हार्दिक स्वागत, अभिनंदन करते हैं। ऑडिटोरियम से बाहर भी जो लोग खड़े हैं उनसे भी हम रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि वो भी आकर अपनी जगह ले लें ताकि आज जब हमारे चीफ गेस्ट और दूसरे डिग्निटरीज यहाँ मंच पर आए तो उससे पहले हम सब लोग यहाँ ऑडिटोरियम में उपस्थित हों। आप सभी का वंदन, अभिनंदन है।
(2022) estimates, India recorded a horticulture production of over 333 million tons. Demand for fruits and vegetables is also likely to double to 650 million tons by 2050. India is the second largest producer of horticulture crops in the world and the largest producer of mango, banana, papaya, and guava. While the country accounts for approximately 12% of the global production, we still imported produce worth more than rupees 18,000 crore last year. Low productivity, inadequate pre and post harvest infrastructure, and other such constraints lead to losses ranging from 6 to 16% every year. Despite these challenges, there is a window of opportunity to further enhance the competitiveness of the horticulture sector with the adoption of a cluster based approach. Several countries around the world have adopted this approach to address such issues. One such successful example is the banana cluster in Ecuador, where a group of provinces represent almost 100% of the total banana exports from the country. India too has over 100 horticulture clusters that have the potential for growth. For instance, Anantapur in Andhra Pradesh and Nasik in Maharashtra are promising clusters for exports of banana and grapes respectively. With a vision to strengthen and promote the cluster-based approach and boost the horticulture sector, the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare has conceptualized the Cluster Development Program. The program has been designed to support integrated interventions through three verticals: pre production and production, post harvest management and value addition, and logistics, marketing, and branding. From high tech nurseries and tissue culture labs, dissemination of good agriculture practices, and strengthening of post harvest and packaging infrastructure to development of unique cluster brands and market intelligence, interventions under the three verticals will cover all the aspects of value chain. These interventions will also leverage ongoing initiatives of development of multimodal transport for efficient evacuation. The practices developed by various centers of excellence for horticulture crops will be integrated in this program, along with dovetailing of resources under government schemes such as Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, and formation of promotion of 10,000 FPOs. The ministry has identified 55 horticulture clusters, of which 12 have been selected for the pilot launch. Learnings and outcome of the pilot will be used to scale up the program. The program has been developed in tandem with state governments who recommend cluster development agencies and play an integral part in smooth and on-ground implementation. To support the National Horticulture Board and cluster development agencies in the robust implementation of the program, Grant Thornton Bharat has been appointed as the Program Management Unit. After successful implementation of the program in all 55 clusters, it is expected to attract investments worth 10,000 crore, boost export of horticulture produce by over 20%, and benefit more than 10 lakh farmers. The call for proposals for onboarding of implementing agencies have been floated for all the 12 pilot clusters. The cluster development program will boost the Indian horticulture sector by addressing challenges across the value chain. It will put the sector on the world map, thus changing the lives of farmers.
देवी सज्जनों, आप स्क्रीन पर देख पा रहे हैं श्री मनोज आहूजा जी, जो कि सेक्रेटरी हैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर एंड फार्मर्स वेलफेयर, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। उन्होंने एग्जीबिशन जो बाहर लगी हुई है उसे इनॉग्रेट किया। आप भी जरूर बाद में देखिएगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारी नई चीजें देखने को वहां पर मिलेंगी। और जो हमारे स्पेशली अलग अलग स्टेट से हमारे सीडीएज और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज के लोग आए हैं, वो भी उसको देखें, क्योंकि वो रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं जिन एरियाज को, जिन प्रोडक्ट्स को, जिस फील्ड को, उस फील्ड में उनके लिए बहुत सारी नई चीजें जो है देखने को मिलेंगी। क्योंकि ये इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशंस, एक्सीलेंस जो भी इस फील्ड में है, वो ग्रास रूट लेवल तक जब तक पहुंचेगा तभी इसका फायदा जो है वो देश को, देश के किसान को, फार्म प्रोड्यूसर्स को मिल पाएगा। और खासतौर पर जब हम देश में आज अनाज से भी ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन जो है हमारी फलों की और सब्जियों की हो रही है, तो उसके प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए, उसकी मार्केटिंग के लिए, उसको सेफ फार्म से लेकर कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचाने के पूरे प्रोसेस में उसका लॉस ना हो, कम से कम हो, इस बात को इंश्योर करना, इस बात को सुनिश्चित करना एक बहुत बड़ा लक्ष्य है, उद्देश्य है। और मंत्रालय इसीलिए लगातार इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है, काम कर रहा है। इनॉग्रेशन के बाद श्री मनोज आहूजा जी हम सबके बीच यहाँ आएंगे और हम उसकी जो आज की इनॉग्रल सेशन की प्रोसीडिंग से उसकी शुरुआत करेंगे आपके सामने। आज के इस इंडिया कोल्ड चेन कॉन्क्लेव 2023 में ऑनरेबल जो केंद्रीय हमारे कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्री हैं श्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी, उनका शुभागमन हम सबके बीच यहाँ होना था, लेकिन कोई बहुत आवश्यक कार्य की वजह से, आवश्यक मीटिंग की वजह से वो नहीं आ सके। लेकिन मनोज आहूजा जी मंत्रालय की तरफ से, चूंकि सचिव के रूप में उनकी बहुत बड़ी कंट्रीब्यूशन और तमाम पूरे देश भर में इस फील्ड से जुड़ी हुई, दरअसल मंत्रालय तमाम तरह की गतिविधियां जो एग्रीकल्चर और फार्मर्स वेलफेयर के लिए चला रहा है, और बहुत एक्सटेंसिव, बहुत ही डिटेल में, क्योंकि किसानों की आमदनी को दुगना करने का लक्ष्य आरंभ में ही प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने रखा था देश के सामने, और उस दुगने आय को दुगना करने का लक्ष्य हासिल करने के लिए तमाम नई नई चीजें, नई सोच, नए इनोवेशंस, नए आइडियाज को लेकर जमीनी स्तर पर लगातार काम हो रहा है मंत्रालय की तरफ से। उसका लाभ भी मिल रहा है। बहुत कुछ ऐसा नया है जो धरातल पर अगर आप जाएं और देखें तो आपको लगता है कि परिवर्तन धीरे धीरे किस रूप में आकार ले रहा है। तो इस रूप में हर पक्ष, हर पहलू जो है वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। और स्पेशली जब प्रोडक्शन फार्म में बढ़ती है और इस तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स हमारे प्रोड्यूस तैयार होते हैं किसानों द्वारा, जो रेगुलर अनाज से हटकर होते हैं, यानी हॉर्टिकल्चर से जुड़े हुए, वेजिटेबल से या फूलों, फ्लोरिकल्चर से, यानी मिल्क प्रोडक्ट्स हैं हमारे, बहुत सारे मीट और फिशरीज का है, जो बड़ी संख्या में इसके साथ किसान जब जुड़ रहा है, हमारे रूरल एरियाज में लोग जुड़ रहे हैं, तो उस प्रोड्यूस को लोगों तक, कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचाने की जो प्रोसेस है, जो पूरी चेन है, उस चेन में कोल्ड चेन की बहुत बड़ी अहमियत है, जिसकी आज आवश्यकता ज्यादा है, इसीलिए इस पर बहुत ज्यादा जोर दिया जा रहा है। और इसमें एक बड़ी अच्छी बात यह भी है कि आज गवर्नमेंट के साथ साथ अब वो बीच की कोई दीवार नहीं है गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट में। गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट सेक्टर मिलकर स्टार्टअप्स एक नई ऊर्जा लेकर आए हैं। तो एक साथ मिलकर कोलैबोरेटिव एफर्ट के साथ इन सभी गोल्स को हासिल करने के लिए जो है हम काम कर रहे हैं। इसीलिए आज ये पीएचडी चैम्बर्स ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के इस सभागार में ये आयोजन, उनके सहयोग से ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है। और हमें उम्मीद है कि ये आयोजन जिस रूप में यहाँ आयोजित किया गया है इस कार्यक्रम को, उसका लाभ हम सबको, यानी पूरे देश में कृषि क्षेत्र में और कृषि से जुड़े हुए तमाम उत्पादों के संरक्षण, मार्केटिंग, प्रोसेसिंग, ग्रेडिंग से लेकर उसके जो भी प्रोसेस होता है, उसमें सब में जो है इसकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका जो है भविष्य में हम सबको, और उसका लाभ हम सबको मिलने जा रहा है। एग्जीबिशन में जो इस तरह के बहुत सारे आप प्रोडक्ट्स देखेंगे, बहुत सारी इनोवेटिव चीजें हैं जो वहां पर डिस्प्ले की गई हैं, और उसके माध्यम से भी पूरे देश में इंडस्ट्री के जरिए क्या क्या हो रहा है, कोल्ड चेन की फील्ड में क्या क्या हो रहा है, दूसरे देशों के साथ भी बहुत सारी कोलैबोरेटिव एफर्ट्स हो रही हैं। लेकिन देश में भी बहुत क्षमता है, और देश में इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, हमारे कोल्ड चेन से जुड़ी हुई तमाम जो हमारे सिस्टम है, इकोसिस्टम है, उसमें भी बहुत कुछ स्कोप है जिसको लेकर उसे और आगे बढ़ाने की। और यहाँ तक कि जो प्रोसेस में, प्रक्रियाओं में कुछ बाधाएं आती हैं, प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से, उन पर भी चर्चा जो है आज के तमाम सेशंस जो है आगे हमारे उसमें होंगी। तो एक बहुत खुले दिल से, खुले दिमाग से इन विषयों को लेकर चर्चा करने की आज एक मौका हम सबको मिल रहा है, जिसमें खुलकर बातें होंगी तो रास्ते निकलेंगे तो मंजिल भी हासिल होगी, हमको मिलेगी। इस विश्वास के साथ हम आप सभी का स्वागत करते हैं, और सचिव महोदय यहाँ हम सबके बीच मंच पर आएंगे। उसके बाद हम आज के कार्यक्रम की जो औपचारिक फॉर्मल जो है शुरुआत इनॉग्रेल सेशन की आपकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति में यहाँ आरंभ करेंगे। माननीय सचिव महोदय इस समय आखिरी जो स्टॉल है उसको देख रहे हैं, उसका अवलोकन कर रहे हैं, और उसके बाद वो हम सबके बीच यहाँ ऑडिटोरियम में ही आ रहे हैं, तो इसलिए ऑडिटोरियम से बाहर जो लोग खड़े हैं उनसे मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो आकर अपनी जगह ले लें। ऑडिटोरियम से बाहर जो भी हमारे गेस्ट खड़े हैं वो प्लीज, बल्कि ऑनरेबल सेक्रेटरी सर यहाँ के लिए प्रस्थान कर चुके हैं, तो आप सबसे निवेदन भी है ऑडिटोरियम से बाहर जो लोग भी हैं वो प्लीज अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें, सभागार में ऑडिटोरियम में आकर बैठ जाएं प्लीज। दिव्य सज्जनों, आदरणीय श्री मनोज आहूजा जी, सचिव कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्री भारत सरकार, उनका शुभागमन हम सबके बीच हो रहा है। आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है, आप प्लीज अपनी जगह ले लें, अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। दिव्य सज्जनों नमस्कार, आप सभी का स्वागत, अभिनंदन, वंदन आप सभी का। इंडिया कोल्ड चेन कॉन्क्लेव 2023 में आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन है दिव्य सज्जनों। इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन भारत सरकार के कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय और पीएचडी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्रीज ने नेशनल सेंटर फॉर कोल्ड चेन डेवलपमेंट, MOFPI और अन्य कई एजेंसीज के साथ मिलकर किया है। और इसमें इस इनॉग्रल सेशन में, क्योंकि पूरे दिन का कॉन्क्लेव है, कार्यक्रम है, ये इनॉग्रल सेशन है उसका, इस इनॉग्रल सेशन में हम सबके बीच मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में गरिमामयी उपस्थिति मंच पर है श्री मनोज आहूजा जी की, माननीय सचिव कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय भारत सरकार। एक बार आप सबकी करतल ध्वनि के साथ बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन है माननीय सचिव महोदय का। इस सत्र में हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि के रूप में मंच पर गरिमामयी उपस्थिति है कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय भारत सरकार में ही एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर अभिलक्ष लिखी जी का, उनका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन है इस अवसर पर। मंच पर विराजमान कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय में ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी श्री प्रियरंजन जी, एनसीसीडी के चीफ ऑपरेटिंग ऑफिसर श्री आशीष पोतेदार जी, और पीएचडी सीसीआई के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हेमंत जैन जी, विवेक जैन जी, और सभी अतिथियों का, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के ऑफिशियल्स, हमारे पीएचडी सीसीआई के हमारे ऑफिशियल्स, अलग अलग स्टेट से जो क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसीज और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज के प्रतिनिधि आए हैं, और हमारे युवा साथी, आप सबका आइए एक बार मिलकर पूरी ऊर्जा के साथ, करतल ध्वनि के साथ हम स्वागत अभिनंदन करते हैं सभी का इस आयोजन में। देश की समृद्धि का आधार हमारा कृषि क्षेत्र है, और कृषि क्षेत्र से जुड़ी बहुत सारी गतिविधियां हैं, और उसमें एक बहुत बड़े संकल्प और सोच के साथ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय तमाम तरह की गतिविधियों को पूरे देश में मिशन मोड में उसे इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए तत्पर है, प्रतिबद्ध है, और पूरी कमिटमेंट के साथ काम कर रहा है माननीय सचिव महोदय के नेतृत्व में। और उसी में एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी जो है वो कोल्ड चेन कॉन्क्लेव के रूप में कोल्ड चेन के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को डेवलपमेंट की तरफ आगे बढ़ाने के, जिसमें इनोवेशंस के जरिए, एक्सीलेंस के जरिए हम उसे एक नई ऊंचाई तक लेकर जाएं, आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति के लिए उस लेवल तक हम लेकर आए। इस सोच के साथ और इस संकल्प के साथ आइए सबसे पहले दीप प्रज्वलित करने के लिए मैं निवेदन करूंगा माननीय सचिव महोदय से, श्री मनोज आहूजा जी से, डॉक्टर अभिलक्ष लिखी जी, और मंचासीन सभी विभूतियों से मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि दीप प्रज्वलित करें अपने कर कमलों से, और हम सब उस भाव में शामिल होंगे। दरअसल अगर आपको इस बात, आप सभी बहुत गुणीजन हैं, प्रबुद्ध हैं, ऋग्वेद में इस बात का उल्लेख मिलता है कि सूर्य साक्षात देव है इस धरती पर, क्योंकि और कोई ईश्वर को हमने नहीं देखा, सूर्य को देखते हैं, और ये दीप उसी सूर्य का प्रतीक है, प्रतिनिधि है, जिसकी लौ, जिसकी रोशनी जो है हमारे लिए ऊर्जा का भी काम करती है, प्रेरणा का भी काम करती है। मंगल हो सबके जीवन में, खुशहाली हो देश में, समृद्धि हो देश में, किसानों के खेत खलिहानों में समृद्धि का मार्ग वहां से निकले, इस कामना के साथ ये दीप प्रज्वलन हो रहा है देवियों सज्जनों। बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय सचिव महोदय का, मंचासीन सभी विभूतियों का, इस शुभ कार्य को जिन्होंने अपने कर कमलों से यहाँ संपादित किया है, सबके लिए और खास तौर पर कृषि क्षेत्र में सबके कल्याण और समृद्धि की कामना के साथ इसकी शुरुआत हुई है। दिव्य सज्जनों, इस देश में अनाज के साथ साथ जो दूसरे उत्पाद हैं, हमारे फार्म प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, जिसमें बहुत तेजी से बढ़ोतरी हो रही है, सरकार की और प्रधानमंत्री महोदय के नेतृत्व में मंत्रालय की तरफ से जो तमाम कोशिशें हो रही हैं, उन कोशिशों की वजह से आज किसान डाइवर्सिफिकेशन की तरफ, नए नए प्रोडक्ट्स की तरफ आकर्षित भी हो रहा है। उसे एक विश्वास पैदा हुआ उसके मन में कि आज अगर वो अपने आप सुविधाओं, कार्यक्रमों का लाभ उसके साथ जोड़ सके तो उसे प्रगति के मार्ग पर आगे बढ़ने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। और इसी विश्वास के साथ ये तमाम जो है प्रक्रियाएं जारी हैं, और हॉर्टिकल्चर के क्षेत्र में हो, चाहे पोल्ट्री के क्षेत्र में हो, और बहुत सारे उत्पाद हैं। हमारे मंत्रालय की तरफ से एक फिल्म तैयार की, शॉर्ट फिल्म है। उस फिल्म को आप देखें, और कोल्ड चेन पर ही आधारित ये फिल्म है, और उस फिल्म के माध्यम से हम आज के कार्यक्रम की अहमियत को और इसकी जो बैकग्राउंड है, इसकी पृष्ठभूमि है और इसका जो संकल्प है, उससे हम परिचित हो पाएंगे। तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा टेक्निकल टीम से कि आपके सामने कोल्ड चेन पर आधारित फिल्म जो है वो प्रस्तुत करें, जो कर्टन रेजर फिल्म है।
सब्जियों, दूध, मीट तथा पोल्ट्री के प्रमुख उत्पादक देशों में से एक है। ये सभी उत्पादक टेम्परेचर सेंसिटिव होते हैं और उन्हें स्टोर तथा ट्रांसपोर्ट करने के लिए खास तापमान में रखने की आवश्यकता होती है। एक अच्छी तरह से मैनेज की गई टेम्परेचर कंट्रोल्ड सप्लाई चेन नेटवर्क है। इसकी मदद से किसानों को समय पर बाजार से जोड़ने से न केवल उनके उत्पादों के नुकसान को कम किया जा सकता है, बल्कि उनके मुनाफे में भी काफी बढ़ोतरी की जा सकती है। कोल्ड चेन एक क्रॉस सेक्टोरल बुनियादी ढांचा है और कई मंत्रालय तथा सरकारी संस्थान जैसे कि राष्ट्रीय बागबानी बोर्ड, राष्ट्रीय बागबानी मिशन, एपीडा, खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय इत्यादि द्वारा वर्तमान में कोल्ड चेन के बुनियादी ढांचे को विकसित करने के लिए कई महत्वपूर्ण योजनाएं चलाई जा रही हैं। केवल MIDH योजना के तहत ही 22.7 मिलियन मीट्रिक टन की अतिरिक्त क्षमता के निर्माण के लिए 4,975 कोल्ड स्टोरेज के लिए निजी क्षेत्र को 3,626 करोड़ रुपए की वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान की गई है। सरकार द्वारा स्थापित नेशनल सेंटर फॉर कोल्ड चेन डेवलपमेंट यानी NCCD कोल्ड चेन तत्वों के लिए मानकों के विकास तथा देश में कोल्ड चेन क्षेत्र को परामर्शी सहायता प्रदान करने के क्षेत्र में कार्य कर रहा है। कोल्ड चेन क्षेत्र के विकास में भविष्य की असीमित संभावनाओं को अनलॉक करने में प्रौद्योगिकी की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। इस दिशा में नए स्मार्ट कंप्रेसर्स का डिजाइन प्रशीतन प्रणाली में ऊर्जा दक्षता को बिना मानवीय हस्तक्षेप के विकल्प के रूप में उभर कर आया है। नए रेफ्रिजरेंट्स का परीक्षण और विकास किया जा रहा है ताकि सिस्टम पैरामीटर को अनुकूलित किया जा सके और ऊर्जा खपत पर भारी ग्रीन हाउस उत्सर्जित करने वाले रेफ्रिजरेंट्स को प्रतिस्थापित किया जा सके।
फ्रेंड्स, भारत आज विश्व की आबादी का 17% होने के बावजूद जिसकी एमिशंस में रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी सिर्फ 5% रही है, वर्ष 2070 तक भारत नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य हासिल करेगा।
आज बड़े पैमाने पर खाद्य नुकसान दुनिया के सामने कठिन चुनौती है और भारत दुनिया में प्रमुख खाद्य आपूर्तिकर्ता के रूप में उभर रहा है। दूसरी ओर बढ़ती ऊर्जा मांग और उचित कीमतों पर ऊर्जा पैदा करने का दबाव एक चुनौती बन गया है। इसके साथ साथ ग्रीन हाउस गैस उत्सर्जनों से पैदा होने वाला ग्रीन हाउस फ्लक्स दूसरी बड़ी चुनौती है। सतत विकास तथा ऊर्जा, जलवायु और प्रौद्योगिकी पर ध्यान केंद्रित करने के साथ इस क्षेत्र का विकास महत्वपूर्ण है। कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय तथा PhD चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री द्वारा NCCD के सहयोग से संयुक्त रूप से आयोजित किए जा रहे इंडिया कोल्ड चेन कॉन्क्लेव का उद्देश्य सभी हितधारकों को एक सामान्य मंच पर एक साथ लाना है, जिसमें स्थायी तरीके से कोल्ड चेन उपयोग के विकास पर चर्चा और विचार विमर्श करना है। तो आइए इस दुनिया को सुरक्षित और स्वस्थ बनाने के लिए साथ में मिलकर काम करें।
तदेव सज्जनों, ये कॉन्सेप्ट, उद्देश्य, लक्ष्य जिस आयोजन का है उसको इस कट रेजर फिल्म के जरिए आपने देखा, उसे समझा और उसमें हम सबकी प्रतिबद्धता के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट और पार्टिसिपेशन और उसका सुपरिणाम जमीनी स्तर पर दिखे, इस बात की एक सोच लेकर हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और इस आयोजन में हम सबके बीच मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में आदरणीय मनोज आहूजा जी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय के, भारत सरकार के। मैं सबसे पहले निवेदन करूंगा हमारे हेमंत जैन साहब वाइस प्रेसिडेंट पीएचडी चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्रीज, पवन जैन साहब चेयर लॉजिस्टिक्स कमेटी, कि वे यहाँ पर जो मंचासीन विभूतियां हैं, सबसे पहले माननीय सचिव महोदय का और अन्य अतिथियों का स्वागत करेंगे, प्लांट भेंट करके, पौधा भेंट करके उनका स्वागत अभिनंदन करेंगे। पीएचडी चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्रीज ने इस आयोजन में बहुत सक्रियता के साथ बहुत ही एक ऐसी इनिशिएटिव लेकर इस आयोजन में अपना योगदान दिया है और दे रहे हैं, जिसका सुपरिणाम हम सबको भविष्य में मिलेगा। तो मैं निवेदन करूंगा हेमंत जैन साहब से, हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट साहब, की वे आदरणीय मनोज आहूजा जी सचिव महोदय को यहाँ पर उन्हें आप सबके करतल ध्वनि के साथ में पवन जैन जी चेयर लॉजिस्टिक कमेटी पीएचडी सीसीआई, डॉक्टर अभिलाष लिखी जी को एक प्लांट भेंट करने के लिए मैं उनसे निवेदन करूंगा। करतल ध्वनि आप सबकी होगी, हम सब की तरफ से बहुत ही सम्मान और अभिनंदन और स्वागत के भाव के साथ बहुत बहुत स्वागत अभिनंदन है। और मैं हेमंत जी चूंकि उधर बैठे हैं तो मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि प्रियरंजन जी माननीय ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी जो कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय में है, तो उन्हें भी एक प्लांट भेंट करेंगे। इस अवसर पर प्रियरंजन जी हमारे ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी एग्रीकल्चर एंड फार्मर्स वेलफेयर मिनिस्ट्री गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, और आशीष फोतेदार जी यहाँ चीफ ऑपरेटिंग ऑफिसर नेशनल सेंटर फॉर कोल्ड चेन डेवलपमेंट, उनकी भी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति। तो मैं निवेदन करूंगा हेमंत जी से, विवेक जी, पवन जी से, सॉरी पवन जी से, कि वो उन्हें और बल्कि आप पवन जैन साहब चेयर लॉजिस्टिक कमेटी, करतल ध्वनि आप सबकी तरफ से तालियों के साथ बहुत बहुत स्वागत अभिनंदन है। पीएचडी चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के इस सभागार में इन सभी अतिथियों का आप सबका देवी से चलो एक बार पुनः हार्दिक स्वागत अभिनंदन और निवेदन। इस अवसर पर मैं ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स के साथ साथ आप सबका स्वागत करने के लिए भी मैं निवेदन करूंगा आदरणीय हेमंत जैन जी पीएचडी चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट सर, कि वो आए और इस आयोजन में आप सबका स्वागत भी करें, अपने ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स से हमारा मार्गदर्शन भी करें।
A very good morning to everyone. Unfortunately, the Minister Shri Narendra Singh Tomar is not here, but we acknowledge his patronage. Honorable Minister of Union for Agriculture and Farm Welfare, Shri Manoj Ahooja ji, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farm Welfare, Dr. Abhilash Likhi ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farm Welfare, Mr. Sauraj Kumar Jha, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Shri Priya Ranjan ji, Joint Secretary, Horticulture, Ministry of Agriculture and Farm Welfare, Shri Pavan Jain ji, Chair for the Logistics Committee, Managing Committee members, former presidents, friends from media and all participants. On behalf of PHD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I am greatly honored and pleased to welcome you all to the Conclave on Indian Cold Chain, India. The India Cold Chain Conclave has been inaugurated by Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Family Welfare. We thank our chief guest and the esteemed dignitaries to take out time from their busy schedules and addressing the industry members. I welcome the other eminent speakers in the program and extend a very warm welcome from each one of you. So PHD Chamber of Commerce has been working as a catalyst and a promoter for the Indian industry trade for the past 117 years. We have been doing it for the MSME. 70% of our members are MSME, 30% of large members. It's a very forward-looking, proactive, dynamic pan-India apex organization. As a partner in progress with the industry and the government, PHD CCI works at the grassroots level with strong national and international linkages for propelling progress, harmony, and integrated development of the Indian economy. PHD CCI acting as a voice of industry and trade with a large membership base of 1.5 direct and indirect members, consisting of large, medium, and small industries, has forged ahead, leverage its legacy with industry knowledge across multiple sectors to take the Indian economy to the next level. At the global level, we have been working with embassies and high commissioners in India to bring international business best practices and business opportunities. I'm sure all of us present here in this forum can apply, comprehend, and sensitize an importance of today's theme, innovation and excellence in cold chain. So I can only say we do to the secretary, sir, that we do an event every year where 70 ambassadors from across the country, from across the world come, and they are present with them. A lot of them are partnering with us, like for the green hydrogen, we have a partnership with the Norway government. So we are partnering with large international associations to partner. And so I'm sure in time to come, we can partner with other associations across the world for the cold chain also. With the diverse yet relevant representation of all the stakeholders in the cold chain industry and the huge growth potential that industry holds, I'm very confident this conclave will be successful for fostering such fruitful decisions and innovative ideas, which will set right place and the right directions for the desired growth of the industry. Let us all contribute in our capacities to make it flourishing industry that can play a larger role in the growth of Indian economy. Wishing you all the happy and prosperous new year ahead. Thanking you. So I will only add one thing to Secretary Sir, that we are here to be a catalyst, and I really thank them for taking out time for addressing to the industry here the need and the requirement for cold chain. I would only request for this discussion to continue on a quarterly basis, so that whatever value adds from the industries are being put in, we can put it across to the government. Thank you, sir.
बहुत बहुत आभार श्री हेमंत जैन जी का, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट PhD CCI। देव सज्जनों, ये हम सब जानते हैं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का शुरू से ही एक संदेश और संकल्प था कि सरकारी जो व्यवस्था है और निजी क्षेत्र की जो व्यवस्था है वो मिलकर पूरी अर्थव्यवस्था के दो पहिए की तरह एक साथ मिलकर जो है समृद्धि के रथ को आगे बढ़ाएं। और इस सोच में एक कोलैबोरेटिव एफर्ट है, एक ट्रस्ट का भाव है, और उसी ट्रस्ट में एक पहलू आज के कार्यक्रम में ये भी जुड़ने जा रहे हैं कि इस सेक्टर में जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं, जो प्रोसीजरल जो दिक्कतें आती हैं, उन पर भी डिस्कशंस होनी ताकि उसको फ्यूचर में हम दूर कर सकें। भारत सरकार में कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय में माननीय ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी संयुक्त सचिव प्रियरंजन जी से मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि इस अवसर पर अपने संबोधन के लिए आए और इस दृष्टि के साथ, इस सोच के साथ जिसको लेकर यह आयोजन हुआ है और मंत्रालय की भविष्य में जो संकल्पनाएं हैं किस रूप में हम आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं और उसमें जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है किस रूप में अपना योगदान देने जा रहा है। तो प्रियरंजन जी, माननीय ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी सर, आइए प्लीज अपने संबोधन के लिए।
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to be here at the India Cold Chain Conclave and welcome Honorable Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, Additional Secretary, Shri Avilak Likhi ji, the distinguished guests on the dais, delegates, exhibitors, and my friends. We have all gathered here to be a part of the first of its kind conclave on cold chain sector, which brings together various stakeholders from Government of India, NCCD, National Horticulture Board, industry, international agencies, academia, and other important players in the sector to deliberate and discuss on the need, requirement, strengths, and ways of ramping up the cold chain infra in the country. And at the same time, keep in sight India's climate commitments to net zero. Government of India is well aware of the role and importance of cold chain in reducing the post-harvest losses and increasing the income of the farmers. With the horticulture production touching new highs, it becomes all the more important for us to develop a basic cold chain service from the farm to the consumer. The cold chain facilities rightly positioned, not only preserves the taste of the basic nature of the produce, but also provide a healthy, disease-free nutrient source for the consumer. When we compare with the developed nations, we consume very less amount of fresh fruits and vegetables, but with higher production, more health awareness, and the demand for fresh fruit and vegetables is increasing. And to match it, our farmers are increasing the production with support from the government of India, the state governments, the research organizations, and the private sector. In order to ascertain that the cold chain requirement in the country, in order to ascertain the cold chain requirement in the country, a study was carried out in 2014-15, wherein we got to know what is the requirement of the cold chain to sustain the horticulture production and supply to the consumers. So I'd like to share this with August gathering that a new study is being undertaken to assess the cold chain gap and to work towards a green grid so that an efficient and effective cold chain grid infra network is created in the country. Further, through the conclave, we also look forward to the academia, industry, international bodies, associations to bring in technological innovations in cold chain sector so that it keeps pace with the development of technology and also aligns with India's commitment to climate change. The thinking in the government has changed to some extent, and instead of working in disjointed and standalone manner, there is a move towards a cluster-based development model, having facilities and end-to-end value chain support. This will help bring in the best of the expertise of the private sector, best of technologies and competitiveness in production coming out from the farms. And rightly, in this direction, the Ministry of Agriculture has initiated the cluster development program for important horticulture commodities across the country. The ministry is taking up in the initial phase 12 clusters as a pilot to assess the various kinds of interventions needed to develop these clusters as effective and efficient production and processing hubs for export. It gives me immense pleasure to share that we will be sharing the approvals of 5 such clusters, wherein we have the cluster development agencies and our private partners who are with us in this August gathering to develop these 5 clusters further. Through this cold chain conclave, we are showing our intent to working closely with the industry and to get better understanding of the problems of the cold chain sector and to work towards energy efficiency, cost reduction, and enhance the overall performance of the cold chain sector. The ministry, through NCCD, is also looking forward for a long association with iShare, a society of more than 15,000 professionals working in the field of heating and refrigeration in the country. This will help us in creating capacities in the sector and aligning the government interventions as per the global standards to suit the local conditions. I take this opportunity to thank the PhD Chamber of Commerce for partnering with NCCD and the ministry in making this event possible. I'm sure that the participants, delegates, exhibitors, sector experts in the technical sessions will work towards a farmer-friendly solutions to cold chain so that the green grid which we want to bring forth can become a success. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत आभार आदरणीय श्री प्रिय रंजन जी का, माननीय ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय भारत सरकार। देवियों सज्जनों, ये कॉन्क्लेव जो पूरे दिन का है, एक हम सब के लिए एक ऐसा मौका है जहां हमारे इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, जहां हमारे पॉलिसी या डिसीजन मेकर्स, जहां दूसरे स्टेक होल्डर्स इस फील्ड से जुड़े हुए सभी एक साथ एक मंच पर यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। ये अवसर है जब मैं आप सबके अनुभव से हम सबको लाभ मिलेगा और इस क्रम में इस क्षेत्र के बहुत ही अनुभवी और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाले और पीएचडी सीसीआई के चेयर लॉजिस्टिक कमेटी श्री पवन जैन जी की मंच पर गरिमामयी उपस्थिति है। मैं उनसे निवेदन करूंगा, करतल ध्वनि आप सबकी होगी, तालियां आप सबकी होंगी और निवेदन हमारी तरफ से होगा कि इस मौके पर अपने अनुभवों से, अपने सुझावों से हम सबको भी, हमारा भी मार्गदर्शन करें। श्री पवन जैन जी।
I take this privilege to welcome our chief guest, Manoj Ahuja ji,
the Secretary for Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, other government dignitaries, officials, PHDCCI leadership team, and the audience present here. I'm sure all of us present here in this forum can aptly comprehend the sensitivity and importance of today's theme, innovation and excellence in cold chain. I believe that this is the most opportune time to discuss and focus on the long-term development of cold chain industry. Thankfully, when there is a great push and focus from the government side, several supportive government developmental schemes and initiatives like Gati Shakti, Make in India, Digital India, launch of logistics policy, setting up National Center for Cold Chain Development, cold chain infrastructural development projects, and so on, will indeed be highly instrumental in driving growth of this sector. According to Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating and Air Conditioning Engineers, Indian Cold Chain Industry Outlook 2024 report, the Indian cold chain industry was valued at $19.6 billion in 2020 and is projected to reach $36 billion by 2024, growing at a CAGR of 16%, which is a huge vantage point for us to achieve the desired growth in the supply chain and storage industry. As the industry leaders, we have a huge responsibility on our shoulders to drive innovation, excellence, and embrace changes by acting swiftly and catalyzing an effective logistics and supply chain management strategy for the perishables. With the diverse and yet relevant representation of all key stakeholders in cold chain industry and the huge growth potential that industry holds, I'm very confident that this symposium will be successful in fostering such fruitful discussions and innovative ideas, which full set right pace and right direction for the desired growth of this industry. Let us all contribute in our capacities to make it a flourishing industry that can play a larger role in the growth of Indian economy. Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत आभार पवन जैन साहब का। दिव्य सज्जनों, सनोज कुमार झा साहब, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय भारत सरकार, उनकी उपस्थिति, गरिमामय उपस्थिति, आपकी करतल ध्वनि के साथ हम उनका स्वागत अभिनंदन करते हैं। और मैं निवेदन करूंगा पवन जैन जी से कि वे एक प्लांट भेंट करके आदरणीय श्री सनोज कुमार झा जी का आप सबकी इस कॉन्क्लेव में उनकी गरिमामय उपस्थिति के लिए उनका स्वागत करें, उनका अभिनंदन करें इस अवसर पर उनकी उपस्थिति के लिए। सीधे सीधे इस मंत्रालय का बहुत निकट का न सिर्फ रिश्ता है, संबंध है, बल्कि भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है इस पूरे कोल्ड चेन की प्रक्रिया में, और आपकी उपस्थिति हमारे लिए बहुत मायने रखती है। दिव्य सज्जनों, टेम्परेचर सेंसिटिव उत्पादों की मांग आप सब जानते हैं कि लगातार बढ़ रही है। मांग बढ़ने से उत्पाद बढ़ रहे हैं क्योंकि किसान उसकी तरफ आकर्षित हो रहे हैं, और कृषि मंत्रालय की ये लगातार कोशिश है कि जहां लाभ ज्यादा मिल सके किसानों को, उस तरह की प्रक्रियाओं और उस तरह की फार्मिंग से उनको जोड़ा जाए। लेकिन उनको फार्म से उपभोक्ता तक, कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचाने की, प्रोडक्ट पहुंचाने की इस पूरी चेन में कहीं कोई दुविधा ना हो, असुविधा ना हो, कोई परेशानी ना हो, बेहतर ढंग से ये पूरी प्रक्रिया जो है वो संपादित हो सके, इसके लिए इस कॉन्क्लेव जो है बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाला है भविष्य में। और इस अवसर पर आदरणीय डॉक्टर अभिलक्ष लिखी जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय भारत सरकार, जो लगातार जिनका मार्गदर्शन और जो सहयोग है हम सबको मिलता है, प्रेरणा मिलती है, उनकी उपस्थिति है। मैं निवेदन करूंगा डॉक्टर अभिलक्ष लिखी जी से कि वो आए और इस अवसर पर अपने संबोधन से हम सबको कृतार्थ करें आपकी करतल ध्वनि के साथ।
मंच पर विराजमान सेक्रेटरी एग्रीकल्चर श्री मनोज आहूजा जी, हेमंत जैन साहब, पवन जैन साहब, मिस्टर सनोज झा, माय कलीग प्रियरंजन फोतेदार, और आप सब आज जो यहाँ पे एकत्रित हैं, बहुत खुशी हो रही है निजी तौर पे मुझे इस कोल्ड चेन कॉन्क्लेव का हिस्सा बनते हुए। माननीय केंद्रीय कृषि मंत्री
श्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी ने आज हमारे साथ यहाँ पे उपस्थित होना था, पर किन्हीं व्यवस्थाओं के कारण वो यहाँ पे नहीं आ पाए। उन्हीं का नेतृत्व है, उन्हीं की लीडरशिप है कि आज ये कोल्ड चेन की कॉन्क्लेव को हम यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं पीएचडी चैम्बर के साथ। तो मैं इस अवसर पर माननीय मंत्री जी हमारे बीच में उपस्थित नहीं है, पर मैं ये ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगा कि मंत्रालय में निरंतर मार्गदर्शन इस बात पे मिलता रहा है कि किस तरह से, क्योंकि शब्द जो कोल्ड चेन है वो सर एक बहुत ही मुश्किल शब्द सामने आता है, और पहली बात तो ये मन में आती है कोल्ड चेन है क्या, और उसको सरलता से बताना, उसको सरलता से समझाना, वो हम हमेशा मंत्री जी के समक्ष प्रेजेंट करते रहे हैं, और उन्होंने मार्गदर्शन हमेशा दिया है कि आप इसको विकसित कीजिए, आप नेशनल कोल्ड चेन अथॉरिटी को भी आगे लेके जाइए, लेकिन अंततः इस चीज़ को मन में रखिए कि छोटा और सीमांत किसान और हमारे जो किसानों के समूह हैं, चाहे हम बिजनेस की बात करें, वो इसके साथ कैसे जुड़े। तो छोटा और सीमांत किसान कैसे जुड़े, और जो हम किसानों के समूह बनाकर फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को आगे विकसित कर रहे हैं, वो इस कोल्ड चेन की व्यवस्था के साथ कैसे जुड़ें। तो मैं ज़्यादा ना कहते हुए, बड़ी खुशी है इस मौके पे कि आज हम पीएचडी चैम्बर्स के इस प्रांगण में इस इकट्ठ में एक साथ हैं, और इंडस्ट्री के तौर पे हमारी हॉर्टिकल्चर की प्रोडक्शन 342 मिलियन टन है, और उसके चलते पेरिशेबल्स को एक अच्छे ढंग से फार्म गेट से लेके डेस्टिनेशन पॉइंट तक, कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचाने में कोल्ड चेन की जो महत्वता है, उसके बारे में मैं जितना भी कहूँ कम है। मिस्टर पीके स्वयं, हमारे फॉर्मर एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, जो शायद कोल्ड चेन की रिपोर्ट से शुरू में जुड़े थे, वो भी आज हमारे बीच में हैं, बड़ी खुशी की बात है। और रिक्वायरमेंट कंट्री में चाहे रीफर वैन्स की हो या राइपनिंग चेम्बर्स की हो, पैक हाउसेज में प्री कूलिंग फैसिलिटीज़ की हो, वो यहाँ पे सबको भली भांति पता है, और पवन जैन जी लॉजिस्टिक्स में ऑलरेडी बहुत डील कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फ्रूट्स एंड वेजिटेबल्स के बारे में ये कह रहे थे मुझे भी पूरा ज्ञान नहीं है। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सेक्टर है, और कोल्ड चेन को सब्सिडी के तौर पर मिशन फॉर इंटीग्रेटेड हॉर्टिकल्चर डेवलपमेंट में नेशनल हॉर्टिकल्चर बोर्ड के माध्यम से पूरी तरह से हम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, विकसित भी कर रहे हैं। पर मैं एक ही चीज़ कहना चाहूँगा, और हमारे सचिव महोदय इस पर बहुत जोर देते हैं, और जैसा मंत्री जी ने हमेशा आदेश दिया है कि छोटे और सीमांत किसान को कैसे जोड़ना है, तो एक बिहार में एग्री स्टार्टअप है सप्त कृषि के नाम से। सर ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एग्जांपल है, उनको 4-5 साल हो गए हैं इस फील्ड में। उन्होंने एक बहुत ही इनोवेटिव आइडिया, सब्जी कोठी उसका नाम है, उन्होंने इसको इजाद किया, और हमारी जो प्रधानमंत्री जी वाली कॉन्क्लेव हुई थी उसमें भी उन्होंने आके प्रदर्शित किया था। उसमें सर 10 वॉट की इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ऑफ या ऑन ग्रिड, 1 लीटर पानी, और इसके साथ जो उन्होंने विकसित की है कोल्ड चेन का छोटा सा जो भी बनाया है, उसको वुडन कार्ट पे, लकड़ी की किसी गाड़ी पे या फिर ई रिक्शा पे रखा जा सकता है, और लगभग 40 किलो फ्रूट्स और वेजिटेबल्स को 3 से 30 दिन तक कोल्ड चेन के माध्यम से इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। तो आप देखिए, ये एक एग्री स्टार्टअप की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, हमारे देश में लगभग ऐसे 1000-2000 एग्री स्टार्टअप्स होंगे जो कोल्ड चेन में छोटे और सीमांत किसान तक पहुंचने का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं। और साथ ही साथ सर इस एग्री स्टार्टअप ने, सप्त कृषि ने, अपना एक ऐप भी बनाया है जो पटना, भागलपुर जैसे शहरों में छोटे किसानों को मार्केट के साथ जोड़ रहा है। हमारे साथ विलास शिंदे जी बैठे हैं सह्याद्री फार्म से, और ये भी एंड टू एंड पूरी विकसित व्यवस्था में बिलीव करते हैं। तो जब तक हम छोटे और सीमांत किसान को कोल्ड चेन जैसे बड़े शब्द के साथ जोड़ेंगे नहीं, तो सारी व्यवस्था का कोई फायदा किसी को मिलेगा नहीं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, कोल्ड चेन एक ऐसी चीज है जिसमें निरंतर आगे बातचीत, किसी भी किस्म की नई टेक्नोलॉजी, उसका इजाद वो चल रहा है, और आजकल केवल कोल्ड चेन नहीं, उससे भी आगे एफिशिएंसी एनर्जी, जिसका माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी जिक्र किया, हम बात कर रहे हैं क्लीन कोल्ड चेन की। और क्लीन कोल्ड चेन में सर हमारे सामने एक बहुत अच्छा कोलैबोरेशन है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ हरियाणा ने बर्मिंघम यूनिवर्सिटी, क्रैनफील्ड यूनिवर्सिटी और कुछ कंसोर्शियम पार्टनर्स के साथ एक सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस सेटअप करने की बात की है पंचकूला में, और उसमें एनसीसीडी भी शायद इन्वॉल्व है। इट इज़ एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ 50 करोड़ सर। तो हमारी कंट्री में इस वक्त ऐसे सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस जो क्लीन कोल्ड चेन को प्रमोट करें, उनकी और भी ज़रूरत है। तो मैं प्रिय रंजन से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि MIDH, NHB और NCCT को प्रयोग करना चाहिए कि जितने भी राज्यों में रीजनल बेसिस में हरियाणा ने जैसा है कि कोलैबोरेशन करके स्टेप लिया है, उस तरह के सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सेलेंस आप बनाएं, ताकि हमारी जो पूरी एंड टू एंड वैल्यू चेन है, फार्म गेट से लेके कंज्यूमर तक, उसमें किस किस्म की दिक्कतें हैं। क्योंकि अब तक जितने भी कोल्ड स्टोर्स बने हैं सर, वो ओरिजिनली हमारी 3 कमोडिटीज को केटर करने के लिए बने हैं, सीड्स को, पोटैटो को, ड्राइड चिलीज को, और वो स्टैंड अलोन है। लेकिन इंटीग्रेटेड मतलब OD, ओरिजिन और डेस्टिनेशन पे एक सिंगल वैल्यू चेन में सारी कड़ी कैसे जुड़े, इस चीज को विकसित करना नेशनल कोल्ड चेन अथॉरिटी का प्राइमरी दायित्व होना चाहिए। और उसमें चेंबर्स ऑफ कॉमर्स को हम जोड़ें, एसोचैम को जोड़ें, CII को जोड़ें, PhD चैम्बर्स को जोड़ें, और एक सर जैसे कह रहे थे वर्कशॉप भी हम करें, ताकि सबको इसकी जानकारी सरलता से मिले और छोटे किसान को हम जोड़े। तो इन्हीं बातों के साथ सर मैं आप सबका PhD चैम्बर का यहाँ पे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि उन्होंने यहाँ पे इस फंक्शन को ऑर्गेनाइज किया। हमारे साथ यहाँ पे बहुत सारे स्टेट के मिशन डायरेक्टर्स भी जुड़े हुए हैं। आई एम श्योर ये मैसेज वो अपने प्रांत में, अपने राज्यों में और अपने राज्य के छोटे किसानों तक भी पहुंचा पाएंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय डॉक्टर अभिलाष लिखी जी का। और एक ऐसी दृष्टि और एक ऐसी सोच आपने इस सभागार में हम सबके समक्ष रखी है, जिसके माध्यम से जो टेक्निकल सेशंस में हमारी जो चर्चाएं होंगी, कम से कम उस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ेंगे जहां सीमांत किसानों को, छोटे किसानों को धरातल पर, जमीनी स्तर पर इसका सीधा सीधा लाभ मिलेगा। इसमें बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज, स्टार्टअप्स, स्थानीय लेवल पर इस तरह के नए नए इनोवेशंस जिसका जिक्र डॉक्टर अभिलाष लिखी जी ने किया, वो हम सबके लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। और इस रूप में आप सबकी उपस्थिति को भी हम एक बार पुनः नमन करते हुए मैं सनोज कुमार झा जी से निवेदन करूंगा, क्योंकि खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय इस दिशा में, इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में जिसकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है, उसको जानना और उस दृष्टि को भी, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का जो एक समेकित समग्र विकास की सोच है और उसमें हर मंत्रालय एक दूसरे के साथ मिलकर सामूहिक रूप से और जुड़कर एक दूसरे के साथ अपने इन लक्ष्यों को हासिल करने की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है, तो उसमें खाद्य प्रसंस्करण मंत्रालय की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका। एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी इस मंत्रालय में सनोज कुमार झा जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो भी अपना संबोधन आपके समक्ष रखें।
आदरणीय सचिव महोदय, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी, स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी लिखी सर, हमारे स्टेज पर बैठे हुए अन्य महानुभावगण और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, हमारे मंत्रालय का दायित्व बेसिकली कोल्ड स्टोरेज जो है वो दायित्व एग्रीकल्चर और अन्य मंत्रालयों का है। जहाँ तक हमारे फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री मंत्रालय का संबंध है, हमारा दायित्व कोल्ड चेन तक ही लिमिटेड है। मतलब हम लोग कोल्ड चेन से संबंधित काफ़ी योजनाएं चलाते हैं। इनफैक्ट 7-8 जो हमारी योजनाएं हैं उनमें सबों में हमने ये देखा है कि कोल्ड चेन एक प्रीडोमिनेंट कंपोनेंट हमेशा ही रहा है। और इनफैक्ट एक स्पेसिफिक हमारा स्कीम है कोल्ड चेन डेवलपमेंट की जो योजना है, उसमें हमारे जो 5 साल का जो अगले 5 साल 2026 तक का जितने जो हमारे प्रस्ताव हमें स्वीकृत करने थे, हमने अभी प्रस्ताव जो आमंत्रित किया था, आवेदन जो आमंत्रित किया था 5 से 6 महीने पहले, इसमें हम लोगों ने इनफैक्ट नवंबर में ही जितने अगले 5 साल में स्वीकृत होने हमने नवंबर में स्वीकृत कर दी। इतनी ज़्यादा डिमांड इस योजना की है कि हम लोगों को कोल्ड चेन स्टैब्लिश करना है और हम लोगों ने इस चीज़ के लिए अतिरिक्त फंड के लिए, अतिरिक्त बजट के लिए हम लोग अनुरोध करने जा रहे हैं। परंतु जैसा अभी लिखी सर ने कहा, हम लोगों ने ये देखा है कि जैसे जैसे समय हमारा बीत रहा है वैसे वैसे इस इक्विपमेंट, इस सिस्टम की आवश्यकता बहुत ही ज़्यादा बढ़ गई है। और जहाँ तक फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री का सवाल है, इनफैक्ट शायद ये लाइफ लाइन है, बिना इसके तो फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री सर्वाइव ही नहीं कर सकता है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे ऐसे प्रोडक्ट हैं जिसकी लाइफ जो सीजनल हैं 2 महीने 3 महीने के लिए है, उनको हमें लंबे समय तक रखना है, तो बिना इसके हम लोग रख नहीं सकते हैं। फार्म गेट से लेकर प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट तक लाने के लिए भी हमें इसकी आवश्यकता पड़ती है। और हमारे अन्य जो भी योजना है, चाहे वो हमारे मेगा फूड पार्क से संबंधित हों, चाहे हमारे एक एग्रो प्रोसेसिंग क्लस्टर की योजना है, जितनी भी योजनाएं हमने देखा है कि इन सबों में कोल्ड चेन की आवश्यकता शायद सबसे अधिक है पूरे होल सेटअप को देखा जाए तो बाकी श्रोतागण से हम सहमति रखते हुए यही हमें प्रयास करना चाहिए कि इसको सस्टेनेबल रहे। एक मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इन्वायरमेंट एंड फॉरेस्ट ने एक इस संबंध में कुछ दिशा निर्देश भी जारी किए हैं। अभी ये मैंडेटरी नहीं है, पर संभवतः आने वाले समय में मैंडेटरी होगा। तो हम इन सब चीज़ों को, इसकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी प्लस इसकी उपयोगिता दोनों को साथ साथ लेकर चल पाएँ और आने वाले समय में इसको हमारे जो भावी पीढ़ी है उसके लिए हम संजो कर रख पाएँ। अन्य श्रोताओं को सुनने के लिए हम लोग इसके डिटेल सुनेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत बहुत आभार सनोज कुमार झा जी का, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार। दिव्य सज्जनों, जैसा कि जिक्र हुआ, इस बात का उल्लेख हुआ और ये सच है कि भारत में कोल्ड चेन मार्केट में बहुत तेजी से एक छलांग हमने देखी है पिछले कुछ वर्षों में। सरकार, मंत्रालयों के प्रयास और आप सबकी एक सहभागिता जिस रूप में उसमें मिली है, उसकी वजह से 1600 बिलियन रुपए तक की ये मार्केट वैल्यू है इस समय, जो करेंट मार्केट वैल्यू 2021 के आंकड़े में बता रहा हूँ, उसके बाद और इसमें बढ़ोतरी हुई होगी। और 2027 तक ये विश्वास है, अगर आज की गति से हम चलते हैं तो 15% तक की ग्रोथ इस कोल्ड चेन मार्केट में हम हासिल कर सकते हैं। एक ये सामूहिक प्रयास होगा तो इस रूप में इससे भी ज्यादा हम उस उपलब्धि को हासिल कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए रोड मैप क्या हो सकता है, उसके लिए दिशा क्या होगी, मंत्रालय की तरफ से किस तरह की भूमिकाएं निभाई जा रही हैं और किस तरह की जो अपेक्षाएं हैं बाकी स्टेक होल्डर से, ये जानना भी इस अवसर पर बहुत जरूरी है। और इसीलिए कीनोट एड्रेस के लिए मैं निवेदन करूंगा श्री मनोज आहूजा जी, जिनका अनुभव, जिनका मार्गदर्शन और जिनकी व्यक्तिगत जो ऊर्जा उनकी अपनी प्रेजेंस की होती है, वो हम सबको बहुत प्रेरित करती है। तो आइए एक बार आपकी करतल ध्वनि के साथ माननीय सचिव कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार, मनोज आहूजा जी का स्वागत करें और उनके संबोधन से मार्गदर्शन प्राप्त करें।
धन्यवाद। मेरे सहकर्मी अभिलक्ष लिखी जी, सनोज झा जी, प्रिय रंजन, मिस्टर पवन जैन जी एंड मिस्टर हेमंत जैन जी, जो पीएचडी चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स ऐसे हैं। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इधर उपस्थित होने के लिए। और जैसे अभिलक्ष ने बताया, हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर यहाँ पे उपस्थित, उनका प्रोग्राम था इधर आने के लिए, मगर क्योंकि उनको कोई अन्य काम आ गया वो रह नहीं पाए। बट उनके बेस्ट विशेस उन्होंने हमारे साथ दिए और उनकी गाइडेंस में एक प्रायोरिटी एरिया है कि कोल्ड चेन को हम आगे कैसे ले जाएं। You see, when an audience like this is present, I think it's also a time when we should give ourselves a little bit of what do I say, slack and dream. Dream not in the sense you sleep and dream, but you remain awake and dream. And I think there are certain challenges in whether you call it challenges or opportunities, it depends on the way we look at it. But let me be very blunt. You see, India is the only country across the globe which is now clocking, let's say, 7% kind of a growth. But if you take the base we are starting it in per capita terms, in dollar terms, we are still, you know, somewhere around the $2,000. I'm not speaking in PPP, but otherwise a $2,000 per capita income. To become a developed country, which our Prime Minister says is the vision, and he's committed to it, what we call Amrit Kal, our country would have to grow at about 8% in real terms for 2 decades, which, if we look at the historical expanse, is not too difficult a task. You've seen country after country. After the World War, it was Japan and Korea. Then in the 1960s, you know, Korea was poorer than India. And then Korea kind of learned from Japan. Then we had the Southeast Asian countries who led an export growth model. Then we had somebody which was a very controlled kind of an economy like China taking off. They took 2 decades to actually transform their countries. Now, if you want to get that kind of a growth, it has to be across the sectors. That is true. And again, the challenge or the opportunity before us is what do we do for our particular sectors? How do we go ahead for it? So I think three premises or the way we are thinking of it, the way the ministry is thinking, I'll put forth in front of you. And in your technical deliberations and subsequently you can refine it, you can give us feedback and we'll work on it. The first is, you know, in agriculture, we've been focused on, because of our historic needs, on production. You know, I know a lot of you would have been there, would not have been there. We had this PL 480 where we had to import food grains in the 1960s. And then we had this miraculous green revolution where
which has put us in a position where we are food sufficient now. And so in the ministry also, we are, changing our stance rather than looking at production itself to a crop as a value chain. We feel if even one link of the chain is missing, there is value lost. So one way of creating value is by making it more efficient. We have about, let's say, even if I put 15% or something losses across fruits and vegetables, if you translate into cost, it will be like 80,000-90,000 crores. I am not hazarding a guess, but that's enough. So I'm saying that's one area. And our focus has to, when we look at any crop, has to be to look at the entire value chain. And that's where something like cold chain becomes very, very important. It's as we say the chain is as strong as the weakest link. So even if something goes wrong, there's no point working on 90% and leaving 10%, which is essential. So that approach means that we look at the entire thing, and logistics, cold chains becomes an integral part of thinking about a particular crop. So the way we would go about it is, one, I think we can take up certain horticulture crops or vegetable crops. We are the biggest or the second biggest in most of the vegetable and horticulture crops, and have a 4 or 5 year kind of framework in mind. What do we do? Can we make that particular sector globally competitive? If we are the large producers and we are doing well, otherwise, can we look at these markets and can we get a share of it? What do we need to do for that? That's one, looking at it as a value chain approach, having very clear-cut mandates to work in, which we do jointly. The second thing is, while I think we have to be very clear about, Hemang said that the role of a catalyst. I think you should leave that role of a catalyst to the government while you actually do the actual work in the sense. Which I'm saying is your work is more important in the sense of creating value. Where does value come from? Value would come when, let's say, Vilasji in his Shayadri FPO, the way he's worked on it, got small farmers together, got global practices there. Whatever a farmer needs is available, but of a global standard. And it's done with the small farmers, made them into FPOs. In terms of, let's say, somebody, I saw in the exhibition, there are, you're putting up so much of equipment, a part of that cold chain. When you grow, when you put in systems, it's going to benefit everybody. And that's where value would come from. So our role as the government would be to help you grow and not be a hurdle in your path. That's a very negative way of doing it. How do we do that? Can we institutionalize that? If we have, like, for example, PHDCCI has a logistics committee, can we broad base it so that everybody accepts it, have it from the other chambers of commerce or maybe FICCI, CII, have FPOs, have the requisite, whoever can contribute to it, make it, and they kind of formally look at all the issues, and they can, in an institutionalized way, interact with the government on a quarterly basis or something. And the government, our speed of responding, our speed of enabling you to do things better would then thereby become quicker and faster. And so this is like a one-time convention we are having. But these things or changes can't wait for such a long period. I think they have to be very fast. The quicker we respond to challenges, the quicker we respond to difficulties, the quicker we bring about changes in our policy, which is more suited to the need of everybody in the ecosystem, the better it is. So we will put an institutional mechanism for that in place, and hopefully every quarter then we should be working and responding. Third, obviously, is a part, our departments are so structured in the government that they are, they do work in silos. So I wanted to thank Sanoj for taking the time out and come. And the next step should be that whatever our programs and schemes are anybody who wants to access them should be able to access from a same place. He needn't go for this size, I have to go to Ministry of Agriculture, this side I have to go through this. All he should do is, if this is a cold chain need, it should be agnostic to the ministry. That is the back end we can work on. But for him, we need to simplify things so you can easily access it. I think that is the third which was there in my mind. The fourth, which just a small tale I'd like to narrate, which is again linked to that institutional and feedback part. I was in another meeting in the morning, and this is a plagiarized thing which I'm going to say to you. It's not my own creation. So what he was saying was, this was about a a training program our department officials were having on design thinking. And the same issues were there. How do we institutionally respond to the changes of ensuring faster growth in the country? How do we meet the expectations of people we are working with in the ecosystem? And I think it was an example of जो अब मैं वही उनके शब्दों में बताता हूँ. उन्होंने कहा लोहे का टेस्ट क्या होता है? कौन बताएगा? लोहे का टेस्ट क्या होता है? Then उन्होंने कहा लोहे का टेस्ट क्या लोहार बताएगा जो लोहे को मतलब जो भी बनाना है उसको करता है, या घोड़ा बताएगा जिसके लगाम में वो लगा होता है लोहा और उसके मुंह में हर बार लगे रहता है. Point he was making is, you see, you are the people who know where the shoe pinches. You are the people who are every day interacting with the changes which are happening in the market, which the problem people are facing. And therefore, the knowledge base which you have is very essential, that you are able to articulate it and we get to know so that we respond accordingly. Otherwise, if you leave it to me, and to tell you very frankly, my understanding of CCT would be very limited. Prashant would have written a book, so he knows more, but it would be very limited. I mean, for our team, we have our avenues of information are limited in the sense, unless obviously the point I'm making is somebody who's doing it day in and day out knows a lot. And he understands what changing is happening. I mean, information is so decentralized and it's of a changing nature that when you centralize it, unless you have systems of centralizing it, you lose out on information. And therefore, if you act on that information with a limited knowledge base, your policies, your interventions, even though well-intentioned, could be suboptimal. That's the point I'm making. And that's why I wanted that we should have a very clear-cut institutional way of getting this information so that it feeds into our policies. And second, some broad agreed parameters we feel we are globally competitive and these crops, let's work on that. And align our schemes and make it easier for people to access for whatever. And then we work collectively, and that will give us strength, everybody working together and pushing things forward. Other point, I think, Abhilaksh, which he mentioned was, I think, very, very important. And that's where Vilas Shinde ji, आप भी 2 मिनट आप सेशन में बोल रहे हैं, otherwise आप बोलिए. तो शायदरी का, I joined about 7 or 8 months back in this sector. Somebody just mentioned about Shayadri. I didn't know much. Then we attended a similar conference like this in Pune about, that was on floriculture, and he spoke. And he showed me, I mean, he showed everybody who was there the systems he has put in. And I was amazed. Actually, he's working with small farmers, and whatever they need, they need advisory, they need technology, or let's say, if you want to go for exports, it's MRL, standards. How do you know it is happening like that? Good agriculture practices, even for doing a little bit of research ourselves, which varieties are better. And all that is being done in a very successful manner. And frankly, I can tell you that was an eye opener for me. So this issue of, looking at our own third world problems and finding first world solutions for them. When I mean globally competitive, that's what I mean. हमारे घर के जो problem हैं, उनको हम first world के solutions कैसे दें? हम कहते हैं जो first world के problems हैं, उनको कभी-कभी problem समझते हैं, but हमारे घर के सामने जो problem, हमारा किसान के सामने क्या problem है, उसको समझना और एक तरह से उसको globally competitive कैसे बनाना है, I think ये हमारा challenge है और हमको इसमें in-house thinking ही करनी पड़ेगी. इन-हाउस ही इस पे काम करना पड़ेगा और हमारी थिंकिंग भी इसमें धीरे धीरे इवॉल्व होएगी. बट ये जो शायदरी जैसे एग्जांपल है ना, ये एक उदाहरण है which shows us it is possible. Otherwise, a lot of time we say ये नहीं हो सकता, वो नहीं हो सकता, बड़ा मुश्किल होगा, कैसे compete करेगा. But it's been done so well, and I'm sure there may be many others. So that part, I think, when we come together, which Abhilaksh pointed out and which our Honorable Minister keeps on saying, how does it benefit the small and marginal farmers? It will benefit when he becomes a part of the value chain, and we can actually accelerate that process. Understanding कि क्या असली में क्या समस्या और इसका हल क्या होगा. Maybe our solutions are very expensive, doesn't fit his needs. What do we do? How do we do? I'm sure if we ask the right questions, we'll get the solutions also as we move ahead in the future. So I think I started with saying that let us dream. So let me just summarize. It's not a dream, but I'm saying things are not. Again, I'll go back. जब we are born. Some of us would be born before the 1990s liberalization. Socialist era था, तो टेलीफोन के लिए 2 साल रुकना पड़ता था, या ऐसी चीजें होती थी. अब लोगों ने देखा नहीं, 1-2 स्कूटर होते थे, लैम्ब्रेटा, वेस्पा, 1-2 गाड़ियां होती थी, एम्बेसडर, फिएट. तो अब जब हम बाहर के देशों को देखते थे, हमें लगता था यार ये अलग होंगे, ये कैसे कर लेते हैं डेवलप, उनके बड़े बड़े अच्छे एयरपोर्ट, उनके बड़े बड़े अच्छे, तो वन कुड हैव, वन कुड थिंक मे बी दे आर डिफरेंट यार, they are different and we are different and this is our standard. Then things changed after 91 when we had this and we saw that growth was happening. What we thought was very difficult actually was not so difficult. It was difficult because we had made it difficult of the way we were doing things. And these solutions we have to find. If you see the talent we have in India, the ability of the people, the need, the aspirations, and the way they work, I think we have all the ingredients of what we want to become a developed country. We have the ingredients. And the solutions have to be found by all of us working together. What do we need for doing that? I just gave you 3 or 4 ideas which I had. One was, it's important that we know what the issues are. So we need an institutional mechanism where all of us come together so that at least the government we are able to react on time, faster, quicker, and properly. Second is, let's set some broad areas. Can we identify 5 or 6 broad areas where we have a clear-cut goal, globally competitive value chains, and let's say we are going to capture some part of the market. Let's try. I'm sure if we are going to come in. Third is the small farmer. I said, third world problems, how do we find first world solutions, which we can collectively. And fourth is, like I said, you have to understand, whatever we may say, you are the people who create value. तभी मैं वो catalyst जो बोल रहा था, catalyst वो हमारे लिए रहने दीजिए, आप असली काम करिए. I mean, we can catalyze through policies, but I can't engender growth. I can't put that real thing. You are going to grow. I can catalyze, I can enable, or we can enable, but ultimately that growth, and that's why we want that you should grow quicker and faster. And one example I wanted to cite today, I don't know, we will be giving 4 or 5, an example of how can we work with, an example of this value chain and how we can work collectively. So this is going to be, there's a small, I think we would be giving after the sub-election. So what we decided, we picked up 4 or 5 clusters. We got 55 clusters, but we picked up 12 of them at the beginning, and it's like initially when we started with airports and we bid it out in a PPP mode, that's what we've done. An entire value chain approach where we are bidding it, we bid it out, how much do you want to bring in? And all the subsidies of the government are coming together. So we've got that. But believe me, the issue of making it successful is not about the idea, it's about the design of it. How do we do? So we are, the way we are, and we are working with those parties who have bid, we are working to have very transparent and open systems so that it can work freely. Questions unnecessarily won't be asked. It will be totally transparent. So we work IT systems for monitoring, for finances, so that problems don't arise in the future. And making it transparent so that it's available on the web. Anybody can see what's going on. That's just one example of working with the private sector, but enabling them. A lot of people don't want to work with the government because there are issues involved. पैसे दिए हमारा audit होगा, हमको ये answer करना पड़ेगा, कल को inspector आ जाएगा देखने. How do we, I mean, these are, like I said, design challenges. So we've tried that. Hopefully, if that is a success, then we should be rolling it out. We should be building it up. But it's an example of a value chain with people who actually create value playing a major role there. And hopefully, I mean, since it's going to start today, it's a very auspicious day. All of you are here. We should collectively make it a success so that others can follow. So that's a small thought which I had in mind. But whenever I interact with everybody, I feel we have the wherewithal to achieve what we are saying. It's not very difficult, an 8% growth. And which will come through, let's say, horticulture sector would play a major role in it. Cold chain would play a major role in it. So let's look forward to that. So thank you so much for all of you for being present here. It's been an honor being amongst you who've done so much of work and to share my thoughts with you. But we do look forward to working together and achieving some of the goals which we would be collectively deciding. Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत आभार आदरणीय श्री मनोज आहूजा जी का, माननीय सचिव कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार। हमें क्या करना है और उसके साथ साथ कि कैसे करना है, किस तरह से आगे बढ़ना है, पूरी रूपरेखा और पूरा मार्गदर्शन आपकी तरफ से मिला है। बहुत बहुत आभार इस बात के लिए। देवे सज्जनों, स्थानीय जो आवश्यकताएं होती हैं, लोकल लीड्स होती हैं, वो बेस्ट ग्लोबल प्रैक्टिसेस के साथ हम लोकल लेवल पर अगर इन चीज़ों को उपलब्ध कराएं और फिर लोकल प्रोडक्ट, स्वाभाविक है कि वो ग्लोबल मार्केट में भी उनकी जगह बनेगी और इस तरह से एक पूरी चेन, पूरी सर्किल जो है वो तैयार होता है। और इसका लाभ हमारे छोटे किसानों को या सुदूरवर्ती क्षेत्रों में रहने वाले किसानों को मिलता है, आम भारतीयों को मिलता है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि हम सबके लिए होगी जिस गोल को लेकर हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जिसका जिक्र माननीय सचिव महोदय ने किया। हॉर्टिकल्चर क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम जो मंत्रालय के माध्यम से चलाया जा रहा है, एक बहुत बेहतरीन पहल है इस दिशा में, जहां जो हमारे लाभार्थी हैं, किसान हैं, वो सीधे सीधे उनका लाभ उन तक पहुंचेगा, लेकिन इसमें भागीदारी हमारे निजी क्षेत्र की, सरकारी जो व्यवस्थाएं हैं, राज्य सरकार की एजेंसीज हैं, भारत सरकार कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, तो ये सब एक समेकित रूप में, सामूहिक रूप से, कलेक्टिव एफर्ट के माध्यम से हम उन किसानों को लाभ दे सके। आज इस अवसर पर 5 ऐसे जो क्लस्टर्स डेवलप किए गए हैं, उनको लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस जो है यहाँ प्रदान किया जाना है। माननीय सचिव महोदय के कर कमलों से यहाँ इसे प्रदान किया जाएगा। 12 की अप्रूवल हो चुकी है और ये दिशा में हम लगातार आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो मैं निवेदन करूंगा माननीय सचिव महोदय से कि वे हमारे इन जो क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसीज हैं और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज हैं, वो भी यहाँ पर आई हुई हैं, तो उनको मैं एक एक करके इन्वाइट करता हूँ मंच पर और उन्हें यहाँ पर ये लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस जो है माननीय सचिव महोदय प्रदान करेंगे। तो इस क्रम में सबसे पहले शोपियां जम्मू कश्मीर एप्पल के लिए जो क्लस्टर तैयार किया गया है, उसके इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज फिल इंडस्ट्रीज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, नवीन पारस रामपुरिया जी जो CFO हैं, और क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी है JK HPMC, मिस्टर शफत सुल्तान MD उसके। आप दोनों से मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि आप दोनों आए मंच पर और ये लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस जो है यहाँ सचिव महोदय के कर कमलों से प्राप्त करेंगे। तालियां आप सब मिलकर बजाएंगे। ये पहला जो क्लस्टर लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस दिया जा रहा है एप्पल के लिए, सेब के लिए दिया जा रहा है, जो कि कश्मीर में है, शोपियां में, और फिल इंडस्ट्रीज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड और JK HPMC को ये प्रदान किया जा रहा है और इसे हासिल कर रहे हैं नवीन पारस रामपुरिया जी CFO फिल इंडस्ट्रीज और शफत सुल्तान साहब MD जो है वो JK HPMC के। तो इनको बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं इनको। एक अगला क्लस्टर जो है, अगला क्लस्टर जिसको लेके मैं इनवाइट करने जा रहा हूं, बनाना को लेकर है, केला को, अनंतपुर, और इसमें जो इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी है वो देसाई एग्री फूड्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, डॉक्टर अनूप कारवा, उनको इनवाइट करूंगा। और जो क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी है वो आंध्र प्रदेश हॉर्टिकल्चर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी VS धर्मजा जी, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो भी आए और तालियों में ऊर्जा, पूरी एनर्जी होनी चाहिए, ताकि जिस उद्देश्य के लिए वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं उस उद्देश्य में और उनको प्रेरणा मिले और वो बेहतर करें। और अभी तो शुरुआत है, ये 5 इस तरह के हमारे क्लस्टर्स को आज यह लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस प्रदान किया जा रहा है। तो इन्हें भी बहुत बहुत बधाई, डॉक्टर अनूप कारवा को और उनके देसाई एग्री फूड्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड को, और साथ ही VS धर्मजा आंध्र प्रदेश हॉर्टिकल्चर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी को भी। ग्रेप्स के लिए नासिक में जो इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी है उस क्लस्टर के लिए जो डिसाइड हुई है, विलास शिंदे जी और अजहर तांबोवाला जी, उन्हें इन्वाइट करता हूँ। सह्याद्री फार्म्स पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट केयर लिमिटेड, और डॉक्टर कैलाश मोटे जी डायरेक्टर्स हैं जो महाराष्ट्र स्टेट हॉर्टिकल्चर एंड मेडिसिनल बोर्ड के। आप दोनों को मैं, तीनों बल्कि यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं और हम सब मिलकर तालियां बजाएंगे इनके लिए भी। जो नासिक में ये ग्रेप्स के लिए क्लस्टर बना है, विलास शिंदे जी, अजहर तंबोवाला जी जो कि सह्याद्री फार्म्स पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट केयर लिमिटेड, और महाराष्ट्र स्टेट हॉर्टिकल्चर एंड मेडिसिनल बोर्ड के डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर कैलाश मोटे, इन्हें और इनकी पूरी दोनों एजेंसीज हैं, एक तो क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी, बहुत बहुत बधाई इन सभी के लिए। मैंगो आम के लिए महबूब नगर में जो क्लस्टर बनाया गया है, उस क्लस्टर में जो क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी है तेलंगाना स्टेट हॉर्टिकल्चर डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड, मधुसूदन जी प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर, उन्हें, और साथ में जो इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी है प्रसाद सीड्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, मिस्टर किरण पासाला डायरेक्टर हैं इसके, उनसे आप दोनों को मैं इनवाइट करता हूं कि मंच पर आए और ये लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस जो है वो यहाँ पर प्राप्त करें माननीय सचिव महोदय के हाथों से। और ऊर्जा वही जो पहले तालियों में आपकी थी इस बार भी होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये सबसे बड़ी एक इंस्पिरेशन और मोटिवेशन होती है इस बात के लिए। तो मैंगो के लिए महबूब नगर में ये जो क्लस्टर डेवलप किया जा रहा है, किया गया है, उसके लिए, और टर्मरिक के लिए, हल्दी के लिए, ये वेस्ट जैंटिया हिल्स मेघालय में इसे डेवलप किया जा रहा है और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी है मेघालय बेसिन मैनेजमेंट एजेंसी। इसके ऑगस्टस सुटिंग डीडी प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर, डिप्टी डायरेक्टर प्रोजेक्ट, और साथ में उनके मिस्टर बांगटिप आर रियांग साई, हेड ऑफ प्रोसेसमेंट, और बैनफर बाय नांगरुम जो कि मैनेजर हैं, और मेघालय स्टेट एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग बोर्ड के श्री डामनसन लेंगडो जो कि एडीओ हैं, एग्रीकल्चर डेवलपमेंट ऑफिसर। ये दोनों मंच पर आ चुके हैं। टर्मरिक, हल्दी, और ये यकीन मानिए कि इस तरह के प्रयासों से इस तरह के उत्पादों को एक बहुत बड़ा मार्केट मिलने जा रहा है, और इसका लाभ किसान को तो मिलेगा, लेकिन जो भी एजेंसीज, जो स्टेक होल्डर्स इसमें अलग अलग स्टेज पर इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, उनको भी इन सबका बहुत लाभ मिलेगा। तो ये शुरुआती जो पायलट फेज के रूप में ये 5 ऐसे लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस जो है, वो 5 जो इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज और क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट एजेंसीज, उन्हें यहाँ प्रदान किया गया है, और इन सबको बधाई, बहुत बहुत आभार। इस बात के लिए माननीय सचिव महोदय का आभार, उन्होंने अपने हाथों से ये लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस प्रदान किया। माननीय सचिव श्री मनोज आहूजा जी और सभी से निवेदन करूंगा कि अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें, और इन सबको हमारी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई, जो आज जिन्हें ये लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस मिला है मंत्रालय की तरफ से, देवी सूचनों। और प्रोसीडिंग से भी जारी रहेंगे, लेकिन फिलहाल मैं अभी इन्वाइट करना चाहूंगा आशीष फोतेदार जी को, जो कि चीफ ऑपरेटिंग ऑफिसर हैं एनसीसीडी के, और अभी के लिए फिलहाल इनॉग्रल सेशन के लिए आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए, वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए, श्री आशीष फोतेदार जी।
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this India Cold Chain Conclave. On behalf of NCCD, I convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Agriculture Minister, sir. Due to some immediate urgency, he could not attend the program today, but his wishes and blessings are with us. Words are not enough to thank his constant guidance and to support and shape this conference. I would like to thank Secretary Sir, Additional Secretary Sir, Additional Secretary Sir Moffi, Joint Secretary Sir, UNIP, President and dignitaries of the PhD, and all the honorable delegates. I'm also very thankful to PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and all their program advisory committee members and all our esteemed speakers. I'm thankful to the Joint Secretary, I'm thankful to the Secretary, sir. Sir, you spoke about various important points during your speech. Sir, you very well defined why it is important to maintain the integrity of the cold chain up to the last mile, since it's a cross-sectoral infrastructure. Sir, you emphasize on the outlay of policies, programs, public-private partnerships, technologies, synergies, and new ideas which are crucial in the sustainable development of this sector. Sir, you spoke about our country's opportunity to grow by 8% and also about the opportunities in various sectors and cluster development. Sir, you spoke about the green revolution and the focus on the value chain. Sir, your insights on losses and how cold chain is critical and integral part of the overall thinking, sir. Sir, you spoke about the development of 5 crops and add global practices to develop these crops. Sir, you also spoke about the role of government and joint contribution of various chambers with the government for quicker changes and growth, and also synergy between various ministries, sir. Sir, you motivated the industry and for alignment and collective approach towards pushing things forward. So without your support, this conclave would not have happened. I thank you giving us the vision and giving us the direction to move ahead. Thank you once again, sir. I'm thankful to the additional secretary, sir. Sir, you wonderfully described the road ahead, how this conclave gains more importance and allows all the stakeholders to come to such an eventful platform. Your insights on technology, cold chain energy, and role of net zero defines how well we are looking at future opportunities to be leveraged in the development of crucial sector. Sir, you also described how this is going to benefit our small farmers. Sir, you spoke about the Bihar agri startup Sapt Krishi and how they have efficiently designed an energy efficient cold chain system. Sir, you spoke about creating center of excellence in other states like Haryana model. Sir, without your support and ideas, this conclave would not have happened. I thank you for giving us a valuable viewpoint and giving us a path to move ahead. Thank you once again, sir. I'm thankful to the Joint Secretary, sir. Sir, you spoke about access to modern technologies, renewed focus on attention to strengthen the cold chain. You enlightened us with the idea of re-energizing the whole cold chain, which aims at reducing the post-harvest losses, creating new opportunities at our farm gate, and why we should be all focused on climate and energy efficiency. You also spoke about the study by NCCD and the cluster development program. Sir, without your continuous support, guidance, and leadership, this conclave would not have been possible. Your direction to make this conclave interactive and meaningful would surely make this conclave a successful event. Once again, thank you, sir. I also thank Mr. Hemant Jain for making his opening remarks. The role of PhD in organizing this event and making such wonderful arrangements, organizing a very important exhibition and bringing together all important stakeholders, partners, industry, and various ministries to this conclave is highly appreciable. I thank all the organizing teams for the excellent effort they have put and other organizers from the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, NHB, NCCD, and MIDH. I thank all the exhibitors, partners, delegates, guest speakers, visitors, media, and other honorable guests and dignitaries without whose support and presence this conclave would not have happened. I wish all the success to this conclave and look forward to more such events in future. I once again thank you all for your all the gracious presence. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत आभार श्री आशीष पोतेदार जी का, चीफ ऑपरेटिंग ऑफिसर नेशनल सेंटर फॉर कोल्ड चेन डेवलपमेंट। दिव्य सज्जनों, लंच के बाद हमारा टेक्निकल सेशन है, लेकिन अभी इनॉग्रल सेशन में कुछ महत्वपूर्ण चीजें थोड़ी सी छोटी सी हैं बाकी, और उस प्रोसीडिंग्स को पूरा करने के लिए मैं इनवाइट करूंगा मोहित लूथरा जी, असिस्टेंट सेक्रेटरी जनरल PhD CCI, कि वो आए और उन बाकी जो हिस्सा है महत्वपूर्ण उसको आपके सामने वो प्रेजेंट करवाएं।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जनेंद्र जी। मैं आपकी तरह इतनी स्पष्ट और स्वच्छ हिंदी का उच्चारण तो नहीं कर पाऊंगा, so I'd like to stick to English. You know, when I, along with my team, approached Ashish Bhutidar ji at NCCD with the thought of India Cold Chain Conclave today, and the kind of response we got after that, you know, we even went on to collaborate with Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. The kind of guidance, support we have received from NCCD, from NHB, from Ministry, Priya Ranjan ji, Ashish Bhutidar ji, you know, we are extremely grateful, sir. And we would like to take this initiative, this collaboration forward. And not, I would say this is a stepping stone, that's the beginning, and let's take this collaboration forward in a very meaningful, eventful way. This is a very good initiative. And we are grateful and delighted to be working with you and look forward to your continued guidance and support. And having said that, I would like to take this opportunity and facilitate our honorable guests. And to do the honors, I would request our Vice President, Shri Hemant Jain ji, to kindly felicitate Honorable Secretary Manoj Ahuja ji. Now we'd like to felicitate and express our gratitude to Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Request Hemant ji and Pavan ji to do the honors, please. Next, we'd like to felicitate Sanoj Kumar Jha ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing and Industry. We're extremely thankful to Priya Ranjan ji for the support and guidance that they have rendered. So we express our gratitude to you as well. And last but not the least, our heartfelt gratitude to Ashish Bhutidar ji, COO, NCCD. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you for a huge round of applause for our eminent dignitaries on the stage. And may I now also invite my CEO and Secretary General, Colonel Saurabh Sanyal, on the stage for a group photograph. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So we will continue with the program. We'll start with the technical sessions. We have a lot planned. We have eminent speakers and panelists with us today who have taken time out from the busy schedule and impart knowledge, which we will attain and take it forward in our implementation. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We have not broken for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. If I may have your kind attention, we have not yet broken for lunch. We are going to have our technical session 1 right now, and after that we will have a lunch break. Please take your seats. May I request you to kindly take your seats, please. May I request you to kindly take your seats, please? We have a very eminent keynote speaker already with us. Kindly settle down, please. We would like to start immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly settle down, please? Can we settle down with the commotion and take our seats, please? Thank you. We start with the technical session 1, but first, it is my privilege to invite our keynote speaker for the technical session, which is on logistics and cluster development, role of cold chain. And our eminent speaker is Dr. Sudhanshu, Secretary of Agriculture and Processed Food Products, Export Development Authority, Ministry of Commerce and Industries, Government of India. But before I invite him, I'd like to introduce him. Dr. Sudhanshu currently is working as a Secretary APIDA, posted at APIDA headquarters, which is very close to our office here. We are neighbors. PhD in Commerce, and he has done PhD in Commerce and postgraduate in Business Administration and Computer Applications. Attended Food and Agribusiness Management Program, Cornell University and Satguru Management, USA, from 11th to 23rd June 2005. a rich experience of more than 32 years in agri sector, looked after export promotion of fresh horticulture produce and processed food products, livestock products, IT activities of the organization, and traceability projects. Received National Award in the Gold category for e-governance in the year 2008 and e-Asia Award for traceability project in the year 2009. He has been a part of trade delegation visits and promotion activities organized in various countries for promotion of Indian agri products. Currently associated as National Short-Term Expert with Indo-German Cooperation on Agricultural Market Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a huge round of applause, Dr. Sudhanshu, Secretary APEDA.
Thank you, Mohitji, for your kind words. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And let me thank PhD Chamber of Commerce for inviting on such an important program, especially on the cold chain. We all know the importance of cold chain, especially in the food sector. And I understand the professionals from this area are already there. And just to briefly mention about the importance of the cold chain, whether it is for exports or the domestic market. We all know that due to the absence of cold chain or the weak cold chain in the logistics supply chain, so much of losses are faced by the country. And it is not only all the developing countries who are in a process of strengthening the cold chain management. Now in the technical session, because it is basically the consolidation or aggregation, it mentions about the pack house. Basically the entities in terms of exporters or the retailers, they face challenges mainly in sourcing of the produce, because whether it is a retail chain or the export market, when the requirement is there, they are not able to get the right kind of produce in terms of quality and quantity both. Let me give an example. For example, in export, the exporters keep on sharing their feedback whenever they get an order, and they have to consolidate or aggregate the produce. And the country has it is such a vast country, and the fragmented land holdings. And when the fragmented land holdings are there, every farmer has its own package of practice. The quality of the produce is of different size. So basically a pack house or a warehouse or a godown, any infrastructure is required for consolidation of produce. Now, when we talk about the fresh produce specifically, where there is a consolidation has to happen, it has to have the cold chain, because in the absence of the cold chain, the shelf life of produce will get affected, A. B, the right kind of produce which is to be consolidated, that will not be there, because whenever the retail chains or the exporter or the processor, they require a particular grade, particular quality of produce. One of the exporter was just sharing a feedback. He got an order for 2 tons of Kesar variety of mangoes. And when he looked back, and then he tried to contact number of the aggregators in the mandi. And he was just sharing his experience that he was able to have different quality standard produce. And when the final produce, he was not able to have the 2 tons. That was the quality produce, and that this happened only because the right kind of infrastructure is not there in terms of pack houses, in terms of the warehouses where the proper sorting, grading in the cold chain environment can happen. Though Government of India has taken a number of initiatives through Ministry of Agriculture under MIDH scheme, APEDA also provides financial assistance under the scheme for infrastructure developments or setting up of pack houses. And we have set up pack houses in the 2 categories. One, the assistance for common infrastructure. Common pack houses are those pack houses where basically the small and the medium exporter cannot afford to set up the pack house. So the assistance is provided to state government or the central government agency for setting up pack houses. And number of pack houses have been set up in the state of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. And the exporters are using those facilities. Second is basically the financial assistance for the individual, the private exporters. And the private exporters who basically process their produce in those pack houses. And these pack houses have the cold chain. The initiatives have also been taken apart from the pack houses, where the exit point also. If from a PIDA perspective, we have taken initiative. First initiative was taken in the year 2001, when we set up our first Center for Perishable Cargo Complex in Mumbai. And at that time, that was a state-of-art Center for Perishable Cargo Complex. And though the concept, it is started from there only, then it was replicated in Bangalore, Chennai, and other places also. Now, the private sector has come up with the CPC, Center for Perishable Cargo Complex. And why those Center for Perishable Cargo Complex were required, why these were set up? Because exporters were sharing their feedback that they are taking all due care and the precautions in maintaining the cold chain. But when the produce reaches at the airport, the produce is kept in the open area, and which was basically not having the cold chain, because in the open area it is not possible, and the quality of the produce was getting affected. So the cold chain infrastructure at the ports were set up. Similarly, in the case of seaport, also in some of the seaports, through the seaport authorities, we tried to set up such kind of infrastructure where the produce can be kept in the hygienic environment, and the cold chain is maintained. And especially in the cold chain, as we are aware, when the cold chain, when we say, if the cold chain is broken from farm gate to the end point, it is up to the consumer level. For example, from a farm, when it is transported, it is to be transported in a reefer truck. Then from reefer truck, it has to come to a pack house. Suppose if it is coming to a godown or a warehouse of an exporter, which is not having the cold chain, the quality of the produce is going to affect. So this is such an important area, and I'm glad that the professionals in this area are there to discuss, and especially the knowledge also needs to be disseminated in terms of advanced technology in the cold chain, how the existing infrastructure can be upgraded, or the new infrastructure which are to be set up, what kind of the cold chain solutions are to be set up. And the cold chain solution also depends from product to product also. The cold chain solution for a product may not be suitable for another product. So the cold chain, the companies who are providing these cold chain solutions, it becomes a paramount importance that they are able to disseminate the information, what kind of solutions are available for the industry. And especially the economicity aspect is also to be seen, so that, because in the agri sector, the players are not of that bandwidth that they can afford heavy cost. So the economic solutions are to be also to be provided. So in the last 5 to 10 years, if we see, though there has been a good progress in setting up of the cold chain solution, cold chain infrastructure, from farm gate to the exit port, or in the domestic market at the different endpoints. But a lot needs to be done. And I hope that this technical session and the technical session after the lunch, definitely the information with respect to the latest advancement in cold chain solution will definitely be provided, so that that will be a reference for the industry, or opening their the foresightness as to how they can make, how they can utilize from the available cold chain solutions in the country. With this, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you very much, and wish that this program to be a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for being here and taking time out from your busy schedule. We really appreciate that, sir. Now is the time to move on to the technical session 1 panel discussion. And to carry the program forward, I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Pankaj Mehta, Managing Director, Carrier Transit Code, India and South Asia. So while he moves on, I'll introduce him to you. He has been He is the managing director for not only India and South Asia, he also includes countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and Maldives. Carrier Transicold is the world leader in high technology heating, air conditioning, refrigeration and fire, and security solutions. Carrier Transicold provides refrigeration solutions for trucks, trailers, railways, sea-going containers, advancing healthy, safe, sustainable cold chain. Mr. Mehta joined Carrier in 2000 and is responsible for the overall leadership, strategic direction, and operating performance of the truck trailer refrigeration business in the region. Mr. Mehta has nearly 30 years of rich work experience and earned a Bachelor of Technology in Mechanical Engineering, Bachelor of Science, and a Master's in Marketing Management. Mr. Mehta is actively involved with the National Center of Cold Chain Development, NCCD, and was awarded the ICE Award 2011 by the Global Cold Chain Alliance. Mr. Mehta served in the Indian Navy for 9 years as an officer and is an alumni of the prestigious National Defense Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mr. Mehta to kindly take the session forward and invite the panelists, please.
First of all, thank you, PhD Chamber, for this opportunity, and also the NCCD for organizing this excellent event. I think it's quite pertinent. I mean, all of us know the importance of cold chain, but it's important for all the stakeholders to come together and hear the other person's perspective on what can be done, what is being done, share some good practices. Like in the morning session, we heard from the secretary, we heard from the other dignitaries about some of the very unique, initiatives being done. And also we heard what can be done. I mean, looking at things from a value chain, a commodity specific value chain, I think is an excellent way to look at it. So without further ado, I would like to invite on today's panel three very eminent, personalities from the industry. We will take this opportunity to see three different perspectives. So I would like to call Mr. Manav Suri. Manav Suri is CEO of Suri Agrofresh Limited. He completed his education from London School of Economic post, which he joined his family business in 2010. I've known Manav for many years now, please. So not only has he won a variety of awards, at his young age, he's also been a speaker at many conferences related to fresh fruits and cold chain industry. Manav is responsible for handling and designing and implementation of the business strategies. Apart from the overseeing operations and evaluating analytics, he also manages the establishing of policies focused on the company's culture and vision. Suri Agrofresh is a name to reckon with today in the fruits and vegetable space. Manav has been seeking development opportunities in emerging markets proactively. He intends to start from the root, continue the excellent results obtained by his father and grandfather, and lead the group to reach new heights and achieve more breakthroughs. So welcome to the panel, Manav, and look forward to hearing a lot of interesting things from guys. Please welcome Manav with a round of applause, please. Please understand, all these are very busy people, and they're here to share their perspective with you. So please welcome them. Please appreciate. The second speaker I would like to call, the second panelist, is Mr. Chirag Jain. He's partner with Grant Thornton. So Chirag is an MBA in agribusiness and bachelor's in food technology with over 12 years of experience. He's completed a certificate program in technical consultant, CDC, Ministry of Science and Technology, and has done a course for graduate engineers for planning and designing cold chain infrastructure. Chirag has been a part of the public sector and advisory team of GT Bharat LLP for approximately 10 years plus, with key expertise in food processing, agriculture, and horticulture sector. He is a subject matter expert and a sector lead for agribusiness, contributed towards designing the scheme guidelines for the Government of India in the space of horticulture for the Ministry of Agriculture. He has worked on more than 60 assignments in different food and agribusiness fields. He's contributed to the expansion of the firm into different domains like food processing, horticulture, FPOs, dairy, beekeeping, fisheries, etc. Currently, he's handling projects with the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, NHB, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Ministry of Food Processing, Ministry of Animal Husbandry. So thank you, Chirag, for joining us. Chirag has worked with 16 states of the country and has international exposure to Japan, Europe, UAE, and Southeast Asia. He has handled infrastructure projects with an approximate investment to the tune of $1 billion and supported 1 million farmers in the country. He's been closely working with a range of corporates in the agri space. He's working also as a team leader on cluster development program of the National Horticulture Board. I think that will be an interesting perspective, Chirag, that we would like to hear from you. This program will be implemented in 11 states. Around 10 lakh farmers will be benefited through this program with an expected investment of 10,000 crore. So once again, please welcome Mr. Chirag Jain on the platform. And last but not the least, our third panelist is Mr. Sumit Kumar. Sumit is a CEO of TCI, Transport Corporation of India, Cold Chain Solutions Limited. Mr. Sumit Kumar has been associated with TCI since 1997. He heads the cold chain company of Transport Corporation of India Limited as the CEO. Mr. Kumar has more than 25 years work-ex in the area of leading and managing the supply chain operation. As a specialist in operations, planning and implementation, he has been closely working with many large clients with global footprint for their complete supply chain operations. He keeps a very strong implementation track records of delivering operational changes, cost reduction, and performance improvement. Mr. Kumar is the alumni of Harvard Business School and an MBA in marketing from Indian Institute of Science and Management. Besides being a black belt in Six Sigma, he has done courses in material management at NILEM, export management at Indian Institute of Exports Management, multimodal transport, logistics management from Institute of Rail Transport. Mr. Kumar is also an active member of the Council of Supply Chain Management Professionals and has undergone executive training program at ISB Hyderabad and Capstone Business Simulation course from IIM Ahmedabad. So extremely qualified, very eminent panel. Welcome, Mr. Sumit Kumar on the panel. So with that, I'm going to sit and talk. Okay, so with the introductions done, and believe me, all these three colleagues are such eminent personalities that the introductions are very impressive, very long, and but so happy and so grateful they could find the time to join us. So today's the first technical session of this conclave, the India Cold Chain Conclave, is about logistics, cluster development, and the importance of cold chain. So I was telling you, we have three diverse perspectives, three diverse personalities on stage. We got Sumit from TCI, which is a national player, organized player in cold chain, end-to-end storage, reefer logistics, distribution, and a very old name to reckon with in the logistics sector. We got Manav, the younger, personality, expanding the family business, focused on end-to-end, from working with the farmers, working on cluster development, working at the pack house, farm gate, and taking it forward. And we got Chirag from GT, again, very organized, very big global name in consultancy and helping the policy framework for the government. Three different perspectives. So what I would request is Let me start first with Chirag, because the topic is cluster development and he's the team lead for cluster development for the National Horticulture Board. So over to you, Chirag.
Thank you very much, Pankaj. I think this is a great opportunity with my eminent panel partners. I think, overall from the perspective, starting from the morning, the moment you have entered, the first, the push which you have seen is the horticulture cluster development program. On the moment, you have moved on the right side, you have seen that there are banners and there are leaflets, a couple of brochures also being put up, and there are a couple of appreciation certificates and documents being also distributed for the cluster development program. So this is very important for all the audiences here, that what exactly is the cluster development program. So, and this is an opportunity for a lot of members over here, those who are audiences and possible partners for this program. I'll just run a couple of slides around this cluster program. The reason I'm running it, because just not because that it's one of the programs from the government, but it carries a future potential, right? Being a team leader for the program, almost part of this program for last 2 years. And fortunately, Grant Thornton has been involved in designing of the program also. This is very important for you to learn about this program, because this is something where all the convergence of the various schemes of ministries would eventually happen. So not only from the perspective that this is one of the program with the kind of assistance which they carry, but the convergence of the program in the future perspective would also go over there. So the cluster development program is a flagship program of Ministry of Agriculture, implemented by National Horticulture Board, and Grant Thornton is a program partner for this. We can go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So about this program briefly, there were 55 clusters which were identified by Government of India about 2 years before. And out of that, they identified these are the natural agglomeration of the fruits and vegetables, largely and horticulture produce, which are natural advantage of their own. For example, if we have a Shopia, we have apples. The moment we go to Nasik, we have grapes, which are natural agroclimatic conditions, which are being considered for considering these as a clusters. Out of the 55 clusters, considering this potential scale, there were 12 clusters being identified on the pilot basis to actually see that, whether the cluster development program, which is nothing but ensuring that the end-to-end value chain development happens with the help of private sector. So initially 12 clusters were selected, which were Shopia for apples, followed by Kinnaur, which is again for apple, Lucknow for mango. Similarly on Nasik, as you can see, for grapes, Solapur for pomegranate, further Thini for banana, and a couple of those natural clusters were identified for the as a 12 pilot clusters. What exactly the government did? The government designed a program which is nothing like which ensures the complete pre-production till branding should happen under one program. So all the value chain intervention, be it nurseries, be it planting material, be it cold storage solution or a pack house solution or a marketing branding, even the road shows or some kind of IT enablement which has to go on the field is part of the program, where you don't need to go all different schemes. You just need to come to National Horticulture Board, and National Horticulture Board ensures that they consider all the implementation activity which are required to make the cluster more successful and ensure that assistance happens. So what they did differently, so as you can see, there are about 2.5 lakh hectare which is going to be supported. There are about 2,350 crore which is going to be supported, and almost like various infrastructure and expected increase in exports about 20 to 25%. So 3-4 areas which are very important in this particular nature. One is the cluster brands. So they ensure that all the pilot clusters which are being considered, there are cluster brands which is going to happen. Each implementing partner, the corporate entity which comes over there, also focus on the cluster brand. I'm sure you would have heard that there are Melinda apples, there are US apple, Washington apples. These are nothing but a cluster brands, right? So there's a similar pattern is also being evolved here, where cluster brands can be established. Partnership with industry and partnership with the state government, because state government, agriculture being a state subject, it is very important to consider the state entities to really implement the program, those who are actually on the fields. So state government partnership happen, and the complete design of the program is this is area based, right? Whatever the maximum area you are going to cover for the particular crop. And when we say cluster, it is not the district boundary. The moment I say Nasik, it doesn't mean that, I am Nasik calling as a district. It's a natural agroclimatic condition which is not really bound by the district's boundaries as a revenue map. The moment it goes as a cluster within 2-3 districts also, it is being considered as a cluster itself. So there is a assistance, financial assistance being arrived, which is for mega cluster, which are more than 15,000 hectares. There is 100 crore of assistance which will be given, followed by midi cluster, which is the smaller cluster. There is a 50 crore assistance will be given, and mini cluster, which are less than 5,000 hectares, the 25 crore of assistance will be given by the National Horticulture Board on all the implementing activities which you think are important from cluster perspective. Just to give you an example why we did this, right? There are so many programs which are running in the country, and each ministries, for example, Ministry of Food Processing Industries has its great programs around cold chain. Similarly, Ministry of Agriculture talks about all the agriculture and the farmer related activity, and there are APIDA also on the export perspective. But we have seen that, to converge all these initiatives, it is very important to have one program in place. Why we did this? We did some exercises. There were just one examples, Malinda apple and Kinnaur apple. While Malinda apple in province of Italy, right, there are about, if you see approximately, we have almost, the quality and all that. I'll not go much into this, but the Kinnaur, again, it's a great example to have, the best of the quality apples we have. There are about 2 FPOs we have. And the total financial turnover, if you talk about, is about 570 crore with almost double the area which Malinda has. So we have about 10,000 hectare as an area, while Malinda has only 6,500 hectare as an area. Still the financial turnover of that particular apples from there is about 2,500 crores, and we are just about 570 crore. It means the kind of value they are realizing after they produce is very important, and it's just not because that it's because the infrastructure being is there. Everyone is working towards one goal to ensure that they reach to the global market. The SOPs which are being followed by the farmer cooperative, the brand which is being situated over there. That's the reason we are just exporting to 2 countries. They are exporting to about more than about 10 to 15 countries in across the globe. And in fact, the kind of productivity they are getting is almost 3 to 4 times what we are achieving over there. So while we designed this program, there were 3-4 important areas we considered. One is the complete National Horticulture Board works directly with the state government. State government works with the implementing agencies. The 5 implementing agencies we just see, including Sahyadri, Desai, FIL Industries, couple of those, and NBMA and Prasad Seeds as well. And they are going to work on the 3 vertical: pre-production, production, post-harvest, management and value addition, and logistics, marketing, branding. All the 3 verticals, they are going to work and implement the program. So these are the state agencies, 12 state agencies which are working under the program and currently part of this. Just to give you an example, these are the 5 agencies, those who have received the approval today. So as I've told, there are about 12 clusters which are being considered. For Solapur and Kutch, the evaluation progress is on. And for these 3 clusters, the application window is still open. Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh mango, Kinnaur apple, Chitradurga pomegranate. And it's my humble request, if any one of you is interested, even though the timeline you feel is probably just tomorrow, but we can definitely consider for a request for extension. So if you feel that you are interested, please send us an email, and we'll get that extended also. And this is again great program to have the intervention you feel to partner with. So it's not only the individual entity, but a lot of partners have associated. So I'm sorry, I just took 2-3 minutes more, but I think it's important to have the program in place.
Thank you, Chirag. No, I think this is very, very important, and your presentation kind of set the tone of the panel discussion. So, one of the challenges when we talk about cold chain development in India, especially in the space of fruits and vegetables, is always the fragmented production, the small acreage, the lack of consolidation for any viable utilization of infrastructure, cold storage, reefer trucks. I mean, they need a certain scale to be utilized properly. And I think cluster development is an excellent way to consolidate, and such an important message, Chirag. So I think this is really important. I would now move to Manav, because Suri Agrofresh works with many farmers in the space, and they are doing I think a very successful model of working on cluster development and FPOs. So Manav, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Pankaj for having me here, and special thanks to PhD Chamber of Commerce. I would like to introduce the company first. We are an agtech company involved in procurement and distribution of fresh fruits. Our farmers are vary from Himachal to all the way down south and are present all over the world. We work around products such as apples, pears, kiwis, grapes, oranges, all usually high value fruits. Very recently, we have diversified our portfolio and invested heavily into processed foods, mostly fresh juices and cut fruits and vegetables, thereby adding value to whole fruits and vegetables, which are not sold well in wholesale markets. So one of the major challenges, as Pankaj rightly said, and the industry is seeking upon today, is setting up a cluster is one issue, but bringing the produce from that cluster to the wholesale markets or to the retailers or to the consumer is even a bigger challenge. We have facilities in Jammu and Kashmir, in Himachal Pradesh, where we source a lot of local apples, in Kinnaur and in Shimla as well. This year, in the last harvest, we procured close to 20,000 tons of apples, around consolidating both the areas. The major challenge today, as I'm facing, is snowfall in Kashmir, where the roads are blocked. I cannot bring in my produce here. The fruit has been stuck in the facilities for, not stuck, but is stored in the facilities for 4 to 5 months now. And roads are still blocked. There's a convoy that takes place from Kashmir. You can only bring in produce 3 times a week from Kashmir to Delhi or the road that connects the rest of the country. So similar issues in Himachal, where the roads are not probably wide enough. I have a facility in Kotkhai, Gumma, where the roads right before the facility, or the national highway actually before the facility, is so narrow, where a 30-feet container or even a 24-feet container sometimes is not able to make it. So as we all keep talking about pre-cooling chambers, setting up infra around the growing region, saying it and actually implementing is a different challenge. Finding the right manpower locally, maintenance of the facility, power issues, water issues, and also issues actually are not spoken enough about. But government has helped us. The National Horticulture Board, the Ministry of Food Processing has helped us enough in aiding us to set up the infrastructure. But I feel the government should also help us and initiate in setting up the the issue that we face in operating the facility. Another main concern that we have these days is how do we bringing in a reefer truck in Himachal or Kashmir. We store the material in the facility around 0 degrees Celsius. Across the area, there are 3 to 4 players which are organized enough to maintain the right temperatures and store the produce at the farm level and buy it in an open crate format or loose format from the farmers. When you store the produce, you bring down the temperatures, you bring down the oxygen and the carbon dioxide levels of the fruit. You are able to store the product well enough. But in the month of January or February, when you open the CA rooms, you need to transport the material in reefer trucks. Mr. Sumit is right on the panel. I would like to ask him how many containers was he able to send to Himachal Pradesh because of the local issues around the area, or how many containers was he able to send to Kashmir to send local fruits from Kashmir or Himachal to other parts of the country. We had to invest heavily into our own fleet of logistics. Our trucks go empty halfway, or actually one way, and bring in the produce from the local areas to and connect to the rest of the country. So handling the produce, maintaining the temperature of the produce in the reefer truck is as important as storing it in the facility. I can send it in a regular truck, no problem. But the moment it reaches the customer, you start receiving complaints, and even if the retailer doesn't complain, the consumer would not like the product as much as you would like the other alternative product, which would be transferred in a reefer container. This year, as a pilot, we started pilotized movement of all our Himachal and Kashmir apples from the source to various markets across the country. It's a pilot. Our unit economics are slightly shaken because the cost per unit or per kilo has increased, because when you move products in pallets without manually handling and picking up and throwing the boxes in the truck. The produce actually is less stuffed less into the container versus manual loading. So that's how we're trying to work upon all the issues. And I think I'd like to hand over to Sumit ji to add on to this, please.
Thank you, Manav. As I mentioned, I'm sure will take the business to new heights, and palletization definitely a step in that direction. As you rightly said, less handling, less bruising, better quality of food probably will compensate for the less volume you carry on the container. But Manav also brought out some challenges that he is facing on logistics, on the operational issues. So we see Chirag had put up a format for the clusters. Manav actually working with FPOs and clusters and working with the fruit, so to say, the product. So, but he has challenges. With that, I would like to lead to Sumit, who heads TCI Cold Chain, one of the oldest and most prestigious logistic companies in the country. Sumit, you've seen the opportunity. Can you tell us what TCI does in cold chain and how are you structured, and how do you help people like Manav?
Yeah, good afternoon. So first of all, thank you PhD Chambers for calling us for this kind of a discussion. It is really very fruitful for everyone because different people contributing for single cause, which is cold chain. So let me introduce about the company first. So TCI is a very old company. It's 64 years old company listed in both the stock exchanges. And we started cold chain in the year 2002. So it is almost 20 years now. Then we found that after maybe 2013, 14, we felt that there is some requirements are coming in that segment is growing. So then we separated that company. We hyped out this company and we made a separate company as TCI Cold Chain Solutions Limited in 2018. Then we found that the current status or current knowledge within the country is not very high. So we found a joint venture partner for this company just to understand this business better. That is Mitsui and Company from Japan. So TCI Cold Chain is a joint venture company between TCI and Mitsui. This JV was made just for their understanding because they are at a very evolved status. So last year this JV has happened, and we are working in all the segments of cold chain, including pharma, vaccines. So even Covaxin also we transported to the entire country. Food segment, pharmaceuticals, frozen foods. So every segment, fruit and vegetables, every segment we are working with. So there are a lot of challenges actually. When you see, so there are a lot of challenges and there is a lot of opportunity also. So the biggest challenge in logistics, everywhere you might be hearing that there are driver shortage. So industry is facing almost around 20% driver shortage, some ports actually, but I really don't know what is the actual percentage of shortage of the drivers. Why? Because if you see the truck driver status in the country, that is lowest. So normally whenever accident happens, if accident happens between, say, a pedestal is going with a bicycle, the mistake is of bicycle. So that is a common rule that applies in the country. So in that hierarchy, he is at the most receiving end. The person, whoever he meets, when he comes for unloading or loading to the loading babu or to the customer during transport, whenever he's meeting somebody during the road, you see the kind of treatment we as a society, we are giving that person. Then there are a lot of development that has happened in terms of drivers, like you might have been noticing that a lot of Ola, Uber, this kind of a startup has come and they are giving a good life to these drivers. Why? Because they are driving an AC cab and also they are earning something through tips. So maybe he's earning more than the driver, truck driver. At the same time, the truck driver is not in his home, maybe for 5 months, 6 months of time. So we need to understand that person. Now you see the CMVR rule of the country, the Central Motor Vehicle rules, that says that what should be the truck length. So truck length is including cabin. Like in US, Europe, the truck length is excluding cabin. So they say that, okay, what should be the total meter of the carriage part of the truck? So here what happens when you see, I don't know actual percentage, but maybe more than 50% trucks are still sold without a cab. You might have seen those trucks somebody is driving. Because they are giving that kind of opportunity that, okay, you make smaller size of cabin, you will get an extra loading area for the truck. These things needs to be taken care, because if we want as a society to have better driver to operate, so these rules should be seen of actually. So like in US, you can see that that is kind of a one bedroom. So like you'll find a driving cab, then on behind there is a small room with all the facilities, even toilet he's having in the same thing. He's keeping some refrigerator and some microwaves. Everything it is kind of a one room kind of a room. Indian context, you see, the truck cabin is 6 feet by 8 feet, smaller than our toilets. That is the fact actually. So that is the fact actually. We need to take care of those things. So I'm just putting some points with regard to challenges. So as a society, we need to take care of that. Otherwise, we are trying at our level, but you know that TCI is maybe we are almost around 1% of total business. That is our share of business in the country. So we are taking care of them, but we cannot take that kind of a care. As a society, we need to see that that kind of infrastructure is given. No truck driver wants his son to be coming to that profession. That is the only profession. If a doctor, he wants his son to be a doctor. A professor wants his son to be a professor. Only truck driver. You ask any truck driver, nobody will want that his son is working in that profession. So that is the major part where we need to focus on as a society. We need to respect that person. Those are challenges. There are a lot of challenges. So I think I should limit myself here. So maybe afterwards, if something is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumit. So as there's a saying, you know, the person who wears the shoe, he knows where it pinches. So he's the man on the ground. He has to work with the drivers. He has to work with all these rules, which are actually, you know, hampering many things. So I truly respect, and one thing I want this August audience to also take back is, next time you see a truck driver on the road, please respect him, because he is doing a very big national service. Without the truck drivers, this nation would come to a halt. Okay, so please remember that. With that, I would like to change gears again, go back to Chirag. We also have another kind of challenge in the country, which is the cost of logistics. And Manav and Sumit both touched upon the challenges. So since Chirag works with Grant Thornton and they are a global company, would like the perspective. See, I think our cost of logistics is about 15-16%, and we need to bring it down to 8 or 9. So what are the different, you know, areas you think, Chirag, that we can be looking at? Over to you.
Thank you, Pankaj. I think you have rightly said that, you know, we are currently about 13 to 14% of our GDP, you know, the percentage goes into logistics, right? And while the major, all the global economies, if you see, the more successful ones, they approximately spend about 7 to 8% of their GDP only in the logistic cost. Because the more costlier you are, it means that, you know, the produce which you're sending to export market or even for your own domestic purpose, it's costlier. So we have to be, you know, globally competitive. It needs to be ensured that, you know, we need to have multimodal logistics usage, which really enhance the overall logistics space, and also ensure that, you know, you are cost competitive. So I'll give you a couple of examples towards this. I think one is definitely from our own cluster, which is in Anandpur, and I think one of the successful ones, where Tadpatri Junction, you know, it's in Anandpur, and they have a Kisan rail over there. In 2017, and I'm sure we have the officers over here also, the export was, and Sir Sudhanshu sir would also you know, agree to this, the export was almost 3-4 years was almost nil, and it started with 246 metric ton, and now it is about, you know, they are expected to reach about 1 lakh ton. So only in about 4 years, from nil export to about 1 lakh metric ton. There are various probably challenges which they address. The one of the key challenge which is the logistics thing, because Kisan Rail, Tadpatri Junction, it started from there with the help of Concor, Ministry of Railways, started from there, and it directly goes to JNPT. Just to give an example how it really benefit probably a processor or a supplier. It used to, for about 400 containers, when it goes, it takes about 3.5 to 4 crore with rail, while from the roads, it takes about 5.5 crore. So from the perspective, from your own perspective, what used to take about approximately 4 rupees from the rail per kg of transporting banana, while in case of, the moment we start from other road transport, it takes about 6 to 6.5 rupees. So approximately 50% cost saving, just because they are using efficient mode of transport, which is Kisan Rail. And there are a couple of benefits which they arrived. It directly get into the JNPT port. The moment it goes to the truck, it has to be rehandling and post handling over there, which really saves the time and saves also from the cost perspective, which builds on more efficiency, and definitely it further enhances the overall export produce over there. Another example, it's a very successful one, recently happened just a few days before. So we have international north-south corridor, right? And which recently happened, and a lot of paper products have now coming from there, largely from the multimodal logistic perspective. What we used to import from Russia, it directly coming from the Suez Canal, and it takes about 50 days while coming from the sea processes, the port and all. Now, coming from the perspective of this particular specifically north-south corridor, it comes from Russia, then it goes to Iran, and definitely Kazakhstan, and it reaches to India. And there are multimodal logistics transport being used, that it comes to rail till Iran, and from then it comes from the port from Iran to Chennai port. So which reduces the time further to by 50%. It also reduces the cost by 40%. So these are the model, and these are the possible ways how we can make our country more efficient in terms of both inbound logistics as well as outbound logistics, which are doing more probably effective, and that's how the complete ecosystem can be transformed. A very local example, while I was just speaking to one of the startup over here, Celsius, they said, we are just an aggregator, a SaaS platform where we aggregate everything like a Uber model. I just, we need to download, and, wherever the reefer vans are there across the country, we can relocate, and people can book it as per their own need. It's not necessary everyone needs a full complete reefer. People need half a reefer or 1/4 a reefer, and definitely the so and so forth, and definitely the similar. So such platforms as startups also need to be encouraged. These are the possible models which has to go hand in hand with the help of ecosystem, and to really transform the, what we intend to do in terms of reducing the overall logistics costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I totally concur with you. I think multimodal is the way to go. And recently the government has also launched the National Logistics Policy, which emphasizes on multimodal logistics, creating hubs where the product can move from one mode, from the rail to the road or to the ship, and have a more cost-effective, journey. I think one thing what we need to understand is India is not only a country; it's like a continent by itself. Any product moving from place A to place B can take like about 5 to 7 days on the road. So moving from road, which is today the primary mode used by most cold chain, to multimodal, to rail, as Chirag mentioned, the Kisan Rail. Though let me tell you, we also working with the government as carrier to introduce refrigerated rail wagons, which I think will also take the cold chain to another level. Apart from that, this definitely reduces cost. Another thing it will help you and me is decongest our roads. Our roads are so crowded. So, having some of this moving to rail and other modes will help. Sumit mentioned about driver shortage. So again, it solves that problem, because you don't, as the business grows, as the opportunity grows, you cannot keep adding more and more trucks. Where will you find the drivers? So, I think, so this one thing can, eliminate or solve many of the problems. With that, I would like to come back to Sumit. Sumit, you mentioned about operational challenges. I think one of the other challenge, which I'm sure TCI faces as a national player, is competition from small local companies who want to drop the rates, who want to, sub-optimize the services that they offer. How does a company like TCI combat that?
Let us understand the industry first. So on an average, there are almost around 80 to 85 lakhs trucks, commercial vehicles are there on the road. Out of which, the truck owned by people who owns less than 5 vehicle, that contributes to our almost around 62 lakh vehicles. That is almost around 76% trucks are owned by the person who's having less than 5 trucks. If you take less than 20 trucks, population in the country is almost around 92%. So I don't know, what is the logistics size in the country, that is not known to me actually. Why? Because you refer to Google, you can find from people 2.5 lakh crore, 3.5 lakh crore, 4 lakh crore. We actually don't know what is the logistics cost. Why? Because a person having one truck, what transport he's doing, at what rate he's doing, nobody knows. He is not supposed to publish his balance sheet like organized players are doing. So for organized player, which is in cold chain, we did a study. So that study says that organized player does almost around 6 to 8% business in cold chain. Whereas as a total logistics, complete supply chain, we talk about that is less than 5% done by the organized players. So you can understand the fragmentation of this market. And in cold chain, the most important thing is the temperature. If truck is delayed, material will not be damaged if temperature is maintained. So most important is temperature, cooling system, whereas the second highest cost in entire cold chain is the energy cost. After the manpower cost, second highest cost is the energy cost. We are not doing sufficient things to save those energies. Like every year you might see, so Pankaj, that is my request to you also. Like every year you see that the air conditioners, what we buy from the market, has a 5-star rating or 4-star rating, 3-star rating. So this year, if some AC has got 5-star rating, next year, same AC will be graded as 4-star. Why? Because there is a better efficient product is available that will get 5-star. So that is a moving target actually. But in commercial segment, that kind of a control is not there. So again, I'm talking about challenges. So, but it is the way it is. So I will give you some example that on papers, you might have read that, okay, vaccination diya gaya, itne bacche mar gaye. It is not a mistake of doctor or nurse. It is a mistake of temperature abuse. What happens, like a vaccine, if it is frozen and then again made a normal temperature, normally vaccine gets transported at 8-degree temperature. So if 8-degree temperature is abused, so it is just like water actually, very transparent liquid. You cannot judge that whether it is okay or not. So if temperature is abused, say the temperature of during transport was around 14 degree, it will not work. So आदमी मिलेगा आपको नहीं जी चेचक का टीका तो लिया था चेचक हो गया. That is not working actually. That is not proper. If it is frozen, then it is again made like that, so it will become poison. It will become poison. The testing of a vaccine is costlier than production of that vaccine. So nobody tests. So they feel that during transport, I'm giving this example, why? Because in food segment, you'll find that, okay, kabhi khana khaya, पेट खराब हो गया, कुछ हो गया, तो people don't understand that, okay, it is due to food poisoning, which is due to temperature abuse. You cannot regulate that. Maybe some good restaurant is also, because it is not their mistake, it is mistake of the cold chain. So in cold chain, either it is 100% or 0%. So the weakest link, like from production to consumption, say for one day also, if temperature is abused, and again, then it normalizes also, there will be bacteria formation, everything that will happen. And that will be consumed, so that will create problems. So as a organized player, that is the duty of the people who are responsible for that. Now you understand the problem. So running a reefer container at a certain temperature cost almost around 275 rupees every hour. And driver is who? The driver who is getting paid between 15,000 to 25,000 to 30,000 rupees. That depends on company to company. Suri sir, I don't know how much you are paying, but you will not be paying more than 25,000 rupees. It is like that. So the truck owners, they are paying 15,000. Some organized player, they are paying maybe 25,000 rupees. So if you don't control, he will definitely switch off that reefer. Why? Because 300 per hour is very, very high money for him. One day food he can have if he switches off the AC for 1 hour during transport. So there are two engines actually that operates during transport in cold chain. One is the truck engine. Second is the reefer engine. Reefer engine are not supposed to be closed. Should not be stopped actually. Now, what the control we have? So do we have a real-time temperature tracking system or some kind of a alert we can get? So organized people like us, we are having those kind of system that if temperature is abused by 2 degrees plus or minus, there is an alert that comes to the mobile phone of the root controller. But these unorganized player, so I'm not telling that everyone is like that, but when, say I am the owner of a company, if he is my customer and I am, say, cutting my corners by 300 rupees, that is coming to my pocket. If I am a company, that money will not come to me. And being a responsible company will never do that. So what they will do, they will put a proper control to that. They will put a proper control to that because there is a tendency whenever you leave anything open, so that will go for a toss. So we need to understand that kind of a technology which supports to the system. And if this differentiation is made proper, like when we go to the market, we buy a branded product. For a shirt, we are ready to pay 2,000, 3,000 rupees. But the same shirt is available at 200, 300 rupees also at some other shop, the local brand or something. In trucking and logistics, I strongly suggest that the customers should also understand that, okay, you should be having a differential freight system. You should be recognizing the organized player for doing their hard work. It should not be a uniform rate for everybody. If it is a 5-truck owner, and if it is a, say for example, TCI, you cannot pay same rate. Because there are a lot of controls that company is taking care of. So you need to appreciate that activity. So as a society, again, I would recommend that we should do that. I will give you example like Pankaj ji. The reefer unit, what he sells at water rate, at 50% of price, there are cheaper reefer unit that is available in the country. But again, we know that in cold chain, the quality of infrastructure will decide your service level. It is not your presentation. It is not your the way you are talking to the customer, the way you are giving your presentation. So it will not decide your service level. Service level will be decided the quality of infrastructure what you are putting in. Say you want to make a warehouse at certain temperature and puck panel is not proper. So temperature will be losing actually. Temperature will be losing every time and compressor will keep on running. After some point of time, there will be maintenance issue. So there must be some kind of a top quality infrastructure that needs to be put in. And when we put top class infrastructure, the cost of that is different. So again, as a company, we need to, as a society, we need to understand those things and we should appreciate everybody that this organized sector should be more. You see any segment, any company who is the market leader will not be having share of business less than 20%. TCI is a market leader in the country. Our share of business is 0.8%. You can understand the kind of fragmentation here. Like Colgate is the market leader in toothpaste. They are having more than 20%. Maruti Suzuki in automobile, they are having 50% market share. So you see every industry, the share of business of the top players are not less than 20%. You take any of the segment. So that is the challenge. Thanks.
Thank you, Sumit. So, I mean, obviously, the burden of maintaining brand quality, compliance, temperature integrity, as he said, especially for critical things like vaccines, so much more on branded, companies. Uh, we're coming to a close. I know people are waiting to proceed for lunch, but we'll just take one question to Manav again. And since we have Dr. Sudhanshu here, I would like to ask Manav. Manav, you're talking about expanding to overseas markets, and you want to take business to a different level. What is something that I know APEDA does a great work working with the industry, but what is something that you would want to ask? Since Dr. Sudhanshu is here.
The APEDA has always been very helpful in starting exports. We are actually one of the very few or very first to start apple exports out of Kashmir onto Dubai. We are the sole suppliers to Lulu Retail today, and we represent a counter out of one of the largest stores in Dubai and nearby areas for Kashmir apples, for Kullu delicious and delicious varieties of apples. If you notice, very few fruits are exported out of India. Bananas and grapes would would account to most of the fruit exports, and mangoes or Sponzo mangoes would come in for a few months. But I feel there's a huge scope for apple exports, for mandarin exports out of
2 points where Dr. Sudhanshu can help you.
Help us export kinus, local mandarins out of Rajasthan, because Pakistan is one of the largest exporters of kinus, and the Middle East and Russia and similar areas are big buyers of that fruit. I have had many orders. We are also importing huge volumes of fruits into India because we have strong relationships with people across the globe. We also have good customer relationships there. We have orders, but honestly, as someone rightly said, finding the right quality produce with that minimum MRL level. How do you find the right produce, and how do we ensure that, or how do we help and train farmers to grow the produce in a specific manner, which is of exportable quality and which is eligible for exports?
Okay. So, Dr. Sudhanshu, you've been patiently listening to all the discussion happening. So before we close the 2 minutes, what would you like to tell?
Thank you, Pankajji. Though I think everyone is waiting for the lunch, it has already got delayed. But it has been a wonderful session, and the way the good insight about the cluster development was given by Chirag, and Grant Thornton has done a very good work in showcasing the cluster development. Though under agri-export policy also, 29 clusters have been identified, and we interacted with Grant Thornton also, and the common clusters have been taken under this MIDH. Manav has posed very good practical aspects about the challenges being faced, and I fully agree about the challenges about bringing the produce from cluster to road, and we know the conditions of the road, the bumpy roads, especially for the horticulture produce, how we spoil the product, despite how good cold chain you maintain, because these are all the factors which affect the quality of the produce. Manpower is also the skilled manpower, whether not only at the pre-harvest, but the post-harvest also, because we have range of pack houses in various states, but we have got the feedback that the skilled manpower is not there to handle the produce in the pack house, the airports or the seaports. For that, the skilled manpower is really required. Maintenance is also a issue. Power, because the clusters, the production areas are in the rural part of the country, and where the power is a issue. Though under agri-export policy, Government of India has tried to, the major objective was to work with the state government, and APEDA got the state action plan, the state agri-export action plan, where all these challenges have been listed out. And in all these agri-export plans, basically a blueprint has been prepared by the state. APEDA helped in, and that how those can be addressed, what kind of infrastructure is required, what quality initiatives are required, and how the market development exercises to be taken care. A very good insight by Sumit. I think I heard for the first time the issue of the truck drivers. I think in such kind of conclave in the programs, if I will not say a white paper, but if a paper is coming, such issue needs to be flagged and some action point by the all concerned. So how, though overnight it cannot be solved, but it is really a valid point, because until and unless these issues are not addressed, it is going to affect the overall the quality of the produce, whether it is for the domestic market or the export market. As a PIDA, we always, because we cater to this export segment, but on personal level, I feel that in the country, every citizen of the country deserve to have a quality product, a safe food. When we talk about export, we take all measures, take initiatives to export good quality produce. So for the citizen of the country, if all these measures are being taken, obviously the quality of the produce will get affected. And as Manoj was mentioning, I would like to touch upon that India is really blessed with the strong horticulture basket, but we are able to have export of only few fruits, the mango, banana, pomegranates, grapes. Though APIDA is working with various state governments and even trying to, where the quantum is not there, where I would like to make a mention. For example, dragon fruit, which is not the produce of the country. But when we came to know that in some parts of the country, this dragon fruit is being grown, we tried to, with minimal efforts, not much has been done, but we tried to organize the supply chain and got it connected to overseas market. We got the trial shipment of dragon fruit to this Dubai market, Al Jazeera market in Bahrain and Qatar. Assam lemon, the number of such produce where we feel that we really need to expand our basket. So much of scope and potential is there. And I think with the support of all the line ministries, the concerned stakeholders, in coming years, we will be able to have more number of fruits and vegetables for exports. Will not take much time. Would like to conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So I know there are some people who raised hands for questions, but I'm sorry, because of paucity of time, somebody just told me that you will get only cold lunch. So I don't want to do that. So I would request all those who have questions to take it backstage and talk to the individuals directly. Thank you for being such a lovely audience. We break the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's have a round of applause for a lovely panel, eminent speakers who have shared very thoughtful insights and valuable information with us. So as an expression of our gratitude, sir, we would like to, give a token of appreciation to you. And, like Chirag ji mentioned, challenges in logistics. So our Honorable Prime Minister identified that and launched Gati Shakti National Master Plan. And when he did that, we created a Gati Shakti Development Forum. And we are privileged and blessed to have our co-chair of the Gati Shakti Development Forum. So may I invite Mr. Ashok Gupta on the stage, on the dais, please, to do the honors. Yes, we have a logistics committee and a Gati Shakti Development Forum as well, because we need Gati and speed. So first, sir, we would like to recognize Dr. Shidhanshu, Secretary of APIDA. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your time out and being with us, sir. Our moderator of the session, Mr. Pankaj Mehta. Mr. Sumit Kumar, CEO, TCI Cold Chain Solutions. Well, today, even I know that the vaccine has to go at 8 degrees centigrade. Mr. Manav Suri, COO, Suri Agro Fresh Private Limited. And last but not the least, Mr. Chirag Jain, partner, Grant Thornton. And on this note, I would like to announce that PhD is working very closely with Grant Thornton now. Thank you so much, sir. And we would now break for lunch, and the lunch break we will come back at 2:30 p.m. So please enjoy your lunch and please be back on time for us to proceed further. Thank you. But can we have a group photograph? Ashok ji? Can we have a group photograph, please? Thank you.
Intertwined with an eternal philosophy of affinity and prosperity, India is now one of the fastest growing big economies. It is a perfect melting pot of aim and ambition from where a future is rising to inspire the whole world. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing in its 75th year of independence, India is poised to resurge its era of growth, greatness and preeminence.
आज जब हम अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, अगले 25 वर्ष हमारे देश के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण हैं।
A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra and endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation, and holistic participation amongst the government, industry, and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey. PhD CCI, ideally positioned as the apex middle market chamber, representative of 70% MSME entities as members, spreading over 150,000 companies across 16 states and 4 union territories, is well poised to be one of the key growth enablers in the country's accelerated economic development initiative.
Our commitment is part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India, while working in tandem with the government and policymakers. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. PhD CCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium, and small industries, and is one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with Diamond Grade by NABIT QCI, playing its role of a policy advocator and extending best support to the industry stakeholders.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth will surely speed up economic recovery. This increased spending on infrastructure will have a multiplier effect to rejuvenate the aggregate demand in the economy, particularly for sectors such as cement, metal, power, and more importantly, also generate jobs. The Gati Shakti Master Plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation, railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, thereby reducing logistic costs.
PhD CCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all issues having bearing on industry, trade, and commerce, and offers an opportunity to its members to be a part of the delegation for such interactions.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करते हैं उनसे बात कर रहा हूं तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in India, PhD CCI at the global level, the Chamber has been working with the embassies and high commissions in India and overseas to bring in the international best practices and business opportunities. With the in-house expertise, PhD CCI offers advisory services to Indian industries on most aspects of their business and have separate MSME cell, an IPR facilitation center in Delhi, and regional offices providing services to MSMEs and other members. PhD CCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms, and meeting rooms in its own offices located in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow, and Jaipur.
As PG Chambers works at a grassroots level and the states are its major strength, PG Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry, and people. PG Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PhD CCI. Intertwined, patron and star members for their continued support in taking the vision of PhD CCI to newer heights.
बागवानी, छोटे छोटे बागों में फल, फूल, सब्जी उगाने का ज्ञान, जिसकी जड़ें जुड़ी हैं भारत की प्राचीन परंपराओं से। ये पेड़, पौधे और जड़ी बूटियां भारत की संस्कृति, कला और आरोग्य विज्ञान का अभिन्न हिस्सा रही हैं। समय के साथ अत्यधिक अनुकूल विविधतापूर्ण जलवायु से हमारे देश में फलों, सब्जियों, मसालों और सुगंधित पौधों के विकास से विस्तृत व समृद्ध हुई हमारी बागवानी।
कमलम हो या शाही लीची, भूत जलोकिया मिर्च हो या काला चावल या हल्दी, अनेकों उत्पाद अब दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में भेजे जा रहे हैं। आज देश को खुशी होती है जब भारत की मिट्टी में पैदा हुई चीजों की सुगंध दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों तक पहुंच रही है।
धीरे धीरे बागवानी अनाज की खेती से स्वतंत्र एक अलग पहचान के साथ विकसित हुई और किसानों के लिए आय का एक आशाजनक स्रोत बनती गई। बागवानी के विकास को गति देते हुए अलग अलग क्षेत्रों की फसलों के आधार पर भारत सरकार ने एकीकृत बागवानी विकास मिशन की शुरुआत की। मिशन मुख्य तौर पर फलों, सब्जियों, जड़ एवं कंद वाली फसलों, मशरूम, फूल, खुशबूदार पौधों, नारियल, काजू और कोको की खेती को मजबूती प्रदान करता है।
मैंने अब चारों ओर की जो जमीन है उसके किनारे किनारे पे गुलाब का और कैमोमाइल की खेती कर रखी है। उसमें मैं आसवन से गुलाब जल निकालता हूँ, गुलाब जल टूरिस्ट ले जाते हैं। कैमोमाइल चाय के लिए कैमोमाइल लेके जाते हैं और उसके साथ मैंने यहाँ पर जो माल्टा फल पौधों से जैम बनता है वो सब लेके जाते हैं। अब मुझे लगता है मेरा परिवार, मेरा आजीविका बहुत बेहतर चल रही है कहते हैं।
इस अभियान के तहत छोटी जमीन वाले किसानों को फसल उगाने के साथ फसल की गुणवत्ता संवर्धन का भी प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है। साथ ही उत्तम बीज के वितरण, लघु सिंचाई, स्प्रिंकलर व खेती के लिए जरूरी उपकरणों की खरीद हेतु सब्सिडी देकर सशक्त किया जा रहा है। ऐसे किसान, उद्यमी या एफपीओ जो बागवानी को बड़े व्यावसायिक स्तर पर करना चाहते हैं, उन्हें एकीकृत बागवानी मिशन द्वारा राष्ट्रीय बागवानी बोर्ड के माध्यम से सीधे अनुदान दिया जाता है। आधुनिक व उन्नत बागवानी के लिए किसान पूंजीगत सब्सिडी फंड की मदद से अपने बागों को दे रहे हैं नए आकार और विस्तार।
ऑक्सीजन उगाने के लिए हमारे को जो है हाईटेक पॉली हाउसेज मिले हुए हैं। इसके लिए हमारे को 85% अनुदान गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा दिया गया है। इसमें कभी भी जैसा भी टेम्परेचर मेंटेन करना हो वैसा आप कर सकते हैं। ड्रिप इरिगेशन लगी हुई है, वेंचुरी लगी हुई है, जीवामृत वगैरह जो भी आपने इसमें देना है ड्रिप के थ्रू आप दे सकते हैं। फॉगर लगे हुए हैं। ऑक्सीजनली कोई भी सब्जी उगानी हो ताकि ऑक्सीजन सब्जी जब हम उगाएंगे तो उसका रेट हमारे को एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाता है।
किसानों की आमदनी बढ़ाने के लिए MIDH उन्हें FPO जैसे समूह बनाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करता है। इसके साथ किसानों को वित्तीय संस्थाओं से जोड़कर उनके उत्पादों के लिए एक बड़ा बाजार भी तैयार किया जा रहा है। आधुनिक सोच और आपसी सहयोग से देश के किसान अब बदल रहे हैं बागवानी की दशा और दिशा, जिसका परिणाम है आज भारत दुनिया भर में केला, आम, नींबू, पपीता और भिंडी का सबसे बड़ा उत्पादक देश है और दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा फल और सब्जी उत्पादक देश बन चुका है। वर्ष 2021 में नारियल, शहद, मसाले, कोको और काजू के उत्पादन में भी बागवानी के किसानों ने उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि दर्ज की है। अब मंत्रालय द्वारा आयातित पौध सामग्रियों के लिए बड़े स्तर पर प्लांट क्वारंटाइन केंद्रों की स्थापना की जा रही है। इन प्रयासों से देश में रोग मुक्त बीज व पौधे आसानी से उपलब्ध होंगे। विश्व में प्रसिद्ध 10 विदेशी फलों की पहचान कर कृषि मंत्रालय किसानों की आमदनी और अधिक बढ़ाने के लिए विशेष प्रोत्साहन दे रहा है। विश्व स्तर पर भारतीय बागवानी सेक्टर की बड़ी पहचान बनाने के लिए मंत्रालय ने हॉर्टिकल्चर क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत की है। CDP विभिन्न भौगोलिक क्षेत्रों के किसानों को बाजार आधारित योजना द्वारा खेती, लॉजिस्टिक्स, ब्रांडिंग एवं बाजार तक पहुंचने में सहयोग दे रहा है। बागवानी आज नए लक्ष्य से आगे बढ़ रही है। देश में फलों और सब्जियों का उत्पादन कुल अनाज उत्पादन से आगे बढ़ चुका है। बागवानी के पारंपरिक ज्ञान से परिचित है देश का किसान। आज आधुनिकता से जुड़कर देश का हर किसान शुरू कर सकता है स्वास्थ्य एवं समृद्धि की बागवानी।
Agriculture is the mainstay of the Indian economy and a source of livelihood for more than half of the population. Horticulture has emerged as the growth engine for the agriculture sector and contributes to more than 1/3 of the agricultural GDP. As per the 2021 and 2022 estimates, India recorded a horticulture production of over 333 million tons. Demand for fruits and vegetables is also likely to double to 650 million tons by 2050. India is the second largest producer of horticulture crops in the world and the largest producer of mango, banana, papaya, and guava. While the country accounts for approximately 12% of the global production, we still imported produce worth more than rupees 18,000 crore last year. Low productivity, inadequate pre- and post-harvest infrastructure, and other such constraints lead to losses ranging from 6 to 16% every year. Despite these challenges, there is a window of opportunity to further enhance the competitiveness of the horticulture sector with the adoption of a cluster-based approach. Several countries around the world have adopted this approach to address such issues. One such successful example is the banana cluster in Ecuador, where a group of provinces represent almost 100% of the total banana exports from the country. India, too, has over 100 horticulture clusters that have the potential for growth. For instance, Anantapur in Andhra Pradesh and Nasik in Maharashtra are promising clusters for exports of banana and grapes respectively. With a vision to strengthen and promote the cluster-based approach and boost the horticulture sector, the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare has conceptualized the Cluster Development Program. The program has been designed to support integrated interventions through three verticals: pre-production and production, post-harvest management and value addition, and logistics, marketing, and branding. From high-tech nurseries and tissue culture labs, dissemination of good agriculture practices, and strengthening of post-harvest and packaging infrastructure to development of unique cluster brands and market intelligence, interventions under the three verticals will cover all the aspects of value chain. These interventions will also leverage ongoing initiatives of development of multimodal transport for efficient evacuation. The practices developed by various centers of excellence for horticulture crops will be integrated in this program, along with dovetailing of resources under government schemes such as Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, and formation of promotion of 10,000 FPOs. The ministry has identified 55 horticulture clusters, of which 12 have been selected for the pilot launch. Learnings and outcome of the pilot will be used to scale up the program. The program has been developed in tandem with state governments who recommend cluster development agencies and play an integral part in smooth and on-ground implementation. To support the National Horticulture Board and cluster development agencies in the robust implementation of the program, Grant Thornton Bharat has been appointed as the program management unit. After successful implementation of the program in all 55 clusters, it is expected to attract investments worth 10,000 crore, boost export of horticulture produce by over 20%, and benefit more than 10 lakh farmers. The call for proposals for onboarding of implementing agencies have been floated for all the 12 pilot clusters. The cluster development program will boost the Indian horticulture sector by addressing challenges across the value chain. It will put the sector on the world map, thus changing the lives of farmers.
Horticulture crops perform a vital role in the Indian economy. India grows 331 metric tons of fruits and vegetables. This amounts to 11.38% of global fruits and 11.78% of global vegetables. India is the largest producer of mango, banana, papaya, guava, lemon, lime, and okra in the world, and second largest producer of potato, tomato, onion, cabbage, cauliflower, and brinjal. Indian horticultural production has surpassed cereal production in the country. In 2021, India exported fresh fruits and vegetables worth $1,342 million. India is the fastest growing vegetable seed market, currently at $75 million in revenue. India is progressing at a quick pace in post-harvest and cold chain infrastructure. It has a large-scale cold storage capacity of 38 million metric tons. The National Horticulture Board is ensuring quality production of accreditation and rating through horticultural nurseries, National Nursery Portal for consolidation data, large-scale PEQ facilities for imported planting material. Horticulture Cluster Development Program includes address the concerns of the horticulture value chain, enhances competitiveness, reduce harvest and post-harvest losses, introduces innovative technologies and practices. 55 horticulture clusters have been identified and 12 selected for the pilot launch. ongoing transformation in production of hybrid seeds, plant architecture and engineering, root stock technology, drip, sprinkler and fertigation system, greenhouses technology, biopesticides and biofertilizers, micropropagation and tissue culture in plant production, IND-GAP certification standards for adoption of good agricultural practices, a traceability system. Hortinet establishes clear linkages between the stakeholders through farm-to-fork monitoring. To ensure implementation of appropriate pre-harvest and post-harvest practices, processing and ensuring quality and food safety. India is also the world's largest producer of coconut, with over 21 billion nuts produced per year. The government is promoting activities to innovate, process, produce and pack quality certified coconut products with nutritional and health attributes. The Indian horticulture sector offers endless possibilities for sourcing quality horticulture produce, tie-ups in technology transfer and partnerships in ensuring availability of quality planting material. So come and join India in making this world safe and healthy. Intertwined with an eternal philosophy of affinity and prosperity, India is now one of the fastest growing big economies. It is a perfect melting pot of aim and ambition from where a future is rising to inspire the whole world. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing in its 75th year of independence, India is poised to resurge its era of growth, greatness and preeminence.
आज जब हम अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, अगले 25 वर्ष हमारे देश के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है.
A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra and endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation, and holistic participation amongst the government, industry, and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey. PhD CCI, ideally positioned as the apex middle market chamber, representative of 70% MSME entities as members, spreading over 150,000 companies across 16 states and 4 union territories, is well poised to be one of the key growth enablers in the country's accelerated economic development initiative.
Our commitment is part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India, while working in tandem with the government and policymakers. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. PhD CCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium, and small industries, and is one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with Diamond Grade by NABIT QCI, playing its role of a policy advocate and extending best support to the industry stakeholders.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth will surely speed up economic recovery. This increased spending on infrastructure will have a multiply effect to rejuvenate the aggregate demand in the economy, particularly for sectors such as cement, metal, power, and more importantly, also generate jobs. The Gati Shakti Master Plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation, railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, thereby reducing logistic costs.
PhD CCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all issues having bearing on industry, trade, and commerce, and offers an opportunity to its members to be a part of the delegation for such interactions.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों, ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करते हैं, उनसे बात कर रहा हूं, तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ता है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in India, PhD CCI at the global level, the Chamber has been working with the embassies and high commissions in India and overseas to bring in the international best practices and business opportunities. With the in-house expertise, PhD CCI offers advisory services to Indian industries on most aspects of their business and have separate MSME cell, an IPR facilitation center in Delhi, and regional offices providing services to MSMEs and other members. PhD CCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms, and meeting rooms in its own offices located in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow, and Jaipur.
As PG Chambers works at a grassroots level and the state are its major strength, PG Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry, and people. PhD Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PhD CCI provides opportunities to be a part of expert committees, task forces, wherein views of the Chamber are formulated on topical issues through deliberations in these committees or task forces and shared with the government for favorable consideration. PhD Chamber provides excellent networking opportunities with government officials, diplomats, leading names from all spheres of life, including business peers. PhD CCI has a bouquet of services to energize the industry and boost business growth. Some of them are certification services, energy audit services, Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, and Water Audit Center. We have been contributing in 8 thrust areas, that is, industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure development, green energy, agribusiness and food processing, indigenization in defense manufacturing, Ayush and health and digital India.
PhD CCI envisages New India, Dream India. The next 25 years of Amrit Kal would provide great opportunities to build a new India. The economy will attain its potential growth rate of double digits, becoming the third largest economy in world ecosystem. The manufacturing sector will be globally competitive, and the manufacturing exports will shift from USD billions to USD trillions every year. The agriculture sector will be sufficient not only to serve the domestic population, but also will be significantly visible in the global agri and food exports. We envisage a new India where millions of jobs are created for the growing young population and socio-economic development of the nation, which is moving to a developed economy.
PhD CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvements in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management, and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes, with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav.
I would like to compliment PhD Chamber that they are organizing this program so that there is greater awareness. And if I can leave a little task, that do seek opinion of people so that if we want to inject something better into the system, which we can.
The Chamber has been a thought leader, and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government. The PhD CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD Chambers includes post-budget interactive session on implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies. I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defense and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME Government of India. Standalone session on geopolitical spillovers and Indian economy with Dr. M.D. Patra, Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India.
It would be remiss of me to go further without mentioning that I have actually been in touch with the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for almost 20 years. A figure in our survey of professional forecasters, the RBI conducts a survey of everyone who forecasts, and their work figures very prominently. Actually, they figure in what we call the fan chart. We have a fan chart around a projection which describes the balance of risks.
37th edition of Ambassadors Meet 2022 with the theme Fostering International Economic Cooperation. International Climate Summit 2022, an initiative of the Indo-Norwegian Partnership, was organized by the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Greenstat AS in Bergen, Norway, in partnership with Invest India. The India-centric summit focused especially on exploring opportunities for green hydrogen in India. The event received extensive coverage from media houses in India and Norway. PhD CCI organized Education Summit 2022 at PhD House, New Delhi. Chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Science and Technology and Earth Sciences, Government of India. An interactive session with members of Parliament on ease of doing business in India. States Policy Conclave 2021 on the macroeconomic resilience of the states in the pandemic times, and release of PhD CCI report on the role of states in making Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I once again congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce for selecting this very appropriate theme for discussion today, and also thankful to them for inviting me here.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading role in the trade, development and growth journey of India, and always ready to promptly take up the new trends that emerge, which is also evident from the fact that we are today under one roof here to discuss the subject of startups.
webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspiring journey of women entrepreneurs. PhD CCI organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasizes on the need of diversity inclusion in the society. PhD CCI organized the first lecture of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Memorial Lecture Series. The chief guest was Sri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Union Minister of Tourism, Culture and DONER, Government of India, towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. PhD CCI delegates have several call-on meetings, including Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Jagdeep Dhankar, and meetings with Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister, Sri Piyush Goyal, and other Union Cabinet Ministers, Ministers of States, Chief Ministers, and other prominent dignitaries. PhD CCI is appreciated by everyone for their commendable endeavor in policy advocacy, upliftment of Indian industry, contribution to expansion of bilateral trade and social work. This year also presented occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from different fields, and PhD CCI has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. PhD CCI has signed numerous MOUs with the aim to establish and develop effective links between the business communities to promote mutual trade and investment, and also facilitate interaction between the members to improve cooperation to achieve an inclusive growth for the nation. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The double shock of COVID-19 crisis and Russia-Ukraine war has led to rising risks to global economy. However, Indian economy is projected to grow at the fastest rate as compared to the other leading economies in the world. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has undertaken slew of initiatives to rejuvenate economy and businesses from the daunting impact of pandemic and recent geopolitical distress between Russia and Ukraine. The PhD Chamber represented more than 300 micro and macro level of issues of trade and industry to the various departments of Government of India and state governments, of which more than 200 have been very kindly accepted by the dignitaries.
Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world. We would like to thank our annual sponsors, patron and star members for their continued support in taking the vision of PhD CCI to newer heights.
बागवानी, छोटे छोटे बागों में फल, फूल, सब्जी उगाने का ज्ञान, जिसकी जड़ें जुड़ी हैं भारत की प्राचीन परंपराओं से। ये पेड़, पौधे और जड़ी बूटियां भारत की संस्कृति, कला और आरोग्य विज्ञान का अभिन्न हिस्सा रही हैं। समय के साथ अत्यधिक अनुकूल विविधतापूर्ण जलवायु से हमारे देश में फलों, सब्जियों, मसालों और सुगंधित पौधों के विकास से विस्तृत व समृद्ध हुई हमारी बागवानी।
कमलम हो या शाही लीची, भूत जलोकिया मिर्च हो या काला चावल या हल्दी, अनेकों उत्पाद अब दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में भेजे जा रहे हैं। आज देश को खुशी होती है जब भारत की मिट्टी में पैदा हुई चीजों की सुगंध दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों तक पहुंच रही है।
धीरे धीरे बागवानी अनाज की खेती से स्वतंत्र एक अलग पहचान के साथ विकसित हुई और किसानों के लिए आय का एक आशाजनक स्रोत बनती गई। बागवानी के विकास को गति देते हुए अलग अलग क्षेत्रों की फसलों के आधार पर भारत सरकार ने एकीकृत बागवानी विकास मिशन की शुरुआत की। मिशन मुख्य तौर पर फलों, सब्जियों, जड़ एवं कंद वाली फसलों, मशरूम, फूल, खुशबूदार पौधों, नारियल, काजू और कोको की खेती को मजबूती प्रदान करता है।
मैंने अब चारों ओर की जो जमीन है उसके किनारे किनारे पे गुलाब का और कैमोमाइल की खेती कर रखी है। उसमें मैं आसवन से गुलाब जल निकालता हूँ, गुलाब जल टूरिस्ट ले जाते हैं। कैमोमाइल चाय के लिए कैमोमाइल लेके जाते हैं और उसके साथ मैंने यहाँ पर जो माल्टा फल पौधों से जैम बनता है वो सब लेके जाते हैं। अब मुझे लगता है मेरा परिवार, मेरा आजीविका बहुत बेहतर चल रही है पैसे से।
इस अभियान के तहत छोटी जमीन वाले किसानों को फसल उगाने के साथ फसल की गुणवत्ता संवर्धन का भी प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है। साथ ही उत्तम बीज के वितरण, लघु सिंचाई, स्प्रिंकलर व खेती के लिए जरूरी उपकरणों की खरीद हेतु सब्सिडी देकर सशक्त किया जा रहा है। ऐसे किसान, उद्यमी या एफपीओ जो बागवानी को बड़े व्यावसायिक स्तर पर करना चाहते हैं, उन्हें एकीकृत बागवानी मिशन द्वारा राष्ट्रीय बागवानी बोर्ड के माध्यम से सीधे अनुदान दिया जाता है। आधुनिक व उन्नत बागवानी के लिए किसान पूंजीगत सब्सिडी फंड की मदद से अपने बागों को दे रहे हैं नए आकार और विस्तार।
ऑक्सीजन उगाने के लिए हमारे को जो है हाईटेक पॉली हाउसेज मिले हुए हैं। इसके लिए हमारे को 85% अनुदान गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा दिया गया है। इसमें कभी भी जैसा भी टेम्परेचर मेंटेन करना हो वैसा आप कर सकते हैं। ड्रिप इरिगेशन लगी हुई है, वेंचरी लगी हुई है, जीवामृत वगैरह जो भी आपने इसमें देना है ड्रिप के थ्रू आप दे सकते हैं। फॉगर लगे हुए हैं। ऑक्सीजनली कोई भी सब्जी उगानी हो ताकि ऑक्सीजनली सब्जी जब हम उगाएंगे तो उसका रेट हमारे को एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाता है।
किसानों की आमदनी बढ़ाने के लिए MIDH उन्हें FPO जैसे समूह बनाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करता है। इसके साथ किसानों को वित्तीय संस्थाओं से जोड़कर उनके उत्पादों के लिए एक बड़ा बाजार भी तैयार किया जा रहा है। आधुनिक सोच और आपसी सहयोग से देश के किसान अब बदल रहे हैं बागवानी की दशा और दिशा, जिसका परिणाम है आज भारत दुनिया भर में केला, आम, नींबू, पपीता और भिंडी का सबसे बड़ा उत्पादक देश है और दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा फल और सब्जी उत्पादक देश बन चुका है। वर्ष 2021 में नारियल, शहद, मसाले, कोको और काजू के उत्पादन में भी बागवानी के किसानों ने उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि दर्ज की है। अब मंत्रालय द्वारा आयातित पौध सामग्रियों के लिए बड़े स्तर पर प्लांट क्वारंटाइन केंद्रों की स्थापना की जा रही है। इन प्रयासों से देश में रोग मुक्त बीज व पौधे आसानी से उपलब्ध होंगे। विश्व में प्रसिद्ध 10 विदेशी फलों की पहचान कर कृषि मंत्रालय किसानों की आमदनी और अधिक बढ़ाने के लिए विशेष प्रोत्साहन दे रहा है। विश्व स्तर पर भारतीय बागवानी सेक्टर की बड़ी पहचान बनाने के लिए मंत्रालय ने हॉर्टिकल्चर क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत की है। CDP विभिन्न भौगोलिक क्षेत्रों के किसानों को बाजार आधारित योजना द्वारा खेती, लॉजिस्टिक्स, ब्रांडिंग एवं बाजार तक पहुंचने में सहयोग दे रहा है। बागवानी आज नए लक्ष्य से आगे बढ़ रही है। देश में फलों और सब्जियों का उत्पादन कुल अनाज उत्पादन से आगे बढ़ चुका है। बागवानी के पारंपरिक ज्ञान से परिचित है देश का किसान। आज आधुनिकता से जुड़कर देश का हर किसान शुरू कर सकता है स्वास्थ्य एवं समृद्धि की बागवानी।
Agriculture is the mainstay of the Indian economy and a source of livelihood for more than half of the population. Horticulture has emerged as the growth engine for the agriculture sector and contributes to more than one-third of the agricultural GDP. As per the 2021 and 2022 estimates, India recorded a horticulture production of over 333 million tons. Demand for fruits and vegetables is also likely to double to 650 million tons by 2050. India is the second largest producer of horticulture crops in the world and the largest producer of mango, banana, papaya, and guava. While the country accounts for approximately 12% of the global production, we still imported produce worth more than rupees 18,000 crore last year. Low productivity, inadequate pre- and post-harvest infrastructure, and other such constraints lead to losses ranging from 6 to 16% every year. Despite these challenges, there is a window of opportunity to further enhance the competitiveness of the horticulture sector with the adoption of a cluster-based approach. Several countries around the world have adopted this approach to address such issues. One such successful example is the banana cluster in Ecuador, where a group of provinces represent almost 100% of the total banana exports from the country. India too has over 100 horticulture clusters that have the potential for growth. For instance, Anantapur in Andhra Pradesh and Nasik in Maharashtra are promising clusters for exports of banana and grapes respectively. With a vision to strengthen and promote the cluster-based approach and boost the horticulture sector, the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare has conceptualized the Cluster Development Program. The program has been designed to support integrated interventions through three verticals: pre-production and production, post-harvest management and value addition, and logistics, marketing, and branding. From high-tech nurseries and tissue culture labs, dissemination of good agricultural practices, and strengthening of post-harvest and packaging infrastructure to development of unique cluster brands and market intelligence, interventions under the three verticals will cover all the aspects of value chain. These interventions will also leverage ongoing initiatives of development of multimodal transport for efficient evacuation. The practices developed by various centers of excellence for horticulture crops
A
will
very
be
good afternoon
integrated
to
in
everybody.
this program,
Please
along
be
with
seated.
dovetailing of resources under
We would be
government
beginning our
schemes
next session very
such as
shortly.
agriculture infra Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana and formation of promotion of 10,000 FPOs. The ministry has identified 55 horticulture clusters, of which 12 have been selected for the pilot launch. Learnings and outcome of the pilot will be used to scale up the program. The program has been developed in tandem with state governments who recommend cluster development agencies and play an integral part in smooth and on-ground implementation. To support the National Horticulture Board and cluster development agencies in the robust implementation of the program, Grant Thornton Bharat has been appointed as the program management unit. After successful implementation of the program in all 55 clusters, it is expected to attract investments worth 10,000 crore, boost export of horticulture produce by over 20%, and benefit more than 10 lakh farmers. The call for proposals for onboarding of implementing agencies have been floated for all the 12 pilot clusters. The cluster development program will boost the Indian horticulture sector by addressing challenges across the value chain. It will put the sector on the world map, thus changing the lives of farmers.
Horticulture crops perform a vital role in the Indian economy. India grows 331 metric tons of fruits and vegetables. This amounts to 11.38% of global fruits and 11.78% of global vegetables. India is the largest producer of mango, banana, papaya, guava, lemon, lime, and okra in the world, and second largest producer of potato, tomato, onion, cabbage, cauliflower, and brinjal. Indian horticultural production has surpassed cereal production in the country. In 2021, India exported fresh fruits and vegetables worth $1,342 million.
Good afternoon,
India
everybody.
is the
This is to
fastest growing
request
vegetable-
everybody to come to the auditorium, please. We are about to begin our session number 2. This is to request all of you to please come and be seated in the auditorium. Thank you.
बस हो गया
A very good afternoon to everybody. I hope we have all had a good lunch and we are all full and ready for our next sessions and charged up enough. So I would like to take this opportunity for this technical session, which is energy efficiency in cold chain. I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Satish Kumar ji. Dr. Satish Kumar serves as the President and Executive Director of Alliance for Energy Efficient Economy, India's leading ecosystem enabling energy efficiency organization. Prior to AEEE, he was the Energy Efficiency Ambassador and led the energy management business at Schneider Electric India and has worked as a scientist at US Department of Energy's Lawrence Berkeley National Lab in the USA. He serves as a senior energy efficiency advisor, technical expert to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Niti Aayog, Bureau of Energy Efficiency Services Limited, and Department of Science and Technology. He has been closely involved with the development and administration of the following initiatives: India Cooling Action Plan, National Cooling Action Plan methodology, Global Cooling Prize, Solar Decathlon India, State Energy Efficiency Index, International Performance Measurement, and Verification Protocol. He has a PhD from Carnegie Mellon and B.Arch from IIT Roorkee and is a lead fellow. He has authored more than 100 book chapters, journals, conference papers, and industry reports. So let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Satish Kumar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And we are all here on a very, very important and exciting topic. Cold chain is receiving a lot of attention, but there are lots of challenges as well as opportunities. So I am privileged to be moderating this panel, and I'm going to invite Mr. Arvind Sarange, if you can come on stage. Then I would also like to invite Mr. Vishal Thapa and Dr. Nitin Goyal on stage. Just let me make a small introduction to our three esteemed panelists. Mr. Arvind Sarange is CMD, and he is CMD of ACR Project Consultants Private Limited. He's a very well-known figure in the cold chain and refrigeration space, and sir, more than I don't know kitne aapke handling over 700 cold chain projects. He has received ASHRAE Fellow Award. He has received Lifetime Award from ASHRAE, and author of like books and chapters. So we are very privileged to have you with us. I have also Mr. Vishal Thapa. Vishal is serving as a Senior Director, Collaborative Labeling and Appliance Standards Program. Vishal, I'm reading this full form after a very long time. I thought that we have moved from this full form to CLASP, but better known as CLASP. And Vishal is also a veteran in the industry with 22 years of global experiences working with a wide range of public and private sector partners across energy, climate, energy efficiency, environment, and sustainability. He has worked extensively on and off grid solutions. Outside of work, Vishal is an avid writer, frequently focuses on political and social issues. He has a master's degree in economics from University of Maryland and an undergrad degree in economics, mathematics, and political science from Monmouth College. Welcome to the panel, Vishal. Then we have, last but not the least, okay, here it is. We have Dr. Nitin Goyal, and Nitin is a co-founder and CEO of InfiCold India Private Limited. He's the Chief Executive Officer of InfiCold. He has over 20 plus experience with 15 plus patents in solar and cooling. He's a graduate from IIT Bombay and a PhD from University of Florida in solar refrigeration. He has earlier worked in the field of electronics cooling for laptops, solar absorption refrigeration, thermoelectric based refrigeration systems. He's a licensed cooling technologies from Godrej, Whirlpool, Laird, Oasis in his previous company. Welcome, Nitin, to the panel. So absolutely delighted to have, I think, the three stalwarts from the industry bringing in their different expertise and insights into this panel. The topic that has been assigned to this session is session on energy efficiency in cold chain. And I just want to start with some basic background information to set some context. And before I'm going to request our panelists to do their interventions. So some facts and figures to just orient the audience as well. Since we are talking about integrated post-harvest cold chain And we are talking about horticultural products. We are talking about the whole range of, I think, produce. But in this session, we are likely to focus on more fruits and vegetables. So India is the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables globally, with about 320 million metric tons of produce that it produces. Agricultural sector in general contributes to about 17 to 18% to India's GDP. So it's very, very important from that perspective. The sector also employs close to about 50% of our working population. So from a job creation and job giving perspective, agriculture sector becomes even more important from that perspective. Yet the country continues to face some malnutrition and food security, insecurity issues. So there is always, I think, a challenge on how to actually provide healthy food at an affordable price to most of the people. The last thing, which is also very, very critical, is that the segment suffers from food loss. It is about, I mean, the numbers vary, but even if we take like about 20%, so we are looking at more than 50 to 60 million metric tons of horticultural produce getting wasted, and much of it can be attributed to the lack of sustainable and kind of integrated cold chain in India. So, and the economic value of that loss is close to about 1 lakh crore. And the nature of our farming is also that we have about 86% of farmers are smallholder farmers, and out of like about 150 million total farmers that we are talking about. So if you look at, I think some of these highlights that I'm talking about, the cold chain sector is poised for significant growth in the near future. And there is both a need as well as an opportunity for expanding and sustaining a market for low cost and low energy refrigeration technologies for both rural and off-grid communities, as well as integrated logistics firms and export-oriented firms as well. So I think this is just, I think, I wanted to set this background for, I think, the audience as well as for the speakers. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to request our speakers to make an initial intervention of about 5 minutes each. And I'm just going to pose some broad question, which will allow you to sort of like provide the perspective. So now, Vishal, I'm going to start with you. And I think given this context that we described, and knowing that India has a lot of runway ahead of us in terms of development of the cold chain infrastructure, if we go to NCCD studies, if we go to India Cooling Action Plan studies, about 90% of the cold chain infrastructure in pack house, reefer vehicles, ripening chambers, these things are yet to be made. And at the same time, we are looking to do it in a sustainable manner. We are looking to do it using energy efficient technologies. So what, in your opinion, are the primary triggers for developing the cold chain infrastructure in India? And I'm going to request that maybe you can look at it from a policy and regulation perspective, maybe also technology, capacity building, awareness perspective, and financing and investment and business model perspective. This is sort of like you can pick and choose on which segment you want to focus on, but this is something that I just want to put on the table. And the other question that, yeah, so maybe I think we will start with that. And since you have a lot of experience in the standards and labeling and cold chain, we are just starting out. So maybe you can focus a little bit on that in terms of how do you bring quality and standardization without impinging on the innovation and some of the initial, I think, ideas that are coming from this sector. Over to you, Vishal.
Thank you very much, Satish, and thank you to the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industries and partners associated with the Cold Chain Conclave for having me here. Thank you, Satish, for also reminding me the full form of the organization I work with. It's been long forgotten, but it's a pleasure to have it repeated here. I'm also really honored to be sort of flanked by two stalwarts on practitioners. So I feel like whatever theoretical knowledge I might bring, I will be adequately ground tested in the course of the session. But thank you for the question. You asked the question about what's the trigger. I want to approach the trigger as energy efficiency, and let me dimension that in a little bit. You know, energy efficiency in cold chain is a relatively new theme, but it is a new theme in an old topic. The issue of energy has always surrounded cold chains for decades. In the past, maybe the issue of energy came through the dimension of energy supply, energy availability, and the relatively high costs of energy that sometimes constrained the ability of cold chains. Over time, as supply and reliability have improved a little bit, I think the thinking of it has changed to maybe look at energy costs. And one of the points that we continue to hear quite frequently is that energy costs play a large role in the overall costs of cold chain. That may not be the constraint per se, but it's one of the elements that we should bear in mind. And as Satish, you indicated in your question, that there's a lot of runway ahead of us. So what is it that we can do to ensure that this new capacity that is going to be built, this new infrastructure that's going to be rolled out over the next few years, is one that is adequately modified or adjusted to take care of sustainability and other aspects associated. So we think energy efficiency is a great trigger. And though there are many approaches to energy efficiency, one of the things that we have been pursuing through our work is using the policy venue to approach energy efficiency. So within that, standards and labeling, the standardization in quality, and then followed with that standardization and labeling is a very important, and we think a very powerful process through which we can help achieve that. And I can tell you a little bit more. One of the things that we're finding, and which is pretty obvious, but as the policy work is unfolding, we're finding is that it's very multidimensional. So there's lots of different agencies involved. There's a wide variety of stakeholders involved. And that's true of almost any topic you can name, but more so here because it touches on agriculture, which seems to really run lots of parallel and diffuse sort of network and routes. As we've been exploring this, we've had the opportunity to engage with many partners, both in government, outside of government. AEEE, for instance, was a key partner that led some of our analysis in this work, along with other players from the industry and the sector. And we've sort of begin to triangulate on what are the 3-4 broad technologies in which a policy approach might be meaningful. One, for instance, is to look at refrigeration compressors and see if standards and labeling around that could be done. The second was to look at walk-in cold rooms. That would be another technology that we think may be useful from a standardization point of view. And the third is to see, is to look at the perform achieve trade scheme and to ask the question about whether there is feasibility for larger cold chains to be included in that as a sector that is affected, and so that would help reduce the efficiency, that would help enhance the efficiency of those systems. So there's multiple dimensions when we look at this policy, which is quite different from other policy approaches, which is sometimes you're looking not just as a component. So for instance, compressor would be a component, but sometimes it's also about whole systems, like walk-in cold rooms would be a system. And of course, PAT would be the whole different scheme of things. So these are the few policy options that we are exploring and that we feel are kind of the front runners, so to speak, where it reflects a couple of different opportunities. One is that there is room for standardization, and so it's possible to do it. Second is the impact is large. Compressors single-handedly account for a large share of the overall energy use within this, so it's large. Third is that it's feasible. It's both politically feasible, it's socially feasible, it's economically feasible from a policy implementation point of view. And then it has significant socioeconomic benefits. And that's the last part I want to pick up, just to close the answer on the trigger. There's tremendous value in sort of looking at some of these policies and standardization And it's what you said, in a way that it doesn't impinge on innovation, like innovation has to continue. But these policy triggers can often provide the impetus to push further on this innovation. The second it can do is, as you've heard repeatedly through the course of these sessions, a lot of financing need is there. It can actually bring together and provide a more standardized framework, a technology framework that generates confidence to be able to leverage financing at a much larger scale. And so it can bring together ecosystems, it can bring together financing as part of the ecosystems. And so within the different options that are there, we feel that energy efficiency is clearly one of an interesting trigger, given the current context, given the current need, given the runway, as Satish put it, the runway that is available for the growth in this sector. We think that's an important trigger to look at. And we're very privileged today to have the opportunity to work with so many stakeholders to at least pursue that agenda. And we are hoping that it continues to receive support at the highest level in order to help realize this ambition.
Thank you, Vishal. And Vishal is very well placed to comment on some of these things because of a long history of standards development and labeling development for a multitude of appliances and equipment. So the fact that we are at an early stage of cold chain and CLASP is getting involved and identifying these issues, I think bodes well for the sector. And we are privileged to be working with CLASP. So thank you, Vishal. I'm going to go to Nitin now. And Nitin, during the course of the work that a lot of organizations, including AEEE, what we have done is that what are the kinds of technologies that is going to be appropriate for developing this sustainable and cold chain infrastructure. And you are one of the pioneers, I think, both with your background and understanding of the solar and cooling side of things, and you have chosen to work in the cold chain sector. So in the question that I have for you is that what are some possible innovations in existing building models, whether it's like export focused or integrated logistics, FPO owned, and financing investment incentive mechanism to spur the right kind of technology, to encourage the technology developers like InfiCold to combine, I think, some of these technological elements covering both efficiency and renewable energy at times, which will also help develop the industry further. So over to you, Nitin.
Yep. Thanks, Satish. Also thanks PSD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the invitation here. So see, one of the main challenge what I feel with cold chain in India is that India is quite different as compared to European world. We are a land of smallholder farmers, and the primary challenge which we face is access to electricity at every acre of land. If we look into and I don't see that access to finance is a main challenge. If we pick a simple example of a 5,000 liter milk cooler, a cost of a traditional milk cooler cost is about 5 lakh. And the amount of milk it cools in a year is 10 crore. The cost of cooling milk with electricity is about 15 paisa. The cost of cooling milk with diesel becomes 1.5 rupees. This is the main challenge. Another challenge is that in US or Europe, we have 10,000 cows sitting at one place and milk is getting cooled. In India, cow is democratized to farmers. Every farmer is bringing a cow, milk from a cow and pouring milk at one center. So first of all, the main challenge what we see in this ecosystem is, from an innovation perspective, is technology. We need to look into technologies which can bring access to electricity at every acre of the land. And one of the most beautiful example is solar irrigation pumps. In 5 years back, there was in fact, 10 years back, there was a lot of hue and cry about water not available for irrigation. But with the onset of off-grid solar pumps, that has been resolved. Productivity has gone up, Now, the next challenge is to bring cold chain at every farmer level. So for that, there are two things which we need to look into. One is solar. Solar we can bring at every acre of land. It is not possible even in US to bring solar at every acre of land. That is one challenge. So for that now, one of the main challenge with solar, people might not be aware, 99% of solar across the globe will fail if you cut the grid. In Ukraine, and these days, if you don't have grid, even if after having multi-gigawatt of solar, it will fail. What we do differently is that we provide off-grid solar solutions. Now the challenge with off-grid solar is solar is only available for 8 hours. What you will do? For that, we have these ice batteries which store cooling. Now, this is only addressing the energy storage issue. But these ice batteries are also doing too many other things. So I will give an example of a hybrid car. You have a small engine, you have a small motor. Both of them are working in tandem. What it happens, right? It increases the efficiencies. Same way, these ice batteries with a compressor are not only addressing the challenge of storing solar at night, they're also improving the cooling rates. So let's say at a 30 degrees Celsius, the cooling output from these in tandem would be 5 times more than a compressor. Right? So these are the kind of things our company is working. We are working on solar milk coolers, solar cold storages. We are installing systems with Indian Army, with Army of Jordan, Iraq, Sudan, Lebanon, Kenya, Congo. In fact, 22 states of India, we have installations. Now coming back to one of the main challenge on possible business model. I don't see finance is an issue. I see technology an issue. In an automotive world, everyone talks about mileage of a car, but we don't talk about mileage of a cold chain. If we reduce the capex by 10%, my OPEX goes up by 20%. And people are not aware of it. We don't have star rating in cold chain like we have in air conditioner. These are the primary challenge. Now, the way InfiCold is working on few of these options, and one is where we have recently tied up with Hindustan Petroleum. We have a MOU with HPCL. Our idea was HPCL has 24,000 petrol pumps. On these petrol pumps, if we install these high energy efficient cold storages, which would be owned by petrol pump dealers, and they will be given on rent to farmers. This can be done in rural India. It can be done in urban part. In urban part, these can be leased to hyperlocal delivery companies, also pharmacies. And this can also solve a lot of cold chain issues, which are on access of financing. Farmers are not able to get loan. So these are the kind of things are also possible. Another is, So another is like collateral. Collateral is available on truck, but not a cold chain. So why don't we have a cold chain on a wheel, which can be collateralized? The third thing which I feel is there should not be any subsidies for diesel generator. That is the primary culprit. Right? Energy efficiency. If you're talking about cold chain, it has to be with non-diesel based solutions, and that can drive the efficiencies of the entire.
Thanks a lot, Nitin, and I'll come back to you with some follow-ups on some of the points that you have made. Surangya sir, you have been a designer and a consultant for more than 50 years, one of the leading people who know the cold chain sector inside out. My question is that, and you have seen, I think there is more focus coming from the government. There are more policies, guidelines, other things that are all of a sudden talking about sustainability and energy efficiency. So over the course of your professional journey, how have you seen the design and technological aspects of cold chain components evolve from the past in this sector? So maybe I think over the last 5 or 10 years, are you seeing some changes, I think, that you can help us? And what has been your experience in, specifically in the designing of the cold chain infrastructure, the way you are designing, whether you have taken a more different approach and especially in the context of India Cooling Action Plan and some of the things that are coming, which are trying to, I think, you put a spotlight on efficiency and sustainability. So over to you, Mr. Surange, and I'll request you to limit your comments to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar and good afternoon. Well, friends, as we all know, cold chain is our lifeline. Even for me personally, it's a lifeline. Because out of my 59 years of association with the industry, 51 years I have spent in cold chain. Well, cold chain does not mean a single line or something. You know, depending on the product that we handle, we have to select the route which is required, you know, to go for the cold chain to go. Because cold chain ultimately is a journey from the place of production to the place of consumption in a manner that is scientific, that is hygienic, that is with the assistance of refrigeration and logistics. So having said that, let me tell you that I started in an era when the word cold chain was not heard of in India. Yeah, it was in 1971 that the first multi-product cold stores were designed and implemented in Pune. It was 8 chambers with different temperatures and for chilled products as well as for frozen products and all. Thereafter, in the 70s, there was a very good development. It was actually beginning of an era in the world cold chain. See, in cold chain, then a company called MAFCO, which was a subsidiary of Maharashtra government, they came up with some projects there where they set up some multi-product cold stores and also the frozen food plants. For example, for peas, mango pulp, and some other products there. They also did some projects for fisheries. So that was real beginning of the cold chain in India. And thereafter, lots of private companies, like for example, Venky's, the largest, one of the largest poultry producers. So they came out with their project there, and Al Kabir, again the known name in meat processing. So they also came out with a large project in Hyderabad, the most modern at that time, of course. They came out with a new technology in Hyderabad. And then thereafter, there's no looking back. I mean, there are so many projects which came up in this. And the technology started also moving from that, the first project. I remember that the first project that we had a challenge of designing a multi-product cold storage, because everyone thought that cold storage is the only method of preservation of food and the only commodity to be handled was potato. So they did not know that anything else could be stored. So this was a challenging thing again. Another challenge was the type of equipment available. That was naturally, it was 1971. So we had all old types of systems, slow speed compressors. And the major problem was automation, lack of automation. Because at that time, these electronic gadgets, electronic controls and automation systems were not available. So practically all the plants had to be managed and operated manually. And that was a big challenge because we did not have trained people. So if there are 8 chambers, you know, and 3 or 4 having different kind of parameters to be maintained, then they had those issues of how to maintain those conditions in those chambers. So then it was again in 70s that the automation systems, like for example, liquid level controls for refrigerant flows, they were developed in India. Then the second was certain factors for energy saving, because energy was very important. And I must tell you that the entire HVAC&R sector, which also includes refrigeration, it consumes about 35% of the global energy production. There is no specific data available for cold chain as such. But my own experience and my own, association with this industry, I feel that the cold chain alone would consume about 8 to 10% of global energy production. And that's also quite a big figure. So naturally, another issue was that in 71, many of you may remember that we had energy crisis in the world. That was the period, we started facing the problem about energy availability. So we had to seriously think about all energy aspects. So even the government came out with some suggestions and all that, and we interacted and all. And then we came out with certain solutions for it. Now, in cold chain, there are various components, like right from bulk cold stores, which were there already in thousands, multi-product cold stores, then controlled atmosphere stores, ripening chambers. Then we had pack houses. Pack house concept was not there initially. It came only about last 15 or 20 years. Then we had frozen food complexes, and then we had, medium temperature stores, like in the retails, you find this 20 degrees, like low temperature AC storages, where you can store some items like tobacco, beverages, and things like, we do not need actually very low temperatures. So even that is a part of the cold chain. Now the question is the difference between the other systems, like for example, HVAC projects. We handle a lot of HVAC projects also. There, our final aim is to provide comfort. So the range is between say 20 to about say 25, 26 degrees. But in cold chain, we move from say 20 degrees plus to minus 40. It's a huge range. And there are projects where we have the application for 20 degrees, application for 0 to 5 degrees, application for 15 degrees for process AC, halls. Then we have packing areas where we need again 7 to 8 degrees. Then we have freezing systems which go up to about minus 30 degrees in actual freezing. Then we have minus 20, 20 for the storage and all that. So all these are, different requirements in the sector, and we have to meet all those challenges. So design integrated plants so that we do not spend energy which is equivalent to the energy required for the lowest, but we spend energy for the relevant part. For example, for 20, we spend for 20 degrees. For minus 30 or minus 40, we spend energy for minus 40. So all such challenges were there, and I think we have gone through all that. Today, it's a very well advanced, developed technology.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. I have been asked by the organizers to wrap it by 3:35, so our session is getting squeezed a little bit. So, but I'll do a follow-up round and request people to do maybe sharp and concise intervention, and then see, I think, if we can take one or two questions. So I'll maybe start with Nitin. Nitin, you mentioned that financing is not an issue. I think technology is sometimes an issue, and if we can somehow reduce the life cycle cost of providing cooling or refrigeration services, then that is going to be important, and how you are doing. So one quick element that I want to bring is that all of us are also aware about farmer producers organization. Government has a big scheme. I mean, they are spending about 7,000 crores. And there are reports which are saying that while the thrust is there, that's not a very organized sector. They don't have access to much of the information and other things. And we are also trying to look at that. How do you provide farm gate cooling services and others? So if there are, in your experience, if you have worked with some of the FPOs and FPCs and see that, is that a big difference between working with them or an export house or an integrated logistics provider? And what are some of the innovative things that you can do so that some of the, I think, the wonders of technology can be reaped by them as well? So maybe you can comment on that and keep it to 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you.
So we have about 100 installations with various FPOs, and also another 50 installations with milk cooperatives. So we don't see any major challenge with FPOs. Working with FPOs, they are as good as the other export houses or corporates. One of the main challenge which we face is there is a numerous subsidy schemes floating around. Today itself, one of the person told me there is this NABARD scheme which is there and which can be pretty interesting. So there are tons of schemes by Government of India, but there is not a single organization which has consolidated them in a single window. That is one primary challenge. Second is a lot of these MITH schemes are too much focused on large size, more like a potato kind of a cold storage. We don't see a lot of well-defined specifications, even in MIDH schemes for 10 metric ton, 20 metric ton, 30 metric ton kind of a distributed cold chain. And that becomes a primary challenge because of FPO requirement will not be 5,000 metric ton. They would be looking into a 20, 30 metric ton kind of a size. And that becomes a little bit of a challenge for us to even find ourselves how to get that access to the subsidy. We have started working very closely with AIF, and I'm quite impressed. The Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, I'm quite impressed with them and the way they are helping us. So there is a 3% of interest subvention from AIF for FPOs and farmers, even private companies for agri cold chain solutions. But on the MIDH or NABARD side, a lot of subsidies schemes need to be consolidated in a single window.
Thanks a lot, Nitin. I'll come back to Sir you, Mr. Sarange. And maybe I think this is a very specific question, but we have been looking at the cold store, and I think sometimes, as you said, 50 years ago, nobody used to understand. People used to think cold storage is cold chain, and we have like thousands of cold storage solutions. And you talked about the automation, and I think the improvements in the technology, whether it's compressors and other things. We have a lot of legacy cold stores, and there are lots of losses even for potatoes and others, and that runs into thousands of crores. And yet we are struggling to find out both a business model as well as upgrading the bunker coil system with some of the other systems which can improve a lot efficiency. You talked about automation technique. So in your opinion, what could be some of the newer thinking in terms of upgrading it? I think from a technology side, and of course, I mean, from the financing side needs to be addressed as well. But if you have, I think based on your experience, if you have some insights into this thing, I'm sure that this could be taken up by some of the organizations who are working in this space. I'm just asking that if you have some suggestion, or I think if any other.
Yeah, it reminds me that we were a part of the formulation of the standards for cold chain projects with NCCD, I mean, with NHB. Dr. Sharma is sitting here, fortunately. He was the premier officer at that time. And while working on that, we realized that we did not have enough, I mean, our people who were handling the projects did not have the knowledge about handling potatoes and all that. They were just setting up projects based on very old technology, old conventional civil buildings with brick walls and RCC columns, beams and all. And then they had just some ammonia plants, most of them. And everything was in shambles. I mean, it was not orderly done. And there's no thought about energy part of it. They used bunker coil. Now, this was an issue, key issue, when we realized that bunker coil is not fit to be a part of the cold storage. That's because we had some 5 parameters for potato store, for the seed stores, for the table stores, and for also the processed potato. So we defined those parameters there, and we saw whether this bunker coil meets any requirement. And it was the observation that it did not meet any of these requirements. So finally, we decided not to approve any proposal with bunker coils. And this was discussed. This was about 15 years back. Yeah. And there was a lobby of the cold storage owners at that time. They came forward saying that we have been doing this and all that. I said, fine, you have been doing it, but you can always improve your mistakes. So we had Dr. Sharma organize one public meeting in an auditorium in Delhi, and I was supposed to take up that case. And then I laid out all the 5 parameters, and I put up a challenge to people. Those who really want bunker coil, they should come forward and show us one project which meets these parameters, which were given by the food scientists. They were not our thing. So till date, no one has come. It's 15 years now. So that is why we decided not to do, I mean, totally to do away with bunker coils. And we then started following the latest technology, which is forced wind unit coils.
Thank you, sir, for I think those insights, and that shows the part of the experience and the knowledge. So thank you again. I think I'm sure that there are lots of discussions on retrofitting cold storages in India, because there are thousands of them, and with bunker coils, and how do you actually improve the technology with the help of financing. Vishal, I'm going to come back to you. You have talked about both I think the fine line that standards and labeling program need to walk. On one side, by standardizing and by setting the minimum energy performance standards or quality, you can attract greater financing, you can actually have larger scale programs and those kind of things. And on the other side, you don't want to crimp the innovation. I mean, some of the things that Nitin is talking about and other things where renewable energy, efficiency, storage, all of these things are being combined, and it's a pretty dynamic place. I just wanted to ask you that from your experience, can you cite like maybe another sector where how you have faced what situation we are facing in the cold chain? If you have faced a similar situation, and how the standards and labeling program has actually helped the sector, I think it become more robust, and I think which also has scaled up, which is also, I think, one of the larger challenges that India is facing.
Thank you, Satish, for that question. And when I started this, the first intervention, I told you that there's a value to being squeezed between two stalwarts, and I'm going to tell you exactly what that means now. On my right is Mr. Arvind, who brings so many years, decades of experience, and he started off by saying, in 1970, we didn't even hear cold chain. And then on my left is Dr. Nitin, who said, we got to get a cold chain at every farmer. So in the 50 years that's been transversed here, you see we've gone to never even having heard about it to trying to make sure that every farmer gets it. And I think in today's context, and I'll get to your answer in sort of a roundabout way, but I will get to your answer, today, I think notions like what Dr. Nitin said, that we got to put a cold chain in every farmer, he suddenly feels real. It was like standing 10 years ago and saying like, I'm going to give electricity access to all, and everybody said, yeah, right. Like, it's going to happen in this decade, but it did. And so same way, I think it's far more tangible today. But this is where I'm going to get to the response to your answer, is that our approach to policy also has to change. And you asked me to give an example from perhaps another sector, but I want to give you the example from cold chain itself, because this is where we're reflecting it in the work that we do. So, for a long time, we've kind of kept a very strict line. This is grid people, this is off-grid people, and they don't really talk to each other. They go to the different conventions, they eat from different plates, they eat different food, they talk different words. But today, that is all blurred. Like, there's no such thing as grid and off-grid. It's just some weird kind of grid and distributed grid. And so I think what Dr. Nitin is reflecting, and the point that he made, which I think is really pertinent to this response I have, is that electricity access is still an issue in terms of every acre. How do you get good electricity access? Which is where the emergence of distributed is now suddenly making sense, right? So it is not so much about just solutions that are feeding off the centralized grid, but it is also solutions that are feeding off the decentralized solutions and the combinations of those. So when we approach policy today, we don't say, oh, this is energy efficiency and we got to think of it from a grid angle, or this is off-grid solution. It's really the blurring of the two. And the way that's being reflected in our work, for example, is that while we are continuing to work with stakeholders in trying to push policy, a lobby for policy on efficiency of grid-connected solutions, such as compressors, we're also actively working on off-grid cold chain solutions to try to bring it into the mainstream and integrate. So today we are running a challenge called the Off-Grid Cold Chain Solution, which is a global challenge that is featuring some, 10 odd installations that are being monitored over the course of the year. And one of the parameters on which it's being monitored is, how much grid and off-grid that they're using and the interchangeability around it. So as we're looking at standards from there, we're thinking that that also begins to influence our thinking on standards on the grid side. Now, you can't think of efficiency purely from a demand side. You got to also start thinking about efficiency from a supply side, but where supply is on site, right, in a decentralized solution. Storage that you talked about, that's also another aspect. So what we're finding is as we continue to work on technologies that were traditionally off-grid, whether it is the cold chain solutions, we've worked a lot on off-grid refrigerators, off-grid, solar water pumps, for example. We are finding that many of the core elements of the standardization that we saw there and the efficiencies we saw there is beginning to bleach into the on-grid side. And the distinction between what was grid and off-grid is sort of blurry. And that means we have to redimension our approaches to policy. We have to think of it as one policy that meets both of those objectives.
No, thanks, Vishal. These are very, very insightful comments. And I know that CLASP is working in Africa on some of these cold chain access issues. And I think the way you weaved together some of those experiences was great. So I don't know, maybe we can take one or two questions from the audience before we wrap up. I hope that the organizers will give us the liberty of that. You want to comment on something? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So Mr. Surange wants to take a couple of minutes to talk about the work that he has done with NCCD. So yes, sir, please.
Yes. So as we know, energy efficiency has always been a part of the talk in every seminar and every occasion you see, because that is a serious problem for the operation of the cold chain. But there is another aspect of it was sustainability. And sustainability, as you know, many of you may know that there is a green building movement the world over. It was started in US and it was followed vigorously in India right from the year, I think, 2002. And I used to attend those ECRICON organized by ISRE in Delhi. So I was quite impressed with that. And then I thought in 2008 that why not think about a green cold chain? So that was the beginning of the concept of green cold chain, sustainable cold chain. And I wrote my first paper on that in 2008, which was published by ISRE in a book form, where Dr. Jain and all, they also had contributed. And then I was a member of ISRE Refrigeration Committee, the US committee, for 3 years, when I used to talk about the green cold chain and all that. The committee was dedicated only to refrigeration. So when I talked about it, they said, yes, we also have an idea about, coming out with some document on that. So naturally, I was appointed on that committee. This committee took up the publication of a book, which is the only book available globally. It is called Sustainable Refrigerated Facilities and Refrigeration Systems. This was published finally after 3 years of work by 2 universities in US under our guidance. And this was published in 2018. So as I said, this was the only book on sustainability in cold chain. So based on that, we were inspired, or rather we were motivated to do something for NCCD. So we have a committee which is called Non-Conventional and Sustainable Applications in Cold Chain. And Mr. Ashish is the chairman of that. I am the co-chair of that committee. It has been working for the last 6 years. And the most important task, apart from other, other research projects which have been presented by our academic, institutions, the professors like Dr. Maya, Dr. Vilindrane, and there's some other people also from Danfoss and all. So apart from that, I thought that we should come out with the green ratings. And cold chain, as I said, is a very complicated issue. So we started with green ratings for cold store projects, because cold stores we can define, on different types. So we started with that project, and after about 3.5 years, we have completed that work now. It has been given to or submitted to Mr. Ashish. for any further formalization or whatever it is. But we wish that such projects should be given some recognition, some even financial assistance and all that. And it is my request, I tried at this forum, that government should seriously consider, because other countries are doing this, although they don't have any green rating format so far. Even US does not have that. I know that because I was in the committee there and I was in touch with the Global Coal-Chain Alliance also. So even they have not completed this work, but we have done it. So this is the first time globally that we have completed this project. And I think, Mr. Ashish, it is for you to take it forward now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that Mr. Ashish Potedar will probably share some light on this thing, and we will soon have an excellent publication on green rating of cold chain. Should we wrap up, or can we take one or two questions?
It would be great if we could wrap up.
Okay, looks like we are being asked to wrap up, so my apologies. I never like that if audience doesn't get a chance, but because of some spillover problems, I think but I do want to thank again PhD Chamber of Commerce and our esteemed panelists, Mr. Surange, Vishal, and Nitin, for wonderful interventions and sharing your experience and knowledge with this audience. Let us put our hands together for the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our esteemed guests. And now I would like to invite upon stage our Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Mohit Luthra, to felicitate our esteemed guests on the behalf of our team at PhD CCI. I would request Mohit sir to please felicitate our moderator, Dr. Satish Kumarji, he being the President and Executive Director, Alliance for Energy Efficient Economy. Could we please have a round of applause for him? Thank you. Now I would request him to felicitate Mr. Vishal Thapa, Senior Director, Collaborative Labeling and Applying Standards Program. We would like to felicitate Mr. Erwin Surange, CMD, ACR Project Consultants Private Limited. Could we have a round of applause for him, please? And now we would felicitate Dr. Nitin Goyal, co-founder and CEO, Inficold India Private Limited. Could we have a huge round of applause for all our esteemed guests and their contribution towards all of us. Thank you. Could we please call upon stage everyone, our esteemed guest, for a photograph? Thank you. We would like to begin with our next session, that is our technical session number 3, which is refrigeration technology in the cold chain. I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Erwin Surange. Mr. Erwin Surange holds a master's degree in ACR from University of Roorkee, now IIT, in 1963. He had practical project training in Germany and Denmark, followed by work experience with Assel and Kirloskar Pneumatic Company Limited. He is the CMD of ACR Project Consultants Private Limited. In 2021, ACR Project celebrated Golden Jubilee of their professional consultancy service in cold chain and allied projects. ACR is the senior most project designing and consultancy firm in cold chain sector in India, with an experience of handling over 700 cold chain and allied projects. He is the founder president of Ishare Pune chapter, past national president of Ishare and past president of ASHRAE Western India chapter. He received the coveted ASHRAE Fellow Award from the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers in Chicago. He is the recipient of Lifetime Service Award from Ishare and also Lifetime Achievement Award from Rotary Club and from Global Cold Chain Alliance. He is the author of Cold Storage Basics, published by Ishare in 5 languages. He introduced the concept of green cold chain for the first time at a global level and has promoted the concept in various forums in India and in other countries as well. He is consultant to NHB and is the co-chair of NCCD's Committee to Promote Sustainable Technology in Cold Chain. He is past member of ASHRAE Refrigeration Committee, past chair and member of PMS for ASHRAE Sustainable Refrigeration Guide, where his own work in sustainable technology has also been acknowledged. So I would request all of you to please put your hands together for honoring Mr. Surange. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that kind introduction. Well, friends, this session deals with the energy efficient cold chain. And again, a very relevant topic. And we have some stalwarts who will be with me and to share their views and experiences. I would first call upon Anjul Manchanda. Where is Anjul? Yeah, Anjul, please. We have Mr. Vikas Taneja from business Panasonic Life Solutions Private Limited. Where is Vivek? Yeah. Welcome. We have Suyog Chatterjee from Witzer. Please welcome you. Yeah. We also have Riaz Khan from Everson Climate Technologies. Welcome, Riaz, please. Well, what we'll do, we'll follow the trend which Dr. Satish Kumar has set in for us. I'll give you the introduction about this topic. Very interesting topic, refrigeration in the cold chain. It is said that when Mr. Thermotransfer met Miss Thermodynamics, the refrigeration was born. So heat transfer is the father and thermodynamics is the mother of refrigeration. Rightly so. When in 2006, the ASHRAE president, Ron Ballot, who is also a stalwart in refrigeration and cold chain technology, he visited India. He made a remark that refrigeration is the technology for survival. I asked him, survival of whom? So he's a survival of mankind, survival of mankind. You know, it's true. Later on in my presentations, I used to say refrigeration is the technology for survival of mankind, but not only refrigeration and cold chain. Because we must have experienced, I mean, just imagine if cold chain were not in operation during our recent COVID period, what would have happened? We are all safe and celebrating things here just because we had the vaccination. We have the relevant medicines and things like that and treatments. And that was possible only through the cold chains. cold chain for storage, right from production to storage to distribution to the final last mile delivery. So all this is possible through cold chain, and all this cold chain is possible because of refrigeration. Refrigeration is supposed to be the heart of the cold chain. Now we have, let's move to the main topic. I will start with Anjul. Anjul, I know for a very long time, I think 40 years now. So we have made certain points. Basically, what I would like to do is I would mention this point which I have observed here, and then one by one, I will seek your opinions or your experiences on that. So most important thing in a cold chain is the system design. System design, yeah. So that covers, the application, that covers the systems used, refrigeration systems used and other systems used. And that also covers any other aspects related with that, right up to the transport. So what do you think are the important aspects in the design of the system? What type of refrigeration, what type of equipment, what type of energy efficiency, any thought for sustainability, whether any brand is important in selection of equipment, or the performance of the thing is important, or the cost of the project is important. What do you think should be given importance while designing the project and while selection of the system? Anjali, yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to take the opportunity to thank PSD Chamber of Commerce, NCCD, to give us an opportunity to speak on this subject of technology in refrigeration. And Mr. Surange already explained about the topic which we are going to cover here. I had an opportunity to work with Mr. Surange in the initial days of my career. I have been in this field from last 25 years now. And in the initial days, Mr. Surange was in Pune and I was working in Bombay. So I had interacted a lot with him and understood kind of, working on the design of refrigeration, the selecting the compressors and other things. Those were also initial days when the new technologies were evolving in the refrigeration field. So like Mr. Surange asked, and I would like to throw some lights, what we consider or what is important in designing any cold storage refrigeration system. So if we talk about the refrigeration system, means everybody talks about only compressor, which brand of compressor, which type of compressors, how much HP is there, how much kilowatt it is going to give as far as the refrigeration output is concerned. But in a refrigeration cycle, you have compressors, you have evaporators, you have indoor units of various types, you have condensers, you have expansion walls, you have the design of refrigeration piping, insulation. Everything put together, puts a great system in place. Any of the component, if it is undersized or oversized, the performance of compressor or any other equipment is going to be, it's not going to be efficient. So every component, the selection of the every small component like expansion walls, how much opening is to be required. If you talk about thermostatic expansion wall, electronic expansion valves, both have different aspects of working, both have different applications. In condenser, you have evaporative condenser, you have air-cooled condenser, you have water-cooled condenser, depending on the altitude of the place where it is going to get installed, depending on the wet bulb temperature, depending on dry bulb temperature, you need to select what is best for your application. So it does not make, too much of difference which brand you are going for. Obviously, every brand has its own positives or negatives. But it is very important to select the system basis on the application, basis on the use, basis on the location where it is going to get installed. You have you may get a best of the compressors from the industry. You can go for any of the A-class company of the compressors, but if, at the same time, if you don't put right kind of refrigeration piping cycle in place, so that compressor efficiency is not going to be the there which is theoretically available in the software. So for a efficient compressor operation, you need to have a proper piping design. The oil has to return back to the compressor. The superheating and subcooling management is also equally important. So design comes first. The parameters where you select the system as per the requirement comes the secondary, and the brand, I would say, equally important, but it sometimes take the back seat when it comes to the requirement of the refrigeration system. Thank you.
So Vikas, so thank you, sir. In fact, thank you, PhD CCI and NCCD for inviting us. In fact, I'm honored to be here along with so many of experts here. In fact, I would not call myself an expert in cold chain. I see a lot of experts out here which I've met, and in fact, I basically came in to listen more than to speak, but somehow I got this opportunity to come here as well on the dais, and maybe I'll just share some of the points. Since Arvindji, you talked about technology, you talked about sustainability, seems to be very close to your heart, and fortunately, sustainability is personally very close to my heart as well, and in fact, even in the organization that I'm working in as on these days. In fact, we have made our tagline itself, which is around sustainability. The latest tagline of our company is create today and enrich tomorrow. Right? So this is the new tagline of our organization, which this tagline itself revolves around sustainability. Coming to the point specifically on cold chain, if you talk about technology and sustainability, I'll just pick up two examples. In fact, most of our discussions revolve around cold room solutions. Let me touch something which is not cold room, which is happening a lot now, which will keep on happening, and that's the retail solutions. Right? Now, retail solutions are equally as integral a part of cold chain as all the cold rooms are. And in fact, we see a huge growth in organized retail happening in India now, which, we say the organized retail is only around 4% of the total retail. And if I talk about groceries and the expansions that are happening there. Now, technology there, I'm just picking up that example from there. Technology there is, again, as my friend Anjul said, is not only in compressor. The technology is in how well you design that unit, wherein you are able to extract the maximum refrigeration through the minimum energy efficiency. So what kind of settings you are doing in there, what kind of a design you are making for the airflow there in that small unit, because even that small unit, if in case that's an open front unit, would be consuming huge energy. So the airflow itself, the way it flows, how much are you protecting that airflow through the air curtains? That plays a large role. So technology goes in there. Kind of settings that you would do in terms of the evaporator setting itself. Now you can have the same output of a, let's say, a positive 3, 4, or 5 degree temperature in your, let's say, a multi-deck. I'm saying a simple showcase positive temperature with the evaporating temperature of -10 also, and you can do it through even 0 degree centigrade, right? With -10, your energy would shoot up. You're still getting the same output. Now these factors are not something which are kind of somehow, even though I see a lot of discussion happening over energy efficiency and sustainability, but really speaking, I don't see much of that coming out through the customer base as of now. My little experience that I have in the industry, I've not been in this commercial cold chain for very long, with whatever little experience that I've had in last few years, is everyone is just talking about the upfront cost of capex. And it was very rightfully touched just, I think in the previous session, that apart from the upfront capex, which the purchaser is wanting to have it limited as of now, he's not bothered about the running cost, which we often forget, which is much higher than the upfront capex, which could be a delta. So even if you have a positive delta where the upfront capex a bit higher, with the better running cost, with an energy efficient unit, you can save much more. And I think all these installations are for life, for 10 years, for 15 years. So therein, that technology plays a large role in terms of the OPEX, the operating cost, which needs to be looked at much more closely than what it is being looked at as of now. So my request is to purchasers to work along with their technical team more and more and not worry about the capex alone. So that's one part, one example. If you allow me, there's another example on sustainability that I would like to mention is with this new solutions coming up a lot these days. One of the solutions is like now refrigeration through CO2, critical CO2 solutions. Now CO2 through the usage of CO2 refrigeration, you are ending up with a carbon footprint which is much lower than what it is today with the conventional solution. In fact, one of the examples, one of the tests that has been done in our organization, it can save as much as 67% of the carbon footprint versus the conventional solution. So whatever, and in India, we are at a stage wherein this growth of the culture is going to happen much more. So what we need to look at, of course, is since these investments are going to happen today for a very long time, which is like 10 years or 15 years, whatever we do today is going to impact our environment. We have to be conscious to that and see to it that these installations done today are in that direction, not only of expanding our cold chain, but also being sustainable in nature. Because if you do this investment now and 3-4 years, 5 years later, the kind of pressure that we're going to have on the inefficiencies that we might have or the issues that we would have, probably would ask us to maybe make those changes again. So I think these are the two examples I thought maybe I'll just share towards technology and the sustainability of the cold chain. Thank you.
Yeah, from Bigzer point of view, I thank you, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and NCCT for giving us this platform to speak more of the technology which is presently moving in the cold chain industry. See, now presently in the cold chain industry, we have from the compressor technology part, it's screw compressor, it's reciprocating compressor, it's scroll compressors. These are the most primary 3 biggest sectors in the compressor relations. But when you talk of the technology part with our standard refrigerant, when we talk of R134A, R4404, which is very standard in all the cold chain industry. So there are systems which are much more, when we talk of the technologies, all are excellent technology part. Now when we are talking of system which are with inverter driven system, stepless system, these are all energy efficient system and high phase refrigeration technology. But main thing is that when you're developing a cold chain, when you're developing about a 10,000 or 15,000 or 20,000 metric ton system or with the 40 rooms, whether it's for Apple or whether it's for pre-cooling system or for cold storages, compressors are there, technology is there. The main thing is that the contracting of a cold storage is the prima facie. The more the part of the contracting is that you need to make a proper expansion valve design. You need to have electronic expansion valve design. It's not the same old standard of making a thermostatic expansion valve. It will be more of electronic expansion valve and proper contracting, proper piping. That makes the refrigerant system much more robust and then once you system, you install it for next 15-20 years, you don't have to, anything doesn't happen with the system if the contracting or the piping or everything is perfect. The system is all there. And when we talk of the more of the, as Vikas was telling about the CO2 system, now yes, earlier we used to see all the standard gases, all the HFC standard of R130 or 140. Now we talk of CO2 cascade systems. Now we are talking of a cold storage where we have +25 and then you talk of -42, -43. So you have a big wires in where you have a cold storage, you've got IQF, you've got a blast freezers, you've got a processing hall, pack house, everything. Now it's all integrated cold chain. In this integrated cold chain, the refrigerant now slowly we are getting a demand of more of CO2 ammonia, CO2 freon. That's a buzzword which is coming up because yes, the GWP of CO2 is too low. Like ammonia, we have 0, GWP of CO2 is over 1. That is a buzzword now. So everybody now, they don't want to have the systems are in the refrigeration technology. They want to have to run the CO2 in the system, and we have a secondary system of ammonia or the freon, depending on the location. So I think that's the main, from our stake of thinking is that the better we do a contracting purpose properly with all the piping and extension, I think the system will run more long.
Okay, good evening to everyone. So, just like I am from Amazon. So, we are talking about India, and in India, there is a varying ambient from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and the soil actually type of soil varies, which leads to different type of crop production everywhere. So, if we are thinking about any cold chain solution, so we have to think about that, it passes 3-4 key basically contexts. One is the reliability. Second, it should be sustainable. And third, it should be scalable also, because we have to implement it pan-India from the government standpoint. So if you see, from the farm where the product is being basically produced and where it is being consumed, it passes through various caveats and various storages. It passes through food processing also. So now we are talking about refrigeration technologies. So the technology required, which is at the farm level, the most efficient technology required at the farm level, what is the most efficient technology required at the food processing level, and what is the requirement at the basically the consumer level. If we talk about retail solutions or the supermarkets or hypermarkets, is going to be different. So whenever we select a technology for refrigeration, which is to be used at various places in the value chain, we have to make a very conscious call, like what is the compression technology, what is going to be the refrigerant required, what is the temperature required, which type of compressors we are going to use. So if I take an example of any system which is installed near human population, now with expanding cold chain, what will happen is that more and more cold chain infrastructure will be constructed closer to the human population. Now what happens is, if the infrastructure is closer to human population, it has to be not only sustainable, green, scalable, it has to be harmless also. So, and the real estate cost at the human consumption level is quite high. So not only we have to think about a solution which gives the required temperature efficiency, but it should be space saving also. It should be lighter in weight. It should enable rooftop installations. It should have lower vibrations. It should have lower noise, so that if it is installed near the human population where the actual consumption is actually happening, it is not creating any nuisance to the end users. So for various, so if we take the steps from farm to fork or where the product is being consumed, we have to see the application, we have to see the requirement. And if we follow the hub and spoke model that Honorable Chief Guest was speaking about, so at the hub level, the technology requirement of the same product, same temperature will be different. At the spoke level, where the final distribution happens, the technology requirement and the temperature requirement is going to be a little bit different. So we all have to think about it, and we all have to work basically in totality to have an integrated solution, so that we give a most optimum solution to the people, consumers at large.
Yeah, sorry. I have a quick question. It will have it 2 minutes round, I would say. The refrigerant scenario today. We all know that CFCs have gone out, HFCs on the way out. HFCs also will come down, interface down from 2028. So we will have an issue as far as the use of HFCs are concerned also. Then there are HFOs, alternatives have been suggested. 1, 2, 3, 4 YF, 1, 2, 3, 4 ZE, and the other ones is R448 and R449 and all. There are substitutes available, but they are expensive. They are not available so easily now. I don't think in India people are producing unless you know any supplier. So there are natural refrigerants, of course, and the alternative is, we all know ammonia and CO2. but we do not know much about the HCs, the hydrocarbons. And there are other systems like Cascade, for example. We have not used much of that. So in case you have any ideas about it, you can just share it, but please do it in 2 minutes. Yeah, thank you, Anjul. Yeah.
I would like to, speak about the ammonia refrigeration, which is, one of the natural refrigerant. Of course, CO2 is developing very fast in cascade system with ammonia as well as freon system. The ammonia is something which, which is widely used across world, being a natural refrigerant and a very highly efficient refrigerant as well. You name the application right from, potato cold store to the chemical cooling, ammonia is widely used. We have, the technology has changed from the slow speed piston compressors to the high speed screw packages in ammonia. And if you use the coupled motors with the high speed screw compressor, you get a very good efficiency. You can run with the help of VFDs, you can run these system at a very high RPM also. So at a very low power consumption, you get a very high output. Of course, like I said earlier, and Surange sir said, like the system design plays a equally role with the entire performance of the system. But ammonia and CO2 are the future, which we are long seeing that it is very fast taking over the market of freon from a large cold store. As an organization, we also built one of the facility in Bombay with the ammonia refrigeration, where we have got the LEED Gold certification, and the customer has applied for the LEED Platinum certification. So that certification from the one of the best in the world, you don't have any certification above than LEED Platinum, and this cold storage has already been awarded with LEED Gold and about to get a LEED Platinum. We are proud to be associated with that client to execute the project on turnkey basis. So it's one of the very highly efficient refrigerant available, which can be used in all the applications like CO2 with ammonia, cascade. There are limited application as of now. Of course, with the time, technology will get developed and those will also be used in all the applications coming up. But as of now, I would say that ammonia is something which is across application available.
So I'll add on to what Anjul mentioned. I'll make it quick. So yes, apart from ammonia, of course, is going to be very widely used. So I would again talk about CO2 there. CO2 now, transcritical CO2 units are also gaining a lot of importance these days. And CO2, not in cascade, CO2 can be used as is also. And at least it's like, in our organization, we've got a range up to 10 HP for a CO2 unit, even in LT application. And this is just a beginning. We've got much more. In fact, we've got thousands of installations done in Japan, in Europe, and in Oceania happening there. So CO2 is one, in addition to ammonia, of course, which is gaining importance. And I believe that it would gain a lot of more importance going forward for a large applications. And to answer specifically on the other refrigerants also, for a smaller, let's say, showcase or a smaller unit, I'm going beyond the domestic, I'm talking about commercials only. R290 has gained a lot of leverage nowadays. It's being extensively used, very well getting established. The fear of using a hydrocarbon, because hydrocarbon is what we, even though carry, sorry, not for everyone, people who carry their lighters, they're carrying hydrocarbon in their lighter, and it's the same one that is being used as refrigerant, practically the same. So the fear of hydrocarbon is going away slowly. The usage per unit, allowance is going up more and more. So I see that also being used more and more in future. Maybe not for a large applications, for a large storages, but yes, for smaller units, it's coming out to be very efficient, and it is not adding on to the overall cost of the unit. Actually, what I've seen is with R290, we've seen higher efficiencies in the same system versus, let's say, R134A or any other refrigerant being used there at the same investment. So much more efficient. Thank you.
From the refrigeration tape, the refrigerant as a concern, from the bidder point of view, we can able to what are the compressors which are present in the market, and now in the LT applications, when it's changing from 404 to 448 and 449, all the compressors are, even in the future, if the gas changes, it can work out. And when it's working for 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, ZE, YF, these are all now developed and they're all able to make a change in the future now. And one other part which I can able to highlight now, yes, as Anjulji was telling about the CO2 system, yes, that's the buzzword is going to come. Even recently, even the children touch, everything was been more of CO2, CO2, CO2. And India, it's also been coming up CO2. We are executing a massive project in South India for a seafood project with CO2 ammonia cascade system. So, and we can able to see in the pipeline, there are only much more bigger projects in CO2 ammonia and as well as in CO2 freon. Thank you.
Yeah. So, you know, like when a refrigerant transition actually happens, it happens at different paces in different countries. So in Europe, the transition is faster. So in Europe, you see too much of R290, too much of CO2, too much of HFOs like R1234, YF and ZE. So from the technology standpoint, we have the, like, you know, like we can claim like, you know, one of the most efficient technologies we can bring it to the front. But so all these like available, it's just a matter of time that in India, the transition going to start. So from the HC like hydrocarbon, we are seeing in the freezers, which you all see in supermarkets and different retail stores, you know, much of them have moved to R290 and 600A. And slowly their acceptability in the larger system is going to go up. Lastly, you know, like I would again say, like we all have to see the application, we all have to see what is going to be stored, we have to see what is the real requirement, then check the, then, you know, like select the technology, refrigerant and everything.
Thank you very much for your quick responses. Yeah, the message is very clear. The selection should be based on low energy cost rather than low equipment cost. And secondly, welcome the new refrigerants. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite upon stage our Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Mohit Luthra, to felicitate our esteemed guests on the behalf of our team at PhD CCI. First of all, we would like to felicitate Mr. Arvind Surange, Director, ACR Project Consultants Private Limited. Please give a round of applause for him. Now we would felicitate Mr. Anjul Manchanda, Director, Arctic Refrigeration. Please give a round of applause for him. Now we would felicitate Mr. Vikas Taneja, Business Chief, Cold Chain, Panasonic Life Solutions India Private Limited. Now we would like to thank Mr. Sujoy Chatterjee, GM Bitzer. Thank you, sir. And with gratitude, Mr. Riaz Khan, Senior Manager Marketing, Emerson Climate Technologies India. Could we please have a huge round of applause for the entire speakers? And could we have everybody in the front for a photograph? Thank you so much.
You know, it's so amazing to listen to so many experts who disseminate such important and valuable knowledge and information. Even we get to learn a lot at times. Now we move on to our technical session 4, where we have a keynote speaker. The session talks about the road to net zero, shaping the future of cold chain. The keynote speaker is Mr. Aditya Narayan Singh, Additional Director and Scientist E, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. While I invite him, I would like to introduce him as well. Mr. Aditya Narayan Singh is Scientist E, Additional Director in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Mr. Singh holds a master's degree in environmental engineering and pollution control and is a civil engineer. He has held various positions in the ministry and handled important divisions such as Environment Impact Assessment, Hazardous Substance Management Division. Mr. Aditya Narayan Singh took over as Additional Director, Ozone Cell in 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Aditya Narayan Singh.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. It gives me immense pleasure to participate in this panel discussion on road to net zero, shaping the future cold chain as a part of India cold chain conclave. From title of the session, net zero cold chain, we understand transitioning to a more efficient and lower GHG emission from cold chain in the future. And cold chain comprises pack houses, reefer, transport, cold storage, ripening chambers play important role in reducing direct emission of methane, which is produced from decomposition of perishable products. But at the same time, cold chain also account for direct and indirect emissions in the form of refrigerant leakage as well as energy consumption. Over the past few decades, the quantum and type of agriculture produce has changed. This, along with the increasing urbanization, has led to the need for robust cold chain infrastructure, spurring both growth and innovation to impart storage and distribution services for products that must be maintained at a given temperature. Sustainable food cold chains are key for improving human well-being, boosting economic growth, and reducing greenhouse gases emissions. As such, establishing robust food cold chain continues to play an essential role in addressing many of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals while balancing environmental, social, and economic benefits. Sustainable food cold chains are also critical to achieving the climate change targets of the Paris Agreement and the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. As you may be aware, that Montreal Protocol is an international environmental treaty for phasing out ozone depleting substance for protection of ozone layer. Most of the ozone depleting substance, such as CFC, which is already phased out, HFCs, etc., are used as a refrigerant in the air conditioning and refrigeration sector, as well as blowing agent in polyurethane foam, which are commonly used in cold chain sector for maintaining required temperature and proper insulation. I'm happy to share that most of the ozone depleting substance have been phased out in India, and the last category of ODSs, that is SCFC 22 and SCFC 123, will be phased out in the manufacturing of new cooling equipments by 1st January 2025. However, SCFC will continue to be used in the servicing sector till 1st January 2030.
Well, those countries globally that want to follow that example. Today, we're going to launch our India cold chain program with partners, and I'd like to invite to the stage for this session the three panelists and then our partners as well. So first of all, can I invite to the stage Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, who's Chief of Operations at the International Solar Alliance. Mr. Joshua Wycliffe is an international executive with 25-year history leading and mentoring diverse teams, an inclusive leader who has designed and built high-performing administrative systems, processes, and teams across geographies. He is a global expert with best practice, virtuosity, visioning, policy excellence, financial management, organization transformation, and a trusted partner who has mobilized resources for large environmental portfolios. He holds a master's in management from Massey University, New Zealand, and his last designation was that of Permanent Secretary, Chief Executive with Ministry of Environment, Waterways, Local Government, Urban Development and Housing of Fiji. He is currently the Chief of Operations with International Solar Alliance. So please put your hands together for Mr. Joshua Wycliffe. I'd next like to call to the stage Mr. Nanki Shaw, Director in Government of Bihar. He's from Bhojpur. He completed his schooling from Bihar School of Examination Board, graduation and post-graduation from Delhi University. He's working as a Director of Horticulture, come Mission Director and Director of Horticulture, Department of Agriculture in Bihar. And he's Special Secretary, come Managing Director of VegFed, Department of Cooperatives in Bihar. Previously, he is a Divisional Forest Officer and DFO for Banka Jamui and Munga and DFO for Valmiki Tiger Reserve. Please put your hands together for Mr. Nanki Shaw. And I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Arijit Singh Gupta. Arijit is a Director of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India. In this role, he is responsible for international cooperation, demand-side management, financing of energy efficiency initiatives, planning and statistics. Apart from this, he is also responsible for coordinating with other ministries on technical matters. By training, he has an MBA from Delhi University, a certified energy auditor and chemical engineer, having around 17 years of overall experience, out of which around 12 years have been on energy efficiency. Now, before we start the panel, I'd also like to invite to the stage Dr. Satish Kumar ji and his team from AEEE, as well as Anshuman from UNEP, because we're going to launch our India Cold Chain program, and then we'll move to the panel. So can you please come to the stage and also give a round of applause for Arijit and the AEEE team. If I can give you these. So thank you for the patience and for launching that with us. So this India Cold Chain program has been established by UNEP with our partner AEEE, ESL, and we're working with Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And this program is to support Ministry of Environment in its implementation of the India Cooling Action Plan, but also to support the Doubling Farmers' Income Initiative. And it has support from the Government of Denmark and the Clean Cooling Collaborative. So I know we're short of time, so I think we'll jump straight to the questions. My first question is for you, Nanki Shaw. And Bihar is one of our pilot states in the program, along with Haryana. So Nanki Shaw, sir, what is Bihar's larger vision for cold chain and your state's ongoing interventions? And how are these able to contribute to Government of India's doubling farmers' income and net zero pathway?
Thank you, thank you. Actually, from Bihar perspective, you will find that presently the existing cold chain is not even capacity-wise sufficient, and even efficiency is really very poor condition. And the the subsidy we are providing from the government side, people are not coming to take those subsidies only because of the main reason. I think that is energy efficiency, because the expenditure is so high, they are not able to make it profitable business. So one thing is that, and the second thing is that there must be some sort of concept of how the existing cold storages can be upgraded, or it can be modified so that it can be made profitable, and also new supply chain, new cold supply chain should be developed. So one most important thing is that, and apart from that, there must be some, you can say, farmer producer companies which are at the nascent stage. They should come up, and infrastructure can be provided to them. Like at present time in cooperative, and what Bihar has started, we have already, you can say, started a movement for vegetable market link, in which primary vegetable cooperative societies have been created. And these societies, it has been actually grouped into unions, and finally these unions are Apex Bodies Federation, which I am leading. That is, I am managing director for that federation. So these cooperative societies, if we'll target them with proper infrastructure of cold chain, then I think the losses which we are actually incurring in fruits and vegetables, that we can, up to some extent, we can with that. And it will certainly lead to the improvement in farmers' income, because the moment we will, the benefit will directly go to the farmers, because PVCS is basically organization of cooperative society of farmers. So direct benefit will go to farmers, and it will certainly lead to the improvement in farmers' income. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, very interesting to hear, of course, energy efficiency and linking to the earlier panel we had as well, being a major barrier. I'd like to turn on that to you, Arijit, as Director in Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So how important will be developing standards and guidelines for the cold chain sector from BE side, and particularly for the energy intensive infrastructure and equipment?
Yeah, thank you, Benjamin. And also I would like to thank NCCD and PhD Commerce for organizing this event, which we, as we can all understand, it's the need of the hour. And so thank you very much for inviting the Bureau of Energy Efficiency also to share our views. So last year, our Honorable Minister of Power launched a report on cold chain infrastructure. It was focusing on the pack house part of it. And also we heard from Aditya ji the importance that cold chain has insofar as the India Cooling Action Plan is concerned. So based on that, the report was prepared, wherein we focused on what could be the way forward for pack house, something which is yet to happen in the country. And then we have also, during the preparation of the report, we also found that the recommendations that we got for the pack house segment are also applicable for other components of the cold chain, like ripening chamber, cold storage, or other components. So with this, we have started to work along with UNEP and also with AAA on developing guidelines and standards for the cold chain sector. So when we, as part of the study, when we visited the pack houses and other facilities, we found that there was the flow of produce and also the operations, those are really optimized. Although also there is a lack of awareness as far as the cold storage operations are concerned. The lack of awareness among the technicians, lack of awareness about the equipment that has been built. So this made a very fit case for developing the standards. We are right now in the process of developing the standards and the guidelines, which hopefully, of course, along with NCCD and Ministry of Agriculture, we'll be able to come up with soon. So those will focus on the energy efficiency part of it. And when we talk about energy efficiency, so there are three or key things that comes to our mind. Number one, of course, is the insulation part. So if you can improve the insulation of cold storage facilities, that will, to a large extent, limit the energy consumption of those spaces. Secondly, of course, is the cooling technology. We just heard in the previous session about various new cooling technologies that are upcoming. So if you can demonstrate few good cooling technologies, new cooling technologies, come out from the maybe the traditional ones, and try to see if some new cooling technologies are more energy efficient, as well as more climate friendly in terms of GWP and non-ODS substances are concerned, that will also be helpful. And the third thing will be, of course, the solar rooftop. So if you can reduce the demand through energy efficient practices, and at the same time, in the supply side, if you can promote the use of solar rooftop, these two things will ultimately lead to a more energy efficient infrastructure in the cold storage is concerned. So I will pause here, and Benjamin, over to you, please.
Thank you, Arijit. Yeah, and I look forward to prepare these guidelines with AEEE and also to try to implement them and see some real world examples in the pilot state. So Joshua, I'd like to turn to you now and for your general view on cold chain and your experience at such a high level in the government of Fiji, but also we hear in your role at International Solar Alliance, the ISA doing a lot on this sector and a lot about energy efficiency, but also renewables and the importance of renewable energy and their benefits for operation and local communities. So can you share some examples in your insights?
Sure, thank you, Ben. Let me first and foremost congratulate UNEP and its partners for launching of the India's Cold Chain program. And thank you for giving the International Solar Alliance an opportunity to be able to come and share our exemplars in how we have been able to deal with the cold chain demands around the world. If you're looking at a roadmap towards having a cold chain roadmap towards net zero and how cold chain can support it, it would require an agility and a consistent commitment towards future fit thinking. And in my experience in the Pacific, in New Zealand, Australia, and the South Pacific, and the Oceania region, commitment has proven, especially within communities, has proven towards their net zero targets. And I see that happening elsewhere too, in large economies like India as well. And that way, the commitment would help in showcasing regulatory, economic, and social pressures when it comes to implementing cold chain solutions as well. As we all saw, the COVID outbreak has made such an impact in terms of deliveries and food deliveries, and of course, logistics around deliveries as well. India's situation, as you see, studies indicate that about 4 million metric tons of fruits and vegetables, it's the perishables, are wasted every year. That amounts to a loss of about $12.63 billion and equates to about 16% of greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, the related strain on the GDP as well. From the International Solar Alliance perspective, there are multiple programs that we offer across some of these issues to offer solutions, especially solarizing, transitioning solar through solar energy in heating and cooling systems. The third assembly, General Assembly of the National Solar Alliance in 2020 had the main objective of putting in this program in solarizing the growing demand from the cooling sector that we had. And one of the initial areas of focus for this program was the development of solar-powered cold chains, making, or in other words, the green cold chain. Being able to have a safer, longer preservation of food, so food waste is avoided, and significantly reducing post-harvest food loss and potentially doubling farmers' income. Such a climate-resilient cold chain infrastructure has been able to reduce approximately 19 to 21 GT carbon dioxide GHG emissions, and it's expected to do before the year 2050 as well. Similar project exemplars are being undertaken in Africa and parts of the Pacific. And also, as you see, 20% of the energy consumption of temperature managed or controlled logistics vehicle of a refrigeration goes towards the emissions. And a key option, as we heard speakers previously speak, is to go for a low GWP or a zero GWP refrigerant like R717. From our perspective, International Solar Alliance, a key gap area is benchmarking cold chain operations and being able to document it and being able to propagate that. So awareness and advocacy increases. Making them regularly available, readily available also is important. One of our newly found divisions, which is the Knowledge Management Division, KMID, provides that support for organizations, including government agencies, and being able to provide that support. So these are some of the exemplars that I thought of sharing. One last final word. Many of the Western economies struggle with the talent acquisition of key engineering technical resources and being able to run cooling technologies of efficient cooling technologies. But India doesn't, I believe, have that problem because of the vast amount of the larger populace that we have and technically qualified people in comparison to the Western economies. So if it's India's pathway, one of the key elements that will speak into the roadmap of the target would be to be able to train more and more people in cooling technologies. Thank you.
Thanks, Joshua, for sharing those examples. And I think we have so many examples globally that can be shared into India, what ISA has worked on as well, and also vice versa. I just asked the next two questions, if you just keep to 2 minutes for the next two, and then we'll try and open for questions from the floor. So for you, Nankishore, sir, what are the current gaps and challenges? And of course, you mentioned some of these already in Bihar, and we've just launched a program to support you from UNEP and AAA side. But what support do you need, and how critical is awareness raising among the farming community?
Actually, the support actually we are getting right now, it is really wonderful. And we are really happy with that. Even we have a plan and MOU also, you might be aware of that. In near future, what we are planning, because we don't have sufficient infrastructure. So most of the infrastructures like export pack house or integrated cool chain facility, these are in pipeline. So in all such activities, we want that some technological support from your side, your organization side, UNEP and AAA. And in coming proposals, we want that if you will help us in formulating those proposals, this will be also helpful for us. Because from the initial conceptual phase, if we will get those supports, it will be much more beneficial. And this support should continue till the final completion of work. So every installation and it's running, everything, if it will be, if support will be provided, it will be certainly beneficial for us. Right now, what we are planning that in, I talked about PVCS, Primary Vegetable Cooperative Society, because Krishi roadmap is very important component of Bihar, where most of the departments, agriculture and its allied departments are working together to improve the income of farmers. So in this cooperative sector has been given such mandate to go for PVCS and its development. So in PVCS, we are really planning for providing them good infrastructure, and this infrastructure will certainly include cold chain also, proper refrigeration, pre-cooling unit, then ripening chamber. So we are planning to provide them at their village level or block level. And we are planning a hub at the union level. So at every stage, at every level, we have a plan how to market this perishable commodity, that is fruits and vegetables. So in this also, apart from horticultural angle, in cooperative also, we really want support. And again, I'm really thankful to all. Thank you.
Thank you. And certainly, I think what you're saying about seeing projects through to the finish, I think we're really keen to see actual infrastructure on the ground and to help you in that journey. I'd like to turn to you, Arijit, and then we can, if there's any comments as well. Arijit, you've just heard from government of Bihar, and they're actively promoting cold chain. Other states are at different levels of infrastructure deployment. How can we help them to integrate energy efficiency into this cold chain expansion they're leading?
Yeah, so of course, if you look at the history of bee, cold chain is one area which the bee has recently started to work upon. And in the last meeting of the Expenditure Finance Committee, so we had a scheme got approved wherein there is some component on cold chain as well. So just to say that we have some budget allocation that we have received from the government of India to promote energy efficiency in the cold chain sector. which is primarily, the objective is to demonstrate, as I mentioned in my earlier remark as well, to demonstrate some good technologies, whether it is in the insulation part or whether it is in the cooling technology part. So we have some funds available with us. We are ready to support the states in that regard. And we are already in the process of kind of working with the states so as to see that how best that the allocation that the government has provided can be utilized. And here I can see a lot of OEMs are also present. So I will request all of you to kindly be more proactive in promoting more energy efficient technologies. We have some funds, we can easily work along with you. With your support, we can demonstrate some good technologies, which will be, ultimately benefit the entire fraternity. So that's how we are planning to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Saraj. Are there any additional remarks from the panel? Otherwise, I'll turn to the audience. So, Joshua, yeah, please.
One area that I was hoping to just make quick comments was, this is a private sector intense area, cold chain. And so there could be some concerted efforts in being able to form good joint ventures between a government and the private sector partnerships. So there's mutual benefits in terms of R&D, in terms of strategizing. Another one is also aggregating the sector, let's say cold chain hubs, community hubs. So we are able to bring together a collection of models into one. So we reduce costs, and we also are able to find new investments, because government's pockets and coffers are not endless, bottomless. So it's always important to have partnerships with the private sector.
Yeah, completely agree. And we have globally the Cool Coalition with a lot of industry partners, and I'd invite all industry here to seek us out. But of course, with PhD Chamber of Commerce and other industry groups and NCCD, there's a lot of private sector opportunities to collaborate with private sector. And if anyone's interested in this program or that we've launched today, then please feel free to get in touch. I think we have time for one or two questions from the audience before we close. So if there's any burning questions for any of the panel members. Yeah, please. Ashish.
Very well spoken. What I'd like to tell you is that in the morning, our joint secretaries announced that, we are getting into an MOU with ISHRE now. ISHRE is an Indian society which is with a membership of 20,000 people all around India, with 43 chapters in India. And these chapters are run only by the experts. It is a body where the members are only, they don't take members from the organizations. They're individual members who can become the members, and they are all experts. They do multiple awareness programs in thousands all around the year in India, which are online and offline. And they also do ECRIX, which is now in Mumbai in March, which is the Southeast Asia's largest air conditioning exhibition. And they do also the RIF Cold. So there you will see a lot of people coming. That is one part. Second thing is, we at NCCD now are doing an assessment study in terms of what is the present infrastructure that is standing in India, in terms of not only technology, but in terms of what are they handling as a product, and what is the capacity which has grown up from the 2014 baseline when this first study happened, and also analyze what is the gap in terms of now what the Honorable Secretary in the morning and the Additional Secretary said was about the cluster development. Now we're moving into those areas where we want to ensure that, the produce which is grown in a particular set of place is kind of cooled or given that refrigeration systems which are educated to those products, rather than, creating cold storage, which is feasible for maybe a potato. And then, you have some other products there. That is the second part. And importantly, the whole idea of doing this assessment and gap was to do a national grid, which is the third phase of the study, which will happen after the results for this come, which we are trying to see that now we kind of integrate all the infrastructure which is standing in India right now, what is going to be added to that infrastructure, and then connecting that infrastructure to a grid through certain hubs which will communicate with each other in terms of moving of the produce, which gives an opportunity to our farmers in terms of one, they don't have to move to the seaports for the purpose of export, which exports is very, very vital, importantly, part of our economy in terms of developmental growth plan for India. So we are looking at that portion also as an overall study. And then energy efficiency and climate is very well driven into the new setups which will start to come. And then we're also proposing a system. There was a protocols and system guidelines which were done by NCCD. Now we've already started, the process has been already approved. In fact, there was a meeting yesterday, but now it has been postponed. We are now going to introduce new protocols and systems in terms of cold chain development in India. And there are a lot of other things which we're doing. And, Conclave is a part of this to kind of also get the like-minded industry to interface with the government so that, we move together in synergy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish, for your comments. Does anybody want to respond to that? Otherwise, but thank you. And I think there's one question there, and I think we'll probably have to close. So we'll just take that
Hello.
question and then.
Hello, I am Ankit from Bihar only. So my question is from Nand Kishore. In Bihar, we found that many of the cold storage, either are not working, that land is, yes, they are on the land and land is also occupied. So what is the government doing to revamp this cold storage? And second question is that many of the farmers of Bihar are selling their food products to different states, wheat and to Punjab and different places because lack of cold storage and EMCs. Is government is doing anything for that also?
Yeah, actually, initially only I told that most of the cold storage on Bihar they are either shut down or they are on the verge of shutdown because of high power consumption. So we are really planning to provide them alternative solutions, hybrid model or solar energy, so that they can come up again. We are planning for that. And apart from that, we are also providing them different solutions and providing them subsidy also. If they want to modernize their cold storage, Government of India is providing 30% subsidy, 35% subsidy. Government of Bihar is additionally providing them 15, so it is overall 50%. And in the case of FPC or any farmers group, we have from last year we decided that we will provide them 75% subsidy. So this is our effort to either to start those cold storage again, or if farmers want to set up new cold storage or any kind of cold chain infrastructure, they can come up. And we are really trying to process our fruits, vegetables, honey, makhana, mushroom, because we are leading in mushroom. We are number one in mushroom. We are number one in honey. But most of these produce are not processed in Bihar. So that's why our farmers are not getting proper price. So we are really trying our hard. Industry department is providing subsidies under Bihar Industrial Promotion Policy 2016. And in 2020, Agriculture Department started, Horticulture Directorate, Agriculture Department started additional capital subsidy for agri-based industries. So in that we have initially put a few important sectors like fruits and vegetables, honey, makhana, mushroom, seeds, tea, because in Kishanganj, in one pocket of Bihar, we are really producing large amount of tea, but processing is mainly it is done in West Bengal. More than 80% raw tea leaf goes to West Bengal for processing. So we are trying our level best to process them in Bihar only. So these are few sectors we have decided to provide them additional capital subsidy. So we are trying, but somehow food processing sector in Bihar, which should be at the most priority area, performance is not up to the mark, but really we hope that in coming years, food processing will certainly come up in Bihar. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And I think with that, we're actually out of time. So sorry if there were additional questions, but I just wanted to thank the panel for coming along and staying slightly later and being here also for the launch of our program. So, and also to MOFCC for gracing with the keynote as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thanks a lot to the entire panel. Now I would like to invite upon stage our Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Mohit Luthra, to felicitate our esteemed guests on the behalf of PhD CCI. Thank you. We would first like to felicitate Mr. Aditya Narayan Singh, Additional Director and Scientist, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Thank you, sir. Now we would like to felicitate Mr. Benjamin Hickman. Thank you so much, sir, for the moderation. Now we would like to felicitate Mr. Nand Kishore, Director, Horticulture from Bihar. Thank you so much for your presence, sir. Now we would like to felicitate Mr. Arijit Sen Gupta, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Thank you so much, sir. And now we would be felicitating Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, International Solar Alliance Counselor. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to invite everyone for a group photograph, please. Now we would like to move upon the last but not the least, our technical session number 5, which is Internet of Things in cold chain, that is the IoT. I would like to take the opportunity to invite Ms. Kalyani Shinde as the moderator for this session. Ms. Kalyani Shinde is a founder and managing director, Godam Innovations. Godam is working in the agri-tech sector, specifically in the onion ecosystem, to redefine warehousing and reduce post-harvest wastage for farmers in storage. Godam is the first company to be working on an IoT-based solution to reduce post-harvest wastage in onion storage. She believes in empowering farmers through technology and create sustainable and stable crop value chains. She belongs to Lasalgaon, which is known for Asia's largest onion market and is dedicated to help the farming community. She completed her schooling in Lasalgaon from an Adventist school. She completed her computer engineering in 2018 from Amruta Vahani College of Engineering under Pune University. She has been working diligently for the farmer community since then. She has got multiple grants from the government for the companies such as Bairak, Pusakrishi, etc. She has also been awarded in the business category as a woman entrepreneur by Lokmat Sakhi. She has been awarded as Innovative Woman Agri-Entrepreneur Awards 2022, which is Krishi Than. She has provided talks in multiple colleges to inspire and motivate young students towards entrepreneurship. So please put your hands together to welcome our amazing entrepreneur, Ms. Kalyani Shinde.
I think first of all, I'd like to thank NCCD and PhD for this opportunity to give such a platform. I think for all, whatever we've heard throughout the day, before even moving towards what we want to create in the cold chain, value chain, the first step we all have taken today is acknowledging the right problems. And I think that is the most important step towards moving and creating a solution or creating impact in this space. So everybody, all the dignitaries present today had actually pinpointed the exact problems which we need to solve. And now everybody being here together at one place can lead to that. So without doing further ado, I'll introduce the panelists today and then talk about what our startup does a bit. So our first panelist today is Dr. Daniel Onwude. He is a scientist and project lead at EMPA, the Swiss Federal Laboratories for Material Science and Technology, Switzerland, with over 7 years of experience in agricultural and food sciences. He is also a lecturer in the Department of Environmental System Sciences, ETZ, Zurich, Switzerland. He holds a Master of Science degree and a PhD in Agricultural Process Engineering at EMPA. He works in team focusing on digital twin applications and optimize and strengthen the post-harvest fresh produce supply chain. We welcome you. I think he'll be digitally joining us today, and I hope he's already joined in. Meanwhile, I'll introduce the other panelist today who is amongst us, Mr. Pranav Godbole. He's the head at Energy Efficient Projects at Viacom Technologies India Private Limited. He's currently working as a head of energy efficiency projects at Viacom Technologies and having 12 plus years experience in the commercial and industrial refrigeration, controls, and energy efficiency. He has done MS in mechanical engineering from Oklahoma State University, USA. He is lead green associate and BE certified energy auditor. We welcome you, sir. Before I hand it over to you, sir, I will give a brief about myself and then get to the questions. So my startup's name is Godam Innovations. We are working in the onion crop ecosystem. As we all are aware that India is the second largest onion producing country, and the topic today is very near and dear to this onion crop because the cold chain value chain is really an important aspect and which can create a larger impact in this space. So again, the challenge why we started working in this space is there is around 40 to 50% wastage which happens in the onion ecosystem, especially in the storage. As a startup, what we are doing is we've launched an IoT-based technology where we help in monitoring the climate and help identify wastage at a very early stage, as early as 1%. We've already applied for a patent for the same, and we are helping marginal farmers, FPOs, and government initiatives to place these devices in warehouses where the crop is stored, and they can take action on the crop. And when they can actually, monitor their crop long term, and they can create a benchmark of the overall health status of the crop, which can create a larger impact. We are going to reduce food wastage as well as create some stability in this complex crop ecosystem. But we also intend to work in other crop ecosystem other than onion. So hence it was very, it was very interesting to be a part of this session today. So I first would like you to share about your work and then get to the topic of, the cold chain development.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I also thank the organizers for inviting me here. So Wacom is a Bitzer Group company, and our focus is energy efficiency and performance of refrigeration systems. So we are into 3 categories. One is consulting, second is controls, which we actually implement, and in all these controls, our focus is the refrigeration system energy efficiency and its performance. And on top of that, it goes like efficiency and controls parallelly, and there is one layer which is the Internet of Things. So we have a proven solution for that. It's a service which when installed and commissioned continuously monitors the performance of refrigeration system. So it's like your work is more on the farm side and our work is on the storage side. It's because, and our work is more into the refrigeration system itself. So as you said, benchmarking. I mean, I'll go a little technical here, but is 1.2 kW per TR right for the system, or 1 or 2 or what? So that kind of in-depth insight can be provided only by getting the data to the cloud and analyzing it and giving the feedback to the customer. So that's the background of what we do, and it's, I think, relevant to what our topic is, more
Very
importantly.
relevant. So I think again, to add to the first question which I have for you today. So you've been working in this industry for around 12 years, and being in India, we see the variation in the climate, and again what is happening over the past 2 to 3 years. So how do you think cold chain can play a role with the current change in the climatic conditions? And also, will it take more effort for us to build that cold chain, because our climate is not as suitable as it has been happening in the outside countries, to build that cold chain end to end from farm to fork? So what do you think about that?
That's a very interesting question. So I mean, climate region wise, India is very different. So there is some focus, which is, I mean, the Indian government is already putting is on the commercial side, which is HVAC, but the heart is still refrigeration. So there is a code called ECBC, which has some mandates related to energy and how a facility should be built, but that's on the commercial side. And I think there are some initiatives which were discussed during previous presentations and panel discussions. And I think Mr. Ashish Potedar mentioned some of the initiatives that government was taking. So I think we are moving in the right direction. But what I think from my angle is we still don't have a code that needs to be followed when building a cold chain. And that, I think, will put us in the right track in achieving more efficient systems, which, I mean, and systems that are suitable for our weather compared to other countries, as you mentioned. So I hope I answered
Right,
that question.
absolutely. Yeah, standardization is something which needs to be there. I think we have Dr. Daniel also joined. So I would like to give it to you, sir, if you can share your views about, the cold chain, value chain, and about the work you've been doing in this space. And then we can come to the Indian context later. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. And thank you, PhD, for the invitation. Yeah, so I would say this conclave is really timely regarding the work that we're doing in India. And yeah, as I've heard the last panelist a little bit talk about some of the, the digital solutions that are required to optimize the cold chain. We at EMPA, and also, in partnership with BASE and also other entities, have embarked on a project that we call the Your Virtual Coaching Assistant. So this project was kickstarted in 2019, I would say, in India. We've also piloted not just only in India, but also in other countries with similar challenges, which is, for instance, Nigeria. So I'll probably delve straight into my slides and show you a little bit what we, our effort in India with regards to using IoT in optimizing the food supply chain with a view to reduce food waste, climate change issues, and also to optimize the food quality that gets to the consumer. So I would, so the project is called Your Virtual Coaching Assistant, which is being carried out by EMPA, which is, as you rightly explained earlier, which is the Swiss Institute for Material Science and Technology, under the ETH Zurich domain. That's a university in Switzerland. We are in partnership with BASE, that's the Basel Agency for Sustainable Energy, which is a Swiss foundation and a specialized partner of United Nations. So we work together in developing a solution that would help farmer to have easy access to to decentralized cold storage for their fresh produce, and also for the cooling service providers to to enhance the services that they give to these farmers. This project is sponsored by Data.org, which is a platform for partnership, that focus on the use of data science for social impact. We also extended the project into Nigeria, which also was co-funded by the German development agency called GIZ. And so this is what we are currently doing. We are currently piloting in India and Nigeria on this project. Now, what is the project context? As you've listed in the previous sessions, India have close to 70% rural population who are farmers. And about 72% of these people are women, and 86% of the Indian farmers are smallholders. So this becomes very interesting on why there's a need to develop solutions that would, that is tailored really for smallholder farmers. And this is also very similar to the situation in Nigeria, with 70% rural population, 70% women workforce, and close to 90% are farmers that are smallholders also. So what's the problem? We've heard this a lot during this session, during the previous sessions, but let me just lay emphasis a little bit on why we decide to provide a solution that is tailored to smallholder farmers. So these farmers lack access to cold storage. Most of them lack access to cold storage. And what this implies is that there is increased food waste and reduction in their supposed income. And also often, there is also the unavailability of access to market intelligence, and also clean cooling solutions, as the last session, kind of emphasized on the need of solar or green cooling solution. So what this project entails is into basically two broad contexts. One is the business model innovation, whereby the idea is for farmer to pay as they use the cooling solution. And the other one is also the development of a digital platform or digital app, whereby the farmers could gain access to monitor, the quality of their produce in real time, and also have access to market intelligence also in real time. So basically, the app, gives real time instruction to guide farmers on how to optimize their storage produce, and which is based on the predicted shelf life of the produce, and also a predictive, market intelligence on when best to sell their produce. So just to delve deep a little bit what the app entails, to develop this app, we use different kind of data sources, based on weather, the market volume allocation, the type of fresh produce, the environmental conditions of the cold rooms, the location type, the farm size, and so on and so forth. So with these, the first step is to identify the smallholder farmers that are currently using cooling service facilities. Then with the app also, you could, the operators or the farmers could predict the quality of their stock produce in real time. They could also forecast the remaining shelf life, basically, of their produce being stored in the cold room. And as I said earlier, also give a bit of a market prediction on when best to sell their produce. I don't know if this is, I will try and explain this as easy as possible. So the whole concept of the shelf life prediction model, is what we call the physics-based digital twin. So the idea is also, linked to this whole IoT session, whereby we have sensor data from the cold rooms being fed into existing physics-based model or mechanistic model. With this model, we predict different quality output. In this case, we predict just the remaining shelf life, but you could do so much more. You could also predict the internal quality of the produce, like the firmness or the total soluble solid, and so on and so forth. So basically, we call this a digital twin because the idea is to have a virtual representation of the actual fruits. So we were able to build up to 26 different type of digital twin for different fruits, mostly being cultivated in India. So with this concept, we are able to monitor the shelf life of the produce in real time and now give farmers the instruction on when, the time to pick up, what we call the time to pick up, when best to pick up their produce based on the shelf life and not based on when they bring their produce into the cold room. So this is one component of the app. And the other component of the app is the market intelligence or the market prediction that, that gives farmer the ability to predict the prices of the market, into the future, and to know, so that they could know when best to sell their produce, and also to decide on what market really to sell their produce. So this is a bit technical. So yeah, so this is the machine learning model. That's the approach that we use, called CatBoost, that give up to 14 days market price prediction into the future. And we were able to show that the model was able to accurately predict the market prices of different fresh produce. So with this, we integrate both the digital twin and the market price analytic into an app called the Cultivate. So what does this give you in addition to just these two major benefits of the app? The app also help the operators of the cold room to digitally check in and check out the produce. So it's more like also a digital management system whereby they could manage their produce. You could remotely monitor the temperature of the room. So the sensors in the room are also integrated into the app. So you could digitally see what goes on in the cold room, and also to basically effectively optimize their operations, basically. So that's the benefit for the cooling service providers. Then for the users, which could be farmers or even retailers, the benefit of this app is for them to be able to monitor their the quality of their produce in real time, and also to see or to know when best, as I said earlier, to sell their produce based on market intelligence. So with this, they can be able to trust also what the cooling service providers are giving them, and be able to, in the end, be able to generate more income, because they can sell more quality produce at the right time, at the right price. So this is something that is very interesting. So we are currently piloting in 5 rooms in India, one with cold crop in Himachal Pradesh. We also have with Orja in BR, and also with cold fresh in Odisha. So basically, the idea of this pilot is for us to gain experience and to see how this app, could benefit both the cold room, service providers and also the users, with the idea of trying to optimize the supply chain. So we're also doing the same thing also in Nigeria, but a bit much more, where we have like 2 rooms currently, but the idea is to pilot enough to 12 rooms. The next phase of this pilot, which we've already kicked in, is to roll out the app to other cooling service providers also. So to do this, we're able to embark on a field trip where we interacted with the operators of these rooms, and we showed them how to use the app. So this also we did almost sequentially in Nigeria and India, where we looked at these cooling service providers and interacted with them to see, okay, how their need and how best they could use this solution. So we also have some team members that traveled all the way to these regions that I mentioned earlier, that's Odisha and the likes, where they interacted with the farmers, also the cooling service providers, government agencies, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the pictures up there. Also on the side, apart from the Cultivate app, what we also did was to map out with the data that we use, or the data that that is an input to this twin, we're able to upscale these data to to gain better insight on for cooling providers to know where best to install their cold rooms. And this is based on matrices like the shelf life gain, for different produce, the temperature distribution, the climate. I heard of climate, talk in the last session. Climate is very important because this also would help the cooling service providers to decide when and where to site their cold rooms. So these are things that we were able to develop also. We made this into an online map, which is also accessible at the moment, so that these guys really could make better decisions. At the moment, cool crop is using this map to decide on the planning for the installation of 10 new cold rooms. Yeah, I think this started in 2022, but the plan is for them to also extend a little bit into this new year. So, and this is just one aspect of this map, but you could do so much more with this map. For instance, you could, analyze a little bit the market prediction, also the prices, because this also is integrated into the map for different locations. You could also, see the electricity need for those, for rooms that are not solar powered. So these are a few other things that you could benefit. The map could actually give different stakeholders in the food supply chain or food value chain. So to really, ensure that this serves the need of different stakeholders, we also have what we call the capacity building toolkit, which is also integrated into the app. The idea is to, bring the minds together, whereby both the operators and also the farmers in this case could learn, using visual object on how to, how this work, how, would benefit them best, because that's one problem or one challenge that we've seen over the couple of months that we've been piloting, whereby, this solution is there, but people may not necessarily see the need to use this. So the idea is to provide this also for people to really, for different stakeholders to really see the need on why, they need to store their produce in the cold room, for instance. So this is something that we also hosted in the Cultivate Knowledge Hub. And as I said earlier, we have the incubator program whereby we want to roll out this app to more companies. That's the plan. That's one of the plans we have to scale this up and to ensure this is a bit sustainable also. And so we'll be able to select a few companies, 3 actually from India. I think 2, sorry, from India. That's Impagro and Sugri. And so the idea is would work with them and show them how to use this app and to also follow through to track the benefit of the use of this app. Okay, I think my slide is stuck a little bit. Okay, super. So yeah, so as just few awareness raising and communication that we did regarding this project, of course we have a website which probably you've seen in the course of perusing this slide. We also have key articles or press releases that are currently online. An article by the Swiss government using data science to combat poverty, an article by the World Economic Forum, an article by data.org, and so on and so forth. So these are actually online. Then we also have a very nice video that was made by the team that went to India. So they documented all their experiences, and this is also online and on the project website for anyone that cared to have a look. Of course, as this is as the whole concept is science-driven, we're able to also show this to the scientific community through different publications, which is also online. The penultimate slide. So basically, the idea for us in the end is to reduce the impact of food loss on climate, and also to reduce to improve the quality of food that gets to the consumer, and in the end to optimize or rather to increase the income that smallholder farmers generate. So you could see these 5 metrics is what we target, and we at the end of this pilot, we believe that we would really get up to 20% drop in spoilage. Using the solution, we'll be able to see an increase in the farmers' revenues by up to 20%. And this is also for both from India and from Nigeria. We're able to get up to a reduction of CO2, and in the end, we're able to see a shift from manual cold room operations to digital cold room operations. And this is my slide or my presentation for today. And thank you really for inviting us. I am open to any question if there is any.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel. Before, in the interest of time, I think I'll just take one last question to both of you, starting with you, Mr. Pranav. My question to you is what do you think we in Indian context should do to make this cold value chain more economically feasible? One, also not, I think what we have seen so far is R&D projects, and I think of course that is the first step we need to take to before something scales, but how can we make this sustainable and economically feasible from Indian context point of view, like for crops which are not high value crops, but still they need, such as onion, which is not a very high value crop, but it still needs the cold value chain so that it can enhance, the shelf life can increase. And second, addition to that question is, what do you think IoT can help in to take this to the next level?
Yeah, so I'll answer the first part, and the answer to the first part from at least my viewpoint is the cold chain technology itself. If you see, it's not super expensive, because in India the competition is so high that naturally the prices of all these cold chain products are pretty competitive in as far as I can tell you. And going to the IoT, it's the next step, right? So it's going to cost more, and if you want someone, you have to pay for it. I mean, the answer is simple in my viewpoint, at least. Regarding reduction of cost, yeah, I mean, that can be worked out as the technology proliferates. As you can see on variable frequency drives, 5 years, 10 years back, almost, I mean, there were very few installations, but now it's a very common practice to install VFDs on compressors, for example. So I mean, it takes, I think, 1 or 2 real leaders of the market to implement, and then it follows. And I would like you to repeat the second part of the question.
So I think that if, while cold chain is going to take us to a certain level, and again, energy efficient and all of these things will be there, even after that is there in place, what can IoT do to enhance the value chain?
Yeah, IoT in India in the cold chain market, at least from the refrigeration system performance standpoint, it's at a very nascent stage. So I mean, it's not even taking baby steps right now. So as we see more and more people implementing these products, I mean, there is definitely value in IoT. As you can see, I mean, there are so many analytics companies from the software side. If they can do it, the cold chain industry should be able to do it. But right now, the value of data and IoT is not really realized by the investors, I would say. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think also community is something which will have to happen in the future. That is when these things will start making sense other than individually.
Right.
Doing it. So yeah. So I think also to you, Dr. Daniel, the same question. I think you've worked on multiple projects from India context point of view, and also you've worked in Nigeria. So again, economically stability point of view of how these technologies can be done at scale, and what role can IoT play in all of this, other than what you've mentioned about transparency and making it more efficient. What are your viewpoints on that?
Yeah, thank you so much. So you're right, because one of the drawbacks with the issue of IoT in countries like India or in sub-Saharan Africa is the issue of sustainability and scaling it. Because when you look at the components of driving this, or of driving IoT, with regards to the cold chain, these components are a bit very expensive. For instance, like the current sensors that we have, that are available and all that. So the first step is making some of these components of IoT very accessible. And one way to do this is to reduce the cost of things like sensors. There are companies that are doing this now, providing very affordable sensors of less than $30, for instance, to use. But the problem with such cheap sensors is that they may not be that accurate, and may not give exactly the situation of of the supply chain, basically. But that's a good step, I would say. The first thing is to make some of these tools very affordable for different stakeholders in this climate, or rather in these countries. So that's one thing. Another thing I would say is also government involvement. I think the government needs to do much more to drive this. I mean, it's one thing to have Western partners or Western institutions carry out projects in these countries, but if the government are lackadaisical in ensuring the sustainability of these projects, then the idea may even die in a few years, basically. So the government needs to, I think, play a key role in ensuring the sustainability of this project. And one way they could do this is through policy making. So they could tailor the policies to ensure the use, first of all, the use of cold chain, because even the cold chain is even broken. I mean, there's if we delve into the topic of cold chain, then it becomes very interesting because you will see that there are a lot of issues, in the use of cold chain. Then before we talk about the digital aspect of it, which is IoT, for instance, so government could make policies that would incorporate some of these things, into the policies and ensure different stakeholders, use these tools. And that would, personally, I think that would drive the scalability of such technology, and also to make it a bit more sustainable. Yeah.
Okay, I think thank you to both of you. But if there are any closing remarks from your end, share some.
Yeah, I just that I mean, Internet of Things. I mean, starting from controls, advanced controls, and Internet of Things. I mean, there is a lot of value that can be added by these three things to the overall cold chain. At least I'm talking from my purview, like my workspace, which is refrigeration system, and there is a lot of value that can be derived from that. So I hope we as an industry can reap the fruits out of it.
Yeah, and I think also from a startup point of view, what we've seen so far is not only me, but I've seen a lot of agri-tech startups, and I think even Manoj Ahuja sir was mentioning about it in the morning, that there's a lot of innovation being done, and these startups we are forced to do it at an economical cost, because that is how we can scale and that is how we can make business out of it. So I think integrating these solutions can actually take us to a longer, larger impact or longer picture. So yeah, I think that's it. That's it from our end.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel and Mr.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, all of you. And now I would like to invite on stage our Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Mohit Luthra, to felicitate our guests on behalf of PhD CCI. I would like to thank our moderator, Ms. Kalyani Shinde, Managing Director, Godam Innovations. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we would like to felicitate Mr. Pranav Gorvole, Head Energy Efficiency Projects, Wacom Technologies, India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the conclusion of the first edition of India Cold Chain Conclave. And I would like to thank Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare and NCCD, National Horticulture Board, MIDH, all our exhibitors, our participants, all our eminent personalities who have come in as panelists, eminent speakers, a lovely audience who have traveled far and wide from different states as well. So our gratitude to everyone, and we only hope that we will take this initiative forward, and this is just the beginning, and we will look at various aspects of the industry, the cold chain industry, and what are the areas of improvement, what are the areas of technology where we can advance, what can we do to get better, and where we can prevent post-harvest loss and so on and so forth. So thank you so much. PhD thanks everyone for you to be here. With the high tea is ready, please do have high tea before you leave. Thank you.